6-gun grill Newlands for the Western Province team, and they are taking on the neighbours, closest neighbours, the Gbets Rocks. News from the middle about half an hour ago is that the toss was won by 6-gun grill Western Province, and without any hesitation, Captain Kyle Verena decided that they would have a bat. The soft signal from the middle was certainly that we are going to be batting, and indeed they are. And Eddie Moore and Tony DeZorzi are out there in the middle at the moment, and are about Tony DeZorzi about to take the first ball from Hardus Viljoen, who will be bowling from the Wynberg end for the Gbets Rocks. And we're going to watch him running away from us. We are stationed here in the South Pavilion today, and umpire, let's see who we've got at the Wynberg end. We'll have to confirm this for you a little bit later. Not quite sure who we have at the moment, but we'll get that information for you and put that out for you. It's going to be Hardus Viljoen to open the bowling for the Rocks, and they have got don't think they have got, in fact, only one change, I think it is, from the team that lost to the Warriors in the last game well, the first game of this season's 4-day CSA competition. The first ball, and there's nothing to report from that. So let's just keep giving you some of that information. And we do have in the team, in place of Bamanye Engle, we have Giovanni Baron, and he's in the Rocks team, and in the Western Province team, the 6-gun grill Western Province team, only one change sees the injured Mihlali Umpongwana. Unfortunate for the young man, after the 77 he scored up in Centurion last week, he has to sit out due to injury. But the experienced Dane Patterson coming in for him, and it's Hardus Viljoen again to Tony DeZorzi, that one into the pads as you see, and just bunted out into the leg side. So nothing to report so far. 3 balls gone, naught without loss, and Tony DeZorzi will be keen to get some runs on the board here after being run out after only 2 balls in the game up at Centurion last week. So just continuing to run through that team. We'll go through the order now at the end of the over, as that one's straight through to wicketkeeper Fortuyn, left alone outside the off stump. And it's a beautiful day here at Newlands, as it so often is in the summertime. Fresh southeaster blowing, and they set fair for a full, hopefully, 104 overs in the day. We'll talk a bit about the playing conditions a little bit later for you. And Viljoen away from us again here at the Wynberg end. Another good delivery into the body, and just defended nicely, getting on top of that one, DeZorzi. And eyes on that ball all the time. Very important to keep your eye on the ball. Make sure that you're playing it right down in front of your eyes, and he does that indeed very well in this situation. So yeah, just the one change for both teams against their lineups in the first round of matches. That's a very good delivery from Viljoen, and left alone by the left-handed DeZorzi, probably on length there, as it went just wide of the off stump. And end of the first over, and nothing really to report. A maiden over to start with for Hardus Viljoen, and after probably first ball a little bit wider outside the off stump, bowled a very good over there to Tony DeZorzi. So just running through the 2 lineups for you today for the 6-gun grill Western Province. We have Tony DeZorzi, Eddie Moore, Yassine Mo Valley, Daniel Smith, Kyle Verena, Viwe Mgajima, George Linda, Buren Hendricks, Nandre Berger, Dane Patterson, and Tsepo Mareki. So that's the 11. Eddie Moore taking strike, another left-hander for Six Gun Grill Western Province. And from the far end here, from us, the Kelvin Grove end, I think it's going to be Arkile Kluter that is going to be coming in towards us. Indeed, fresh off his first 5-wicket haul last week, a really good performance from him at Borland Park. He's in right arm over the wicket, and it's very good delivery outside the off stump, and Moore wanting to get to bat on ball straight away. He doesn't manage that. It comes straight through to Clyde Fortain. So you might be able to see, in fact, you can't see the slips much in this picture, but we have got for the right arm over Arkile Kluter, we have got 3 slips, a gully, man at point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a man on the fine leg boundary. That one a bit wider, left alone. So yeah, so 3 slips, and those slips are Sean von Berg at first slip, Yanaman Milan second slip, Imran Manak at third slip. Then in the gully, Ismail Gaffieldin, and in the covers we have Michael Copeland. Just trying to see who all is there. Captain Milan, as I said, at second slip, as it's going to be Kluter again from the Kelvin Grove. It's just sliding into the pads, and the Western Province, 6-gun grill Western Province, are off the mark in the second match of their campaign in the 4-day CSA competition this season. The men there out on the pitch looking resplendent in their whites, with the prominent hashtag #EndGBV logo on their, or hashtag on their shirts. A very good campaign there being run by CSA. Kluter again, once again straying into the pads, but this time there is no run, as that one I think goes through to Gumede, who's there just forward of the square leg umpire. And it is, as I say, a day set fair for 104 overs of cricket today here, and one of 4 matches that are taking place throughout the country, as we are, and again that line into the body of the left-hander with him coming over the wicket. As you would have noticed in the previous over, Hardus Viljoen bowling from around the wicket from the Weinberg end. And so Viljoen is at mid-on. He just tosses the ball nonchalantly through to his bowling partner, who achieved great success, as we say, last week in that opening match. Unfortunately, not such great success for his team in the end. That one played back to him. Good ball again, this one outside the line of the off stump. And at the end of the second over, we have the Western Province score at 1 without loss after 2 overs. As the umpires have a little bit of a conference there. Also looking quite resplendent in their standard black and white. And what are those, Panama hats? I'm not sure. Please, if you do have any comments, please, positive comments, anything that you're wanting to comment about the cricket. This is a local derby. Really exciting to have these 2 teams, the neighbours, who were, of course, for many seasons from in the franchise cricket era in South Africa, were part of the Cape Cobras, and now Borland, the Paarl Rocks team, and Gbets Rocks and Western Province, 6-gun grill Western Province, have created their own teams, 8 teams in the first division of the CSA competitions, with the T20 competition having already been completed. It's Viljoen in again to Moore on the pads, and he'll feel he probably missed out on that one with Viljoen straying, but it's picked up by Hanabe in at that mid-wicket position. We'll run through the fielding positions for you just now, as it is going to be joining me very shortly. It is going to be David Brooke, who has completed his duties out in the middle. He was there at the toss, and it's a very good and hearty good morning to David, as that one is very nicely played by Moore out into the covers. And there's no run. Morning, David.
Good morning, James. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you.
Excellent.
It's a beautiful day out here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. I was out there for the toss, and it is a little bit warm. It's going to be a hot day, I think. A little bit of a slight breeze, which is a bit, it's good for the fielding side. But early doors, I think Carl Verena, hearing some chatter, they wanted to win the toss. If they won the toss, they wanted to bat first. They batted first in Centurion.
Yeah.
And the batters did as good a job as they could do under those conditions, and I think it's a good call.
Yeah, it looks a really very good pitch, David. You were out there much closer. I'm looking at it from a distance. Nobody please break into song now on that one. And it's hardest for you in chaining his line, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Moore, and that's very nicely defended into the leg side. Yeah, so a little bit of grass on it, or it looks like a little bit in it for the bowlers first up.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that it's going to be tough to bat first up this morning. In four-day cricket, the captain normally likes to put some runs on the board, especially at home. We're at home at Six Gun Grill Newlands for the first time, as Hardisvillian comes in.
Yeah, that one, Stiaan van Zyl, the seasoned campaigner, should we say? In fact, we only normally refer to seasoned campaigners from the Western Province team because of Six Gun Grill, obviously. But
there are some Western Province and Cape Cobras guys that are in this pile side. Obviously, Janeman Milan, Stiaan van Zyl, Ismail Gapieldin played for the Cobras a couple of seasons ago. So there are a couple of guys, familiar faces.
That's right. Villian steaming away from us again. That is wide-ish outside the off-stump. Eddie Moore probably feel he missed out a little bit there. A little wide of Stiaan van Zyl, who manages to go by. Another maiden for Hardisvillian, and that is his second maiden on the trot. 3 overs gone, 1 without loss are the Six Gun Grill Western Province. Remember, Six Gun Grill, the official sponsor of the Western Province team, where it's every meal's best friend, Six Gun Grill seasoning, and a very loyal sponsor it has been over the past number of seasons, David.
They have been fantastic. It's good to obviously have crowds back this season, so we're hoping that for the One Day Cup competition that people stream in. It's a good time of the year. Not usual that we play the One Day Cup in the December period, so hopefully, as Aishel Klitter comes in, hopefully people come out in their droves. It's a lot better. It's a lot cheaper than your Christmas party out in some expensive restaurant. So if you're planning your Christmas party, the 4th, the 9th, the 11th, and the 18th of December are the games here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and it'll be great to see the crowds back. All the food vendors, all the drinks vendors will be open on those One Day Cup games, and we have seen some people coming in this morning, which is fantastic.
Great to see people under the Oaks. They are indeed, David, one of your favourite places in the world. That one is, I think that one could perhaps go all the way. It's being chased out to the boundary by Hardisvillian, but he doesn't get there. And very nicely played by Tony DeZorzi, and he's off the mark in this season's 4-day competition, as well as off the mark this week. And he'll be very happy to feel bat on ball and get that one to the boundary. So the first boundary for Six Gun Grill Western Province this morning, and for Tony DeZorzi, 5 without a loss.
Yeah, I'm chuffed for Eddie Moore as well, making his home debut here. It's taken a while since he's been here to play at Newlands. Aishel Klitter comes in. Tony DeZorzi with a strong,
very nice
forward defensive, but it's a hard ball.
Yeah, it sounded hard.
It sounded hard. We've got the windows closed here, a little bit open, but we can hear the sound of the ball, which is great. Love the sound of the ball.
Always.
At Newlands, nothing better for a Thursday morning.
Absolutely right. And a real privilege to be here today, bringing this game to you on YouTube. Oh, nicely played again. But Hanabe, I think there's Hanabe down there. Is indeed. Very quickly onto that on the leg side. You wouldn't have seen that, but moving smartly to his left was the young man representing the Gbets Rocks, and one of the changes in this team, I think, for this week's match.
Interesting that Paul Rocks have gone for two spinners in the side. Imran Manak coming in, not necessarily utilised in 4-day cricket that much.
Yeah.
A very effective white ball, especially T20 cricketer. But playing two spinners, interesting. But the history in Newlands over the last few seasons, you've been here for most of the games here.
Yeah.
George Linder, Carl Simmons, even back to Dane Pitt's time here. There's something in it for the spinners here, especially in red ball cricket.
Most definitely. And after the initial spurt by the quicker bowlers, end of the fourth over, 5 without loss, our 6-gun Grill Western Province. There is certainly something in it. I mean, George Linder having some outstanding figures here at home, just looking at his record in terms of number of games and number of wickets. He has got a really good record here. As you say, Dane Pitt now back with the team in a coaching capacity, which is really good to have
consultant
Dane. So that's wonderful to have him back here in the Cape. And yeah, very interesting to see that they've gone with that. A lot of bowling we're expecting to see from Kyle Simmons and from George Linder later in the match, as would be the Rocks that would potentially be batting fourth on this pitch as Villians in again over the wicket. And as you can see, nothing happening in that one, just left alone. Still 3 slips a gully. A man at point, mid-off, mid-on. A man forward of square on the leg side, and a man at long leg. And so a very conventional opening hours field in 4-day cricket. It's great to have you all with us here, and great to be able to commentate on this match on the CSA YouTube channel. Visuals brought to you with the courtesy of Pitch Vision. David, very good to be able to be commentating on the match, and thank you very much for the opportunity here from Western Province Cricket in association with CSA and with Pitch Vision to get this going. I know a lot of comments last week. Not every game is being there isn't commentary on every game on the YouTube channel, but hopefully that's something that will potentially change. But certainly for this season, we are hopeful that for Western Province home games, at minimum, we'll be able to bring these matches to you.
Very much so. I think the commentary adds, hopefully adds something to the match, especially in 4-day cricket when it's a long day out and people are watching, and hopefully we can bring some insight and bring some players maybe into the commentary booth as well, just to get some insight from the players themselves. But yeah, there's worse places to be on a Thursday morning, that's for sure.
Most certainly, yeah. It is a beautiful day, and that was a good delivery from Villian. Villian impressive this morning so far in terms of his lines and lengths. And the 2 left-handers opening for 6-gun Grill Western Province have not been able to get him away at all. He's halfway through his 3rd over, just about 2.2 overs, and yet to concede a run.
Yeah, they'll rely heavily on Villian in this match. He's going to get through a lot of overs.
Yeah. He's a sturdily built man as he's away from us now at the Wombo again. That is short and wide and cuts through the man at point, and that's very well played by Eddie Moore, and it goes down to the backward point boundary in front of the Oaks, and it is 4 runs. His first boundary of the morning moves 6-gun Grill Western Province on to 9 without loss. Winning the toss, Captain Carvarena had absolutely no hesitation, as you may have heard David say earlier, in deciding to bat on what looks like initially a sporting wicket, but certainly expecting to see his team put on the runs here for his team today.
Yeah, I think the Rocks will be disappointed after the match, the previous match against the Warriors. The Warriors did extremely well.
Yeah, they did.
Jordan Herman, in that chase was incredible to chase down that score.
I mean, it's a 4-day cricket record in South African domestic cricket,
Yeah.
370 for 3. The score that the Gbets Warriors scored there to win the game against the Gbets Rocks, and that certainly one would not have predicted.
No, I think that gave them a little bit of an incentive to say, listen, if you win the game within 3 days, you can have the fourth day. We're not flying back early. We'll stay in Cape Town. So that was good motivation for Robbie P's side. As Aishel Klutty comes into Tony Dezorzi. Well left.
He's well left, changing his line here. Aishel Klutty, he's coming around the wicket. He was bowling over the wicket. Has been, but just couldn't quite get that line right from over the wicket. Was straying onto the pads. Was punished in the last over by Dezorzi, playing that ball beautifully through the mid-wicket region. Still 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a long leg for Klutty. Yeah, nicely bowled once again. This young man looking the part, isn't he, David?
He picked up his maiden fifer in the previous game for the Rocks. And I think that's why, partly why Paul will be upset about that result, because they had a good first innings. They scored. Janeman Malan scored a big 100 there.
Yeah.
And to lose that game in after being in that position, they'll be very upset with that. Aishel Klutty obviously he's a young up and coming fast bowler as he comes into Tony Dezorzi.
Dezorzi played beautifully played. Wow. That is textbook stuff there from Tony Dezorzi. David, happy to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is beautiful shot from Tony Dezorzi, straight into the cover there, into the new building here at 6 Gangrel Newlands, and he'll be very happy with that start. He's got off to a nice start here. He's looked solid. And he scored a double 100 here a few seasons ago when he was playing for the Titans.
Yeah.
So he loves playing here. His batting style suits this ground. And he really wants to get off to a flying start. Obviously, a disappointing first match where he was run out in the first over. Didn't look out, but maybe I'm not objective. But
we don't have the benefit of the third umpire here, and this is just tickled down the leg side as Klutty strays again down onto that side and takes a single. His first single coming with his 2 boundary. He moves on to 9. Partnership 14. Score is 14 without loss in the 6th over, and it will now be Eddie Moore, I think, for virtually the first time. In fact, no, it isn't going to be for the first time. He has faced Klutty and took a single off him in Klutter's first over. He's facing him again. Klutty away towards it, should I say, from the Kelvin Grove end. That one is left alone outside the off stump. Too wide for him to be interested. That score by Tony Dezorzi, I think the 3rd highest score in the CSA 4-day series records here at 6 Gangrel Newlands. Is indeed 213 not out for the Titans in the 2019-20 season.
I think Ashwell Prince, the coach at the time, maybe did the signing of him at the end of play that day.
Oh, that one just coming back into him perhaps a little bit more than he anticipated, and edged it into his pads and out to bobbles into the covers, and there is no run. 14 for no wicket after 6, and the first of 3 home games here. David, I was mentioning a bit earlier, first of 3 home games out of the 7 matches in the 4-day series. And just to recap for you on what has happened today so far, Mr. Brook was out at the toss, and it was match referee Murray Brown, is it? Match referee today.
That's correct.
The umpires, and you'd probably be able to help me with those.
Adrian Holdstock.
Okay,
he's actually standing in his 100th first-class match today.
Fantastic.
Players, the Western Province players welcomed him onto the ground as we just watch Hardest for Ian coming into Tony Dezorzi.
around the wicket.
We did well
again.
to leave that one. It was a good delivery there from Hardus. But yeah, Murray Brown and Sean George are the two umpires, two experienced umpires.
Adrian, yeah, and Adrian Holston.
Yeah, and Murray Brown is the match referee.
Yeah. Yes, I thought it looked like Sean George. So I was so yeah, very good to have international experience here standing in this local derby.
100 first-class games for Holdstock, umpire Holdstock. It's an incredible achievement, and congratulations to him.
And that one is played nicely, sort of bunted into the covers this time, and picked up by Van Sale, moving around to his right, the man coming around from mid-off. We're aware that you can't see the guys out in the field. You can only see the pitch, and you can also only see the view from the Weinberg end, which is the end from which we are commentating this morning. In fact, for the entire match, we'll be here. And it is the southern end of the ground here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Those of you that are not perhaps familiar with the ground, fill you in away from us once again. Oh, that is beautifully played by Eddie Moore. That is going to run away to the Oaks, and another boundary for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province opener, and takes him in to, is that double figures now? He's on to 9 now, as the score moves to 19 without loss in the 7th over, and just the makings of something here. Of course, that's commentator's curse, isn't it?
If he plays shots like that at Newlands, he's going to have a long future here at Western Province.
Yeah.
And Western Province fans love seeing good cricket like that. They're used to seeing that kind of classy play.
Really did ride the bounce incredibly well in that previous shot, and played it beautifully. And this time, showing the discretion that is needed to build a big innings, not having anything to do with that one. Slightly wide outside the off stump, probably left it more unbalanced than anything else.
Very well left. And it's fantastic. I'm happy for Eddie Moore that he's getting an opportunity here. You know, he's a classy player. He has been. If you look at his stats on paper, he's an incredible talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And many people feeling, that one off the inside edge onto the pad, bobbles out into the covers, where it's fielded by the man at backward point, and that's Michael Copeland, a youngster as well in the Rocks team. You're saying, David, I mean, Eddie Moore, a man who's been on the radar from a national team selection point of view for some while, but just not been able to get into that position.
Hardus for Ewan comes in.
Oh,
could have left that one alone. But Eddie Moore's been on the radar. Many feel that he probably should have had some time at SAA and even in the Proteas lineup. But at an era where the likes of Dean Elgar and the likes will have been given in those spots, it's very tough to get in. It's the same kind of career, similar to the likes of Peter Malan, who only got 3 test matches, if I'm not mistaken. But an incredible opener, hard as nails. And I like that when in an opener. He never gives away his wicket softly. You've got to work to get him out. Very clever cricket. I've loved watching Eddie Moore play over the years. And I'm happy that he's down here at Western Province now. I think it's the right time in his career to really stamp his authority. And I don't think he's thinking too far ahead, which I think is key.
Yeah, it's a very important point you make. We'll come back to that as it's Clitter again towards us. Gumedi, sorry. Yeah, no, it isn't clear. Change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. Apologies there. Kwesi Gumede, the first time I've seen him bowl, David. He's coming in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, and Clitter being taken off after 3 overs and 0 for 10 in his first spell. Just going to make a note of that.
Kwesi actually played here a couple of seasons ago in the first year of the Mzansi Super League with the Cape Town Blitz.
Okay.
And Ashwell Prince was very impressed with him at the time. Young bowler, lovely bowler, good action. And maybe just a bit of the lesser pace maybe got Tony Dezorzi there and almost
leading edge
to short cover there. But a nice bowler. Hasn't seen much red ball action over the last couple of seasons. Comes from Easton's a couple of seasons ago. And and he played for the Titans, if I'm not mistaken, last season. But he's now down at Paarl, and he's given the opportunity here to really try and establish himself and get a first team spot, a regular first team spot. And I think he's got a lovely rhythm if we watch him come into bowl here.
Doesn't he? He's got a classic action, and he's been keeping that ball up very nicely, just on a length, maybe just, in fact, yeah, very much on a length, not even short of a length, and testing time for these batters.
We might see Aishal Klutty coming from the Weinberg in,
Yeah.
changing ends, but didn't really look like he was getting too much rhythm from the Kelvin Grove end. And we might see, because Hardisfield is going to be bowling a lot of overs, I can't imagine he's going to be bowling 10 over spells at a time here. The captain, Yanuman Milan, will look to short burst, quick, and try and strike.
It's going to be a wearing day for the paceman out in the middle. That just defended well. It's some good bowling here from Gbets. First up, he's found his rhythm right from the word go, bowling into the wind from the Kelvin Grove end and around the wicket to the left-hander. And two left-handers now at the top of the order for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. And Andrew Puttick's still on the staff here, David?
No, unfortunately, we bring him in as a consultant sometimes, as a batting consultant, but he is around. He has been around the net a couple of times, but obviously a legend here at Newlands.
Oh, that one again, very well bowled by Gbets. You're looking at it as we're looking at it from behind the wicket here. Moore having to really do what openers do best, and that is, as David has said, just really get behind that ball, make sure that you have got, you know where your off stump is, and you know exactly what is happening. Look at the pace of the wicket, gather and understand the pace of the bowler before you start to even think about playing him more forcibly. Gbets in again, and that is beautifully played this time, over pitch from Gbets, the first one he really hasn't been able to put in the right place, and it just beats the man chasing out to the deep mid-off boundary. As that Stian van Sale, I think, chased it all the way, is it? And it brings up another boundary for Eddie Moore. That's his third boundary of the morning in his 13 runs. That's 24 without loss at the end of 8. 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Half an hour gone in this first session of the first game of the domestic season here, the home game, after having played in Centurion last week.
If you're a purist of the game, a left-hander cover drive through
beautiful
for 4 is the best thing to see. Love to see that. Red ball cricket. I get excited by red ball cricket. For me, it's the purest form of the game. We all love T20 cricket, and 50 over cricket is going through a bit of a lull at the moment, but first class cricket for me is the ultimate test of a batter. And I'm hoping that the likes of Dewald Brevis play first class cricket. That's well left from Tony De Zorzi, but that's where you learn your game, in the dirt, in the tough conditions where you're trying to bat out a draw at 5:59 on day 4. That's where the likes of Dewald Brevis, and yes, he's a superstar as a youngster. He's going to make a lot of money in his career. He already has. He's going to be a world superstar, but you would like to see them playing red ball cricket. Just my opinion on that. Because that's well left again from Tony De Zorzi.
And you know that I'm like-minded as far as that is concerned. But I mean, the lady on my GPS this morning on Waze, when they were guiding me here, I mean, there are some very interesting ways they pronounce names, but I think she's already in T20 mode, because she said to me, take a right onto Kaboom Avenue.
Brilliant.
Fillion away from us again on the pads. That has been tickled out into the leg side. Nicely played by De Zorzi. He didn't try and get too much of it and try to hit it too hard. And Kluter, I think that is that Kluter that went tumbling there? Hanabe. Okay, and unfortunately for him, not quite getting that. Kluter accompanying him on his journey out into the outfield. I haven't seen. Was it Harry the Hardy Dog?
Harry the Hardy Duck hasn't
Yeah,
made an appearance
no,
yet,
he
but we'll see
hasn't.
at
But
lunchtime. Maybe he
hopefully,
a couple of pigeons on the field, but Harry the Hardy Duck, I think he's in the Oaks grass as well.
Oh,
He's
okay.
standing there.
All right, I see
He
him
knows
there.
where the
Yeah,
shady spots are
yeah,
early doors.
yeah. Good. He's keeping himself fresh for later in the match.
It's a
Yeah,
long season
yeah. It
ahead.
is definitely Villian away from us and defended very nicely, resolutely by Moore, as they took three off that shot previously from Dzorzi. He's now on 14. Moore on 13 is on strike 27 without loss. No extras so far. Some good tight bowling from the Rocks team. What you'd expect from a team, uh, the line led by this Hardest Fillion has been around, played a lot of county cricket as well. Uh,
You almost feel that they're missing a seamer like a Carl Abbott who they had
yeah,
last season.
yeah,
That ultimately in 4-day cricket, 20 wickets wins you matches.
yeah,
If you take 20 wickets,
yeah,
you win the match.
yeah.
And the Rocks are really going to look to Hardest Villian to lead this attack. And he's a fit man. He's a unit. I mean, I'm
He
a
is.
big guy, but he is a serious unit. This guy is a lot fitter than I am. But he is a serious unit.
uh, away from us now. That again left line. Bit of movement there off the seam for Fillion. End of his fifth over. 5 overs, 0 for 12. The other bowlers used today. We've seen Gumede 1 over for 5, and he's going to continue the attack now from the Kelvin Grove end. And Ashel Kluter in his first spell from the Kelvin Grove end, 3 overs and 0 for 10. Men at the crease, Dzorzi and more for 6-gun grill Western Province. We'll try and give you updates on or should I say, recaps on the match so far, and just to let you know, so every half an hour, the story of the day's play, so that if you are joining us, you will get that update via the commentary, because we are aware that you only see the current score on the screen in front of you. And it's one, oh my goodness, one bounce to the man. That's Hanabe, I think it is, in front of square on the leg side.
Just needs to watch the pace of the delivery. Sticking a little bit there.
It just sort of tennis ball bounced a bit on him, it seemed like, and he played that one just into the body. He sort of just lobbed it back over the net, as it were, to Hanabe just for the square. 2 slips and a gully now. A man has been brought into the covers at extra covers. A man at backward point. A man at mid-off, mid-on, forward square, leg and at a long leg. Gumede, and that one muscled into the leg side by Dzorzi, but as you may see, there was no thought of a run, even as that went straight to Hanabe, a forward of square. So 2 slips, Sean von Berg, another man who has been around for a long, long time and provides not only that containing spin bowling, but also experience to this Gbets Rocks outfit, as it's committed again. Beautifully played through the covers. That is another classic cover drive from Tony Dzorzi. Chased out into the covers. It's just fielded short of the deep mid-off boundary. Some really good chasing out there into that. Is that Michael Copeland? I think that, no, it isn't Copeland. He's here at backward point.
Oh, no, that Imran Manak.
Imran Manak that chased that out with Stian van Zyl. I think Stian van Zyl getting those old bones of his really moving across the turf here at Newlands, turf that he knows very well, David.
Very much so. Stian's obviously a legend of Cape Cobras, a Boerland man through and through, but played for the Cape Cobras for many years. Classy batsman. Actually, learning to be an umpire. It's time to be an umpire as well, looking to take that on after his career.
Brilliant.
I saw him in a club game here actually last season sometime, or 2 seasons ago. So
great.
He's looking at an umpiring career post his playing career, which is great to see. You don't want to lose those kind of guys to the game.
No, you don't. Not indeed you don't.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good ball, and
lovely
a bit of a
delivery.
loose shot from more outside the off stump, just away from the body, not using those feet as much perhaps as he wanted to. And perhaps that shot brought about a bit because of the fact there's been a bit of a field change. Stian van Zyl, having fielded most of the time a deepish mid-off, has come into a short mid-off on the edge of the square. You can't see him in your picture, but he is at a shortish mid-off, and more maybe trying to get that or thread the needle on the offside between Manak and Van Zyl. Gumede in again.
Yeah, Gomedi's a little bit slower than Aishel Klitty and Hardus Viljoen, so maybe it's a little bit of an adjustment to the pace that they've faced so far this morning. And I think that as a batter, you're used to facing pace up front.
Yeah.
So sometimes when the slower guys come on, it's a little bit you've got to adjust, and it doesn't look like the easiest pitch to bat on. So it's going to be it is a challenge to bat in this first hour of play. Obviously, 104 over. Sorry, yes,
Yeah,
104
104 in the
overs.
day. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
104 overs in the day. As
Oh,
Eddie Moore just plays that to square leg for a single.
yeah, nicely played around the corner, and Hanabe there. You wouldn't have seen it, or you would have seen perhaps in your picture was Captain Janeman Malan dashing towards us here at the Weinberg end to retrieve what could only be described as a wayward throw.
Yeah, Janeman is obviously he's captaining the side in the absence of his brother Peter Malan, who picked up a very horrible hip injury
No.
in the T20 challenge that when he was fielding at long off. Got stuck. His knee got stuck in the ground, and he's had surgery apparently. But he's on the mend. Peter Malan is an absolute machine.
Yeah.
So to see, I mean, he carried on batting.
What a professional.
After that, he batted in their innings after that, but then it reflected something a little bit different after the game. As Hardus continues from the Weinberg end.
Oh, nicely bowled by Viljoen, but well across Eddie Moore in that instance. And Viljoen into his sixth over of the spell, 5.1 overs, 0 for 12. Surely going to have a bit of a break after this, David.
Yeah, and we should.
Aishel Klitty.
Yeah, I think Aishel. I don't think they'll want to bring spin on too early.
No.
I think we'll see Aishel Klitty taking over from Hardus Viljoen. But obviously, Janeman Malan captain. He played for the Cape Cobras for a number of years. I've always believed he's a leader. And it's wonderful to see him taking that role as Hardus Viljoen comes in. Eddie Moore just playing that to Manon for no run. But yes, I like to see these guys taking the leadership roles when it's offered to them. And this Paarl side it's quite a young side. There are one or two experienced guys in Stian van Zyl, Hardus Viljoen, and Sean van Berg. Ferran Beardin's not going to play these red ball cricket by the looks of it. Looks like he signed a white ball contract with them. So Janeman Malan becomes one of the experienced guys in the side. That's very well played by Eddie Moore. That's a good delivery from Hardus Viljoen. Good pace.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, David, it is a team that has got a couple of old hands, a couple of guys that have been campaigning particularly in the local cricket for quite some time, and some who have the international experience. You say like Van Zyl, Viljoen, leading the line from both a batting and a bowling and batting point of view. Some good talent that we see coming through. I mean, Clyde Fortuyn, I think, certainly impressed me last season and into this season, having taken over the gloves last season at the Gbets Rocks, and he's now batting quite high up the order for them, and obviously looking to him. But looking to him with that in that position to really cement a place in the team as a wicket-keeper batter. Good delivery on the line of that middle and leg stump, perhaps moving away from the left-hander slightly. A bit of shape that Hardus is getting here, away from the left-hander.
Yeah, he obviously hasn't gone for any significant runs. He's bowled tight. Captain might be tempted to give him one more over, but I don't think so, considering that it's the first hour of play. But if the Western Province guys can get through Huddersfield and Spell, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, and it becomes a dangerous time. Yeah, again, nice movement off the seam. Got the glasses on for that one, and that delivery really moved beautifully with the bounce. But as you say, David, nothing too worrying so far for the Western Province, Six Gun Grill Western Province batters, as they've gone to 31 without loss after 11 overs. Dzorzi 17 more on 14, and still to come for the Six Gun Grill Western Province. Yassine Valley, Daniel Smith, Kyle Verena, Aviwa Ngajima, George Linda, Bjorn Hendricks, who I see he's been promoted to number 8 now, based on his exploits both in the T20 50 over and 4-day competitions. So rates himself as a batter now. I think he had a couple of good performances for Leicestershire as well with the bat in the last season. So it's Gumeda again towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, and that goes straight past the outside edge of Dzorzi's bat. And nothing more to report, but that was a good delivery.
There's a certain legend of Newlands here, Vernon Philander, who was, they called him the surgeon because he was so precise in what he did. And if you put it in the right area at Newlands, like Kwesi Gumede did there, you're going to get rewards.
You are,
and you know, no matter what pace, Vernon Philander wasn't as quick as Dale Steyn or as Morne Morkel, didn't get as much bounce, but put it in the right area and you're going to get wickets here.
And his test career, a glittering test career, it must be said, testament to that. David, one will find it hard to forget Australia being 22 for 9 here in that quite amazing test match.
It was an incredible test match. I was here for that, and it was one that will stick long in the memory.
And scraping their way through to a total, I think 47 in the end, I think it was. I can't quite remember. I'll get the right numbers. But the destroyer in chief and the man who certainly set up a number of wickets for his bowling partners, Vernon Philander. What a legend of the game here in the Western Province, here in Cape Town.
Yeah, very much so. Couple of legends in the Western Province coaching ranks at the moment.
Absolutely.
Rory Kleinveld, bowling coach and assistant coach. Everyone will know Rory. And then Kasim Adams has been brought in as a little bit of a batting consultant as well. Dane Pitt is a spin consultant. And obviously Salak Nakadin is the head coach of Western Province. JP Dumini, another Western Province, and Cape Cobra's legend, is the coach of the Gbets Rocks.
Yeah.
So it's there's some incredible names out here this weekend.
It's Gumeda in once again, and David, all talking to, and I was reflecting on it yesterday actually when I was looking at some of the statistics for the matches and looking through them of the players and looking at the legends of the past and who was involved back with Western Province cricket now. And as you say, JP Dumini there in the down the road at Paul, with just what a history there is in Western Province from a cricketing point of view. It's incredible. A lot of people perhaps not knowing too much about that, and we're going to have a couple of chats. That's made it in again, nicely played.
I think, let's look at the T20 challenge. There was obviously the Western Province side was a very young side.
Yes.
But that's one thing that Western Province has never shied away from, is giving youngsters opportunities to showcase their talent. Whether they're just out of school or whether they're from the Western Province Academy, there are always going to be opportunities. And yes, in T20 cricket, you can get found out very quickly, and you don't really get time to build. But that's how you learn. You sometimes have to throw guys in the deep end and see if they sink or swim. And we saw some good signs of that.
Oh, what a delivery. That was, my word.
That is cut Tony Dzorzi
completely
in half. I actually thought he got an inside edge. But that was pure swing.
My word, that just took off, and some great work by Clyde Fortuyn behind the stumps to take that diving to his right to stay what would have been a certain 4 byes.
Yeah, Clyde
So,
Fontaine has
wow.
done really well there. I thought he actually got an inside edge there.
Yeah.
I didn't see.
I sort of expected to see him walking back to the pavilion
Very
next to
much
us
so.
here, but yeah, I think lucky for him not to have edged that, and Fullion is going to get another over.
I think that there was something in that
Yeah.
pitch in that last over, and I think
Mm.
the captain was planning on giving him a little bit of a breather.
Mm.
There's probably a power raid sitting on the boundary right there waiting for him.
Definitely.
But he said, "Okay, I just need one more over from you,
Yeah.
and let's see if we can get a breakthrough here."
Fullion away from us now at the Weinberg end. Well left by Moore on length
Mm.
again. He left that. That was
Knowing
over
where
the
his
line
stump
of
is.
off stump, and exactly as we were talking about a bit earlier on, David, is how important that is for a youngster to look at somebody as who's had the experience like Eddie Moore in first class cricket as well. You need to know where your off stump is, and see so many batters taking guard.
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm
who's
just
them
looking at
here?
down on the boundary here. Buren
Buren, yeah,
Hendricks, Nandro Berger, and George Linder, the left
yeah,
armers, are
yeah,
doing a bit of a walk around. And in this Western Province side,
yeah.
there's a lot of left-handers.
They are, yes.
Zorzi Moore, Daniel Smith, another left-hander, George Linder, Buren Hendricks, and Nandro Berger. So there's a lot of left-handers in this team. Not often you see two left-handers opening the batting. Normally you try and break it up with a right-hander.
True.
But in this kind of lineup, these two are.
Oh, good ball from once again, and well watched onto the bat, but he's getting some nice shape away from the left-hander. Hardest straightening those from around the wicket, and that's not that easy to do.
No.
When you're bowling around the wicket, the wind actually probably not helping him here, because as we heard last season from we were chatting to some of the players saying that you might think that the wind coming from the southeast is going to help you to get that ball to move as it does. But good delivery. My goodness, that had good carry through to the wicketkeeper.
The pitch has woken up. They've the pitcher said, "Okay, we're playing cricket here. Okay, let's liven up here a little bit."
Oh yeah, we're not so brown. We're not playing one-day cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the purest form of the game here. We need some bounce in this pitch.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing that nicely now. And I think credit has to go to Houtersvillian as well.
Yeah.
He could have been a white ball freelancer around the world, but he is playing 4-day cricket.
Oh, another great delivery. My word, that did not miss the off stump by much. Fuller of length, but well left by Moore.
Did Houtersvillian not make his test debut against England?
He did make his
strangled
debut.
Alistair Cook down the leg side for his one and only test match wicket. Signed his Colpack deal straight after that.
Absolutely.
Back then you needed
first ball that he bowled, in fact, in Test. So one of only 2 men in the history of Test cricket to have got a wicket with his first ball and hit a 4 with his first ball. You know that. Incredible stat, actually, yeah.
But he got a Colpack deal out of that. Eddie Moore will be. You feel like he could have put that away, but he didn't get anything, and that's a maiden over there from Houtersvillian. 31 for without loss after 13 overs.
And we have got over rate pretty good here from the Gbets Rocks. I mean, 10 minutes to go, or 8 minutes to go in the first hour of play, and they are right up and close to that over rate. 16 overs an hour required to be bowled, just to give you an idea of the playing conditions here for 4-day cricket. Most of you probably familiar with Test cricket, 4-day cricket, and I had to look it up myself but this morning just to make sure that I was 100% on the money with this. But 16 overs an hour is the minimum, 104 overs in the day that are required to be bowled. We can go until 6 o'clock this evening here at Newlands, but that is not. Oh, that's beautifully played on the pads, and Dezorzi says thank you very much, and that goes out to the pavilion on the leg side. Yeah, you can't bowl there.
You can't bowl there to Tony Dezorzi. That's kind of bread and butter for Tony.
Yeah, it's that is a beautiful, lovely shot. I mean, he did take full advantage of it. very nice. The weight, his weight looked really good there, David, when he
Very
played
good.
that shot.
Sometimes Tony can lean over a little bit too much, but there his weight was absolutely spot on, and you can't bowl there to Tony.
We made it in again towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. That
Mm.
perhaps a little bit overcorrecting that time, but
Yeah.
getting good bounce as well, David.
Yeah, very much so. Pitch is looking strong this morning. Really enjoying this. Good challenge for batter and bowler.
So to that point that Nandre Berger was making last season, was that as a left armer that you seem to get more purchase when the southeast is blowing. It seems to favour you bowling from the Kelvin Grove end into the wind. I know Gomet is a right-hander, but it's the wind actually coming across the pitch, almost in a southwesterly channel.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a lovely left-arm bowler. I think it was Anandra or Wayne Parnell mentioned that, and it's something that a lot of bowlers, I don't think young bowlers will probably even think about. But picking the side and knowing which side and knowing the history of the ground of which side your style of bowling, there's not a lot of that's for me. There's not a lot of students of the game in the players group at the moment.
Yeah.
And I would love to see more of that. You know, there's like guys that I know. Tony DeZorzi is one of them. Tsepo Moreki. Those guys are students of the game. They'll go and watch old videos on YouTube. As crazy American.
Oh, it's again straight into the pads, and the left arm over the wicket bowler. Yeah, it was a good ball, and perhaps squeezed it out off what seemed to be the inside or half of the bat. But he'll take that boundary any day. 39 without loss. DeZorzi to 25. His batting partner Eddie Moore got a little bit quiet of late, but he has been facing Haris Fulin, who's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 12. Gumede, 3.4 overs, 0 for 17. 2 boundaries in this over as he strayed onto Tony DeZorzi's pads. He won't want to do that again, but it's good to see the left armer, as you say. Maybe he's picked up on that. They know this ground quite well. And that's beautifully played down the ground. DeZorzi doesn't need to run for that, as the pigeons are scattered in the outfield, and it goes down to the standard media center in front of the media center down there at the Kelvin Grove end of the ground, next to the new building here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, which David will be able to give us more insight and info on later in the day, and we'll look to see if we can't perhaps get somebody on broadcast to give us some more information about what's happening here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands as we go through the day. Good delivery this time.
Good comeback.
And having gone for 3 boundaries in the over, Gumede just finishing off there, the young left armer from the Gbets Rocks, and end of the over, 43 without loss. DeZorzi 29, Moore 14.
Ashel Clitty looks like he's coming back on here from the Weinberg end.
Does
Good
make
first
sense.
spell from Huddersfield in 7 overs. No wicket, but only went for 12 runs. Did his job. And Ashel Clitty's coming back. They've got the 3 frontline seamers, so they're going to get through a lot of overs.
They will.
I don't think we'll see we might see an over of spin before the drinks break, but depending on this over, I think we might only get this over in before the first drinks break of the day. But Ashel Clitty changing ends. He didn't have a great first spell. Didn't go for too many runs, but didn't really trouble the batsman much either.
I think it was what you were talking about earlier on, David, was where you really wanting to have in your attack a full-on strike bowler that you can bring on for short spells and really come through and bowl a burst that can perhaps put a bit of doubt in the mind of the batters. That's a nice quick single taken by Moore to get off strike. First up from Ashel Clitter bowling now from the Weinberg end. His second spell, as David said, first spell 3 overs and 0 for 10, and that will bring DeZorzi onto strike. Clitter bowling around the wicket to the left-handers.
I'd like to see Ashel try come over the wicket and try and get that away swing from the left-hander, kind of like Mackay and Teeny used to be excellent at the exponent of fast bowling.
In again, that's a good delivery, and just on the line, about fifth stump line outside off stump, and left alone. Interesting. It was good. I mean, Viljoen in the previous couple of overs getting some quite significant movement away from the left-hander from the Weinberg end. And Kluter will want to continue with that. Only 5 or 6 minutes to the first drinks break. First session is 2 hours 10 minutes. That's another good delivery. And he's in that channel. He wanting to bowl in that channel, David, as you said, is really, it's the sort of middle and off channel moving away. You have to make the batter play.
Very much so. Very much so. Tony De Zorzi's got a couple of boundaries on his legs, and you can't bowl there to him. And he's hit a couple of nice deliveries through the covers for 4 as well. So not troubling him that much, giving him too many boundary balls.
It's always a chance of something happening here, and leaves that one alone again, outside the off stump. Nothing that we're seeing at the moment. The ball not necessarily moving into the left-hander from the right armers over the wicket. Difficult to say whether Gumede from the other side has actually been able to achieve that. Haven't necessarily seen that.
Just trying to see if Imran Manak looks like he's maybe loosening up a little bit. Sean van Berg doesn't look like he's warming up that much at first slip. But I don't think he does warm up that much, to be fair. Somehow gets through about 50 overs in a 4-day game. He's stretching his back there a little bit. So maybe he is.
Maybe. Would it be like what's the word? Anyway, I won't worry about the word at the moment, but sort of trundles in, does he?
Yeah. I think he's so match fit that he can just bowl as soon as his captain calls on him. That's a good bit of delivery there from Clitty, and Tony De Zorzi just forward defensive there. The end, the 15th over, 44 without a loss. Tony De Zorzi 29 and Eddie Moore on 15.
So if you are a Six Gun Grill Western Province supporter, you will be very happy that after the first hour, the team has not lost a wicket. 44, as David has said, totally justifying the decision from Captain Kyle Verreynne to decide to bat, having won the toss. And as you quite rightly said, David, there is going to be a bowling change. And from the Kelvin Grove end, for the first time today, we're going to see spin. And Clyde Fortuyn has put on a beautifully bright yellow helmet. Is that supposed to replicate the Dome of the Rock there in Paul? And outside Paul, we have two massive, if one doesn't understand the geography and history of the area, Paul rocks named after the two, I think they're basalt rocks that tower over the town of Paul and look very much like pearls, and hence the name Paul. It's Manak, right arm around the wicket with his off spinners played out to the man at a deep deep extra cover, should I say, and they take a single. So he has got the extra cover in there. So there's a fielder is a slip backward point, deep extra cover, deep cover more than extra cover. Man at short and mid off, or short extra cover, should I say? And that one again short, and beats the man at the short extra cover out again to the deep cover. And there is another single, this time to De Zorzi.
Not really in the catching position there. No. Deep extra cover, more just saving the boundary. There's singles to be had there.
And they're going to reinforce the offside field a little bit more, I think. They're going to bring a man in catching at this at a much shorter extra cover position. And they've all got a sort of conventional extra cover on the end and the edge of the square behind him. And that is played backward of the man or to the right of the man at deep cover. And he comes around very quickly, does Tanabe, is it, on the boundary? Yeah, it is indeed. Very, very good fielding. He's quick over the ground, is Hanabe, and he prevents any thought of a second. So 3 singles off the over so far. Off Manak, 3 balls bowled. He's in again to De Zorzi. This one very nicely played back to the bowler. So Manak in for the first spell of spin, replacing the left arm Kwesi Gumede, who had become a little bit expensive in his 4 overs 0 for 21. Is in again. Manak and played to the man at that shortish cover position. That's Michael Copeland at short extra cover. There is no run behind him. Stian van Zyl at mid-off. There's a mid-on. A man at mid-wicket, shortish, and a man, I think, down at at long leg, yes. And that's played again out to the man who's probably 20 metres in from the boundary on in front of the railway stand. And first time I've mentioned the railway stand today, and that is Hanabe, and he has come in now. Fielded that one is yet another single. 4 singles off the over. 1 for 4 is Manad.
I think they would have been tempted to play Bamanye Yenke. He had a fantastic T20 challenge, leading wicket taker for them in that. But I think if you look at their batting lineup, Klomla Hanabe is a batter, wicket keeper batter. Obviously not keeping today because Clyde Fontaine's behind the sticks. But Hanabe is obviously a bit more accomplished batter than Yenke. And yeah, but I think they might be lacking an extra seamer here.
Yeah, certainly at the moment they would be wanting somebody that can be a bit more perhaps incisive, as Klutter's in for his 5th over, bowling his second over here in this spell from the Wynberg end, and just the ends here at Newlands, in case you're not familiar with the ground, 6-gun grill Newlands. And we are in the southern end is the Wynberg end, the northern end the Kelvin Grove end, and here from the Wynberg end, a very good delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump, chased backward of square, on the leg side by Hanabe, and he chases that one down very nicely, does Klomla Hanabe, and they take 2. And that brings up the 50 partnership for the 6-gun grill Newlands, 6-gun grill Western Province opening pair. That 50 coming in 62 minutes of 98 balls with 8 fours, and a very good opening partnership for the team here, who are playing at home for the first time in the 4-day competition this season. It's Dazorzi on 33, facing Moore on 17. And again, played defensively by Dazorzi back to the bowler. So good opening partnership, David, for the home team.
Yeah, very much so. It's 50 more runs than they got last time out in the last outing against the Titans. So they'll be very happy with the start. The captain, Kyle Varane, would have said to their guys, get through that first hour of play. They still need to get through the drinks break. But I think this is a fantastic start from the 2 openers.
And likely we will take that drinks break at the end of this over, as that's the 4th ball of the over by Kluter. And nothing to report. Umpires Sean George here at the Wynberg end, and standing, as David had mentioned earlier on, in his 100th first-class game at the Kelvin Grove end, Adrian Holdstock, who is now has umpired now his first test match in the last season as well, which is incredible. Really great for him. A man who has been on the local scene for quite some time.
100 first-class matches, that's 400 days. It's over indeed. A year in the umpiring in the field without the limited over stuff, so it's a lot of time. And sometimes the umpires do go unappreciated, and I think it's important to really appreciate them and to congratulate them when they do hit these kind of career milestones, just like we do with the players. So congratulations to Adrian Holdstock.
And may he stand in many more first-class games and test matches. And Hanabe fielding that one at mid-wicket. There is no addition to the score, and they will be taking drinks, as we will also be having a little bit of a break for drinks, and we're going to be off air for a couple of minutes while the players have their refreshments. And maybe a good time for you now to, wherever you are in the world, maybe to go and have a good old cup of Darjeeling or Earl Grey, or some coffee if it's your want, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. Six Gun Grill, where it's every meal's best friend. It's going to Imran Manak, and he is bowling to Eddie Moore, who plays that one out into the leg side. It's fielded there deep on the boundary by Sean von Berg, who is patrolling the deep square leg boundary. In fact, he had to run away around all the way from that long leg position, or deep sort of backward square position. They take 3, and straight after the break, after 17.1 overs, it is now 53 without loss. Dazorzi facing Manak, and it's played straight back. As you can see, Adrian Holstock, as we said before the break, in his 100th match. And just to update you, if you have not been listening to us and have not been covering the match so far, I'm just wondering why I can't see any audio on this side. Have we got audio? We have to just check that. And yeah, if you are just joining us, and we are seems like we're back on with you now. If you are just joining us, story of the day so far: Western Province captain Kyle Verena winning the toss at about 9:30 this morning, and deciding to have a bat on what looks like a really good Six Gun Grill Newlands pitch. And Eddie Moore, Tony Dazorzi opening the batting for the Six Gun Grill Western Province, have gone to 50 without loss by the time we took drinks at 11:05 South African Standard Time, and they saw off the first spells from 3 of the opening bowlers, the 3 frontline bowlers from the Gbets Rocks. And team news is for the Western Province, Six Gun Grill Western Province. There is one change. Injured Mhlali Mpongwana is replaced by Dane Patterson. Mpongwana unfortunately injured in the last match, where he got that very good 77. And in the inning, that first innings for the Six Gun Grill Western Province of 338, it was 328, sorry, it was against the Titans. And for the Gbets Rocks, also only the one change. We have Flomla Hanabe coming in for Bamanye Kleinway, and that change. Sorry, we also have Imran Manak that has come in to the team, replacing, I think, is it Rowan Blanche that he's replacing? Not sure who he replaced in the lineup.
Yeah, Rowan
Blanche sitting out for this one, with Imran Manak coming in, adding in the spin option. Manak has already been in action, has already bowled 2 overs. So those are the changes in the 2 teams. I'll run through the lineups with you shortly, as that's just quietly played down in the leg side down to long leg. Fielding there done by, I think that's Kluter down there in the deep, running in. It is not Kluter. It is Gumede. Sorry, Gumede. Need to keep an eye on my left arm and right arms and whatever else here. We'll get to know the players as we go through. So by later on today, hopefully we'll have that all sorted out. It's Kluter who is bowling here from the Weinberg end. So he couldn't possibly be down at long leg off his own bowling. Would be a feat that the Flash would be happy with.
The assistant coach there at the Rocks is Henry Williams, fast bowler, Boylan fast bowler, Proteas as well. Henry Williams working with the fast bowlers there. I saw H.L. Kluti actually was at Newlands a couple of days ago before the Paul guys came. I'll tell you about that now as he comes into Tony Dazorzi. Dazorzi plays that down well, down to fine leg for a single. They were doing a fast bowler assessment for the Rocks and the Western Province players this week. So the fast bowlers: Nandro Berger, Bjorn Hendricks, Dane Patterson, Sefo Mareki, and then H.L. Kluti, and I think Kwesi Gumede were also involved in that. So it's good that, and I think that was led by Vinnie Barnes, who I saw earlier on here today. So there is a kind of high performance angle to these fast bowlers. And I think the Cricket South Africa are just there's a richness of fast bowlers at the moment, which I think is great for our cricket.
Is indeed, and youngsters like the man bowling at the moment, Ashil Klute, who is a talent for the future, most certainly in South African cricket. And yes, almost an embarrassment of riches, as you say, David, with the Proteas heavily reliant on their seam fast bowling attack to deliver for them. With those 3 test matches coming up at the end of the year against Australia. That is a beautiful shot, and you had the chance to see that right from the minute it left the bowler's hand. It looked like it might be 4 runs. It was just beautifully played. That is probably the most classic shot in cricket.
That was stunning. Yeah. Eddie Moore, contract paid.
Yeah,
with that kind of shot. I think that was beautiful to see.
It was. And that is like almost gun barrel straight, which I suppose is appropriate for 6-gun grill Newlands, isn't
Absolutely.
it?
Absolutely. Straight down the barrel.
Absolutely.
Almost took out the leg stump there.
Beautiful.
On the bowler's end.
Shot. Much better length this time from Klute, and the end of the over is now 61 for no wicket after 19, just a shade over 3 runs and over for the 6-gun grill Western Province openers.
Yeah.
And the weather is set fair for the next 4 days here in the Western Cape for us to see a full game, hopefully here, having 2 of the matches last week that were rained out pretty much. The Western 6-gun grill Western Province game against the momentum multiply Titans, having only 1.5 innings played. And in the match between the Knights and the Dolphins, was it? There in Bloemfontein, not even getting to finish what the first innings, and both teams on the log then getting 6 points. That is played into the covers, into the ground first, straight into the hands of Hanabe, who is at the shortish, or quite short, at a conventional point, but a little bit shorter perhaps than a conventional point. Once again played, that's very nicely fielded there in the covers by Copeland, who is at a shortish, short extra cover. So we have a one slip, man, it backward, almost like a deep gully. Defender, deep gully, conventional point, man at deep cover, short extra cover, mid off, deep, long mid off, mid on, a man at mid wicket, and a man at long leg or deep backward square, and it's all been on the offside. That's played out so firmly into the offside to the man at deep cover, and that is that no, he's out on the cover. That is Klute.
Yeah, Imran Manak does get through his overs very quickly. At the end of the over, I'm going to go in. What would you like for lunch, Mr. King? I'll personally make it for you. I'm going to go and make your lunch now. That's how we roll. That's well played.
Very well played. It is beautiful with the spin away from the left-hander. It doesn't look like did he make it? Yes, he did. Great fielding there from the man at backward point. That's Khafildin. So Ismail Khafildin fielding beautifully down there. And they go through for, was it 3 or 2?
It was 3.
3, yeah. So
nice 3 runs there.
65 now for no loss. That's played very nicely into the covers once again by Dazorzi, and they'll take another single.
I'm going to hand over to Tariq Ibrahim. Thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
I'll have your lunch ready at what time's lunch? 10 past 12?
10 past 12,
I will ensure that your Thursday roast is ready for you. And enjoy the next hour of play.
The beef needs to be a little bit rare, David.
A little bit rare, no problem at all. No problem.
Thank you very much, David, and welcome, Tariq. Good to have you with me.
Thanks, James. Always good to be here, especially when the sun is beating down on 6-gun grill Newlands the way it is. And
beautiful, isn't it?
There's 4-day cricket on the go. It's red ball, it's For us traditionalists, shall we say, this is the
Absolutely.
pinnacle.
This is it.
Just below test matches though, but
It is. But and we have Ashur Klitter, who is away from us here at the Weinberg end, and that is beautifully played. And the man at backward point just cannot get down to stop that one as it's guided down to the boundary backward of point, just to the right of the Oaks, as left of the Oaks, sorry, as we're looking at. Tony de Zorzi played that beautifully. He's into the 40s with that shot. 41 he has. Eddie Moore 29.70 without loss. And your take on the morning's play so far, Tariq? Western 6-gun rule, Western Province, very happy they'll be with this.
No, 100%. I think it's been a proper opening stand from Eddie Moore and Tony de Zorzi. Seeing off the new ball in that first session wasn't easy for them up front.
No.
There was something in it for the bowlers, but they rode that wave really well. Got through the new ball period, and now with the after the break, after the drinks break, now with the change bowlers coming on, I'm sure that Tony and Eddie will start to pick things up, and it's always also nice to see that they're playing the ball really late. They're playing it under their eyes. They're allowing the ball to come to them.
Yeah.
So if there is a little bit of late movement, they're able to adjust and play properly, and that's been a feature thus far. And I'm sure that it's possibly a result of the confidence that came from last week's batting performance.
Yeah. I mean, 328 on a what in very difficult conditions last week against the Titans, and most of the top order getting contributions there with a very good 87 from Carvarena, and then a man who's developing into what looks like a very good all-rounder, Mhlali Mpongwana, with a 77 later in the order, and it really has been good to see, as you say, with the ball being played under the eyes, something that is very important for youngsters to look at. If you are watching this, or perhaps even a replay of what you're seeing as a youngster, defensively as well as in offense, to get that right is very important. Yeah, a little bit of an ad break there. So we were just having a look at how we can show you the sponsor's logo, and this broadcast here from CSA on the official CSA YouTube channel is being provided by Pitch Vision, and with the compliments here, and certainly very important to mention, as that one just goes through outside the off stump, end of the over. Very important to mention the role that 6-gun grill does play in this Western Province setup, and the main headline sponsor for Western Province, 6-gun grill, every meal's best friend, and very important sponsorship it has been for the union here down in the Western Cape, and one of the oldest established unions in South Africa, probably second only, one would believe, to the original one, I think, which was probably out in the Eastern Cape. I mean, the first test match played in South Africa was at St George's Park in Gqeberha. It's played nicely again off Imran Manak out into the covers by de Zorzi. So Tariq, yes, you're saying they have certainly picked the rate up already, 50 after the first 17. Last 4 overs have gone for 26.
Yeah, it's probably a case of just getting yourself settled in, and once you've navigated that opening period as they did, come out, had a little bit of a drinks break, possibly got a message on from the coach to now probably let them know that now that you've settled, let's kick things on a little bit, and see how far and how deep we can take this partnership, because with them being out there for as long as they are, and the longer they can stay together, it will certainly filter that confidence up to to the changing room, and to Yasin Bali, who's next in to know that he can come out and he can be comfortable knowing that he's got a in-batter with him if and when he does get on. At the moment, it just seems as though Eddie Moore and Tony De Zorzi can bat all day.
Yeah, and no doubt they'll be out. One of them will be out next ball now.
Yeah, I hope I didn't put the mockers on anybody.
But yeah, very important to get that, particularly if one looks at the playing conditions and how points are allocated in this 4-day competition, and we'll get into that a little bit now for you, perhaps at the end of the over. Imran Malak gets through his overs very quickly. As you may have seen, no runs taken so far in the last few deliveries, and some good fielding, in fact, been happening out in the covers. Michael Copeland at short extra cover has been doing some good work there to prevent any thought of a run, and not as much work this over for Aishul Kluter, who was out on the deep cover boundary. Yeah, so this, as I say, this broadcast on CSA's YouTube channel being brought to you with visuals of courtesy of Pitch Vision and the Western Province Cricket Association. WPCA here has been very instrumental in getting this commentary to you, so we want to say thank you to them and to Pitch Vision for the opportunity to bring you some vocals, some commentary to go along with the visuals you're seeing, and we hope you're enjoying it as we see Kluter moving away from us. He's into his second spell now. Aishul Kluter, 3 overs, 0 for 10 in his first. He's into his 5th over of his second spell. Not much in it. There was a little bit in it first up for the fast bowlers, but nothing much now.
Yeah, it's pretty much settled now that the sun's been beating down on the deck for about an hour and a half or so, and it's pretty much, as one would say, pretty much up and down. There's no real lateral movement. And,
beautiful
a batter can just trust the bounce and get his hands through the ball nicely, like Tony just did now, to caress that one through the covers for 4. But I think the one thing, James, that we've also got to note is that this Gbets Rocks outfit have come with a very, dare we say it, inexperienced bowling lineup. I mean, it's probably unfortunate that somebody like their vice captain Verisco Adams is currently injured as well. He's got a bit of an ankle injury that he sustained in the CSA T20 challenge. So that's just that experience, because at the moment Hardus is the only real experienced bowler that they have, and possibly had Verisco been okay and fit to play, we probably would have seen something happen, because we know he knows this venue, he knows how to operate, and he is a really plucky bowler. So yes, it's an opportunity for the youngsters to really get tested at this level and see what they can do against an experienced batting lineup like Six Gangrel Western Province has. So in all, there's pros and cons to it all.
And probably the best place to blood the youngsters may be in the 4-day game, where they really get a chance to practice and hone their skills, and not that much chance within the shorter format of the game to do that, particularly T20. 4 overs you have, whereas here you perhaps get an opportunity to do that. But yes, it does mean that you're losing some of that, maybe the edge, the strike bowling capability, as you mentioned. And Verisco Adams, the Iceman, as Zahir was telling us last time, the story about how that name came about for Verisco Adams. A very, very interesting story. And cricket is a lot about stories, which is wonderful. Is really missing from this. Hardus Viljoen looked good in his opening spell, but not able to be as incisive as perhaps they would have wanted him to be. So just to have a look at those records that you say in terms of the Division 1 records, and somebody like Verisco Adams, who's played already first-class cricket, has played a lot of first-class matches, 46 matches in first-class cricket as we get to the end of the over. Include 80 without loss after 23. There's been 30 runs in 6 overs since the drinks break. That is batting at 5 and over since the drinks break. So yes, certainly something's been happening. But 46 first-class matches, 100 and wickets 117. So a man of that level of experience is certainly going to be missed. I mean, Huddersfield 462 wickets. He's played already 121 first-class matches. A lot of those would have been out in county cricket. So great man to have in your team, but the backup bowlers, as you say, not at this stage very experienced. As Manak again, and this time Moore trying to take him on. He does take him on, but managed to squeeze it past Michael Copeland at that shortish extra cover position in the deep. Ashel Clitter who does the fielding, and they take the single 81. So Imran Manak, this stage, the spinner, not, although he is moving the ball, spinning the ball. I don't know if there is any movement out there. Difficult to see from this angle, but not really bothering them much.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like there's anything in it for the spinner at the moment. But also we can't see it because he's bowling pretty full.
Yeah, he is bowling very full. And
I think that's probably why Sean van Berger's gone up to him just to have a bit of chat. We know the experience that Sean has, and perhaps just take the risk, get Sean on a few googlies here and there just to get it away from the left-handers, and perhaps that's why we haven't seen Sean.
Maybe
yet, because two left-handers, the leggy will turn the ball into them, probably making scoring a little bit easier. But we mentioned experience in the bowling lineup. Sean is most certainly one of them.
Incredibly experienced bowler, as you say, 125 matches, 448 wickets, Sean van Berg. So there is, but that experience, just as you say, perhaps in the frontline bowlers, perhaps just lacking. So those two aside, that one's again very full and fast. I mean, he's bowling almost more like a I wouldn't say a medium pacer, but it's almost like an Arnold Kumble type of speed. And that because an off spinner is very fast, play into the ground to the man at short extra cover, no run.
Yeah, we can just see the way that Eddie Moore has been playing him is no real foot movement because the ball is that full and he can play it under the eyes quite easily. There's no need to come down the wicket to try and put pace on the ball because Imran
is mistake by Ashel Clitter in the deep, and I think he does manage to recover it. Umpires Sean George and Adrian Holstock are having a look at that, but I think Ashel Clitter managed to recover from that ball going through his hands and through his legs and just in front of the boundary at the in front of the railway stand. Was Clitter, was it? Yes, it is Clitter down there. Who went through for 3 though, 85 without loss. 1 ball left in the 24th over, and resolutely defended by De Zorzi. He's on 48, Moore on 37. No extras so far in this 85 of the partnership, and we have had 24 overs in the day so far. Bowling figures: Huddersfield 7 overs 0 for 12, Manak 5 overs 0 for 20, Kwesi Gumede 4 overs 0 for 21, Ashel Clitter 8 overs 0 for 32. So good to be here, Tariq. It's as you said, a lovely day. First 4-day match of the season here at home for Six Gun Grill Western Province. And you were talking a bit about the performance last week. Not much, obviously, that you see from a bowling point of view, although having the Titans, which is a very strong batting lineup. I mean, Bjorn Hendricks ripping through the top order was very good to see if you are a Western Province fan.
Yeah, 100%. It's the way he came out in that short burst, just before the rain came down, and making use of the conditions, just ensuring that he's hitting the correct areas. I mean, the ball that he had that he delivered to Dean Alger to dismiss him was an absolute peach. I don't think there's any batsman in the world who could have, well, a left-hander at that because of where it was, who could have done anything with that ball. It was just brilliant. Back of the length, hitting it hard, gets a slight little bit of movement, and Dean Alger, our test captain,
absolutely.
That's probably when you're seam bowler, opening seam bowler in a 4-day first class game, the one wicket you do want is your national test captain. Buren certainly got him, and I guess that set the tone then for the rest of that innings, the little that we saw of it. From the tail was up from Buren, and it was quite fantastic to see. Although today, conditions are Pretty different.
They are. They look a bit benign out there at the moment, but as you said, I think important to note. If you look at a player like Aishel Klutter, I mean, only in now his fourth first-class match. You look at Kwesi Gumede, only into his 11th first-class match. So really, not much experience with the backup bowlers. Imran Manak does have a lot more caps, but it's only 29th first-class match for Imran Manak, perhaps more accustomed to being in the shorter form of the game. And at this level, not necessarily as well at the sort of second or second division level, at this first division level of cricket. They are going to rely heavily on Sean von Berg and Hardus Viljoen, and this is not going to be easy for this team. Six Gun Grill Western Province last year, remembering when they were playing against the Titans here, that's why Titans match up there, having got 3 wickets down with virtually nothing on the board. I think they were 9 for 3, was it, up there? I mean, after having scored over 500 against Six Gun Grill Western Province in the game played here last season. That certainly would have been very pleasing to see the back of Elgar and first up having scored that double 100. It was and 100 and something against the same team here. So yeah, Kluter again away from it into the last ball of his 9th over of his second spell. He's in now 6 overs in his second spell, and another single taken, which means that Tony de Zorzi will have to wait a little bit longer before he can get to his 50. If he is going to get there, he's on 48, more on 38. 86 without loss. More keeps the strike with that single. 86 without loss, and has been 9 overs, 0 for 33. If this is going to be a good batting strip, it's the perfect start for Six Gun Grill Western Province.
Absolutely. This is it's really good to see that the openers are not only getting themselves in, but are edging themselves closer to milestones, and that's what you want from your opening pairs. Get your team off to a solid start.
Yeah.
Form that base so that those coming in later on can build on that, and especially if you can survive the opening session with no wickets down.
Beautifully played.
A fantastic shot. Straight down the
crown. That is maximum for Eddie Moore, and he's used his feet beautifully there, Tariq.
Yeah, it seems as though Eddie Moore wants to catch up to Tony at this point for that shot. But he's probably had a look at Imran Manak for a bit. He's been darting it in, and that one was a bit of a floater. He took some pace off it. Eddie identified that, came down the track, and then just laced it straight over the top and over the ropes.
It's troubling signs for the Gbets Rocks, and it could end up being a very long day today and potentially into tomorrow as well for the team from just down the road here. Was it up the road maybe? Just down up and down the N1. And played beautifully again down the ground by Eddie Moore, and that's gone for 4 this time. And it is 10 off the over. The first 3 balls have gone for 10. He's moved on to 48 with his batting partner. It's 96 without loss in the middle of the 26th over, and really acceleration has happened after the drinks break. The message went out. I don't know what was in the drinks there, Tariq. These two have certainly been putting on the show. That's beautifully played again down to, it's going to be his 50 for Eddie Moore, his first 50 for the Six Gun Grill Western Province team after his 36 up at Centurion. He takes 3 off that beautiful shot down towards the third.
In the beverages that they had in that little break, but it seemed to have done the trick thus far.
Yeah.
Perhaps also they just know that the surface is an excellent batting wicket at the moment, so they've got to cash in. They've got to make sure that they are getting as many runs as they can.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, absolutely, and that is very important also for Sixth Round Western Province. If one looks at how points are accumulated, should I say, in the competition here, the 4-day competition, very dependent on the first innings of the match, the number of points you get on the log, and this is why the Sixth Gangrel Western Province currently is second on the log with 12.56 points after that 328 that they scored in the first match of the series so far. Up at the Titans, we've got a change of bowling. It is Kwesi Gumede replacing Ashel Kluter, and with a best of 4 for 33 for Easterns. Unfortunately, he starts with one that is short and wide. And Tony Dezorzi now can raise his bat to his teammates here to the right of us here on the southern side of the ground at the Wynberg end, and he goes to his 50-53 of 79 balls and 8 fours. Tariq, a good innings so far.
Yeah, brilliant innings thus far from Tony Dezorzi. 8 fours in his 53, coming off 79 balls, which is a brisk pace at for a level. But I guess, James, if there's a ball that you want to go to your 50 short, wide outside the off stump.
Absolutely. So yeah, the left armer bowling that one, just a bit of a loosener into his second spell from Kwesi Gumede. And Tony Dezorzi not going to miss out on that one. He's shown good form. That's on the pads this time. He's going to get similar treatment, it looks like. I don't think the fielders are going to get there, or are they? It's going to be a tease, and they don't. It just manages to beat Hlomla Hanabe as he makes a valiant attempt to get to that one, heading towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it's there into the railway stand, all the way along the ground. Tony Dezorzi, 2 fours off the first 2 balls as Kwesi Gumede comes back. His first 4 overs went for 21. He's just gone for 8 off the first 2 balls of his second spell. And this is worrying for Yanaman Milan and his team from Paarl.
Yeah, perhaps a change of end for Kwesi Gumede, just tripping him up a little bit, because we do know the side is slightly uphill.
It is a little bit uphill with the wind. It's all those things we all love to talk about.
But also, perhaps that second ball was overcompensation for the first one being short and wide, so he goes pretty full and on the pads, and this time a much better length, although the line again just drifting towards the leg side. Kwesi Gumede, we spoke about inexperienced bowling lineup, so these are all part of that learning curve for these younger bowlers, for the likes of Kluti and Gumede, to come and test themselves quite early when they've got to bowl these long spells. It's not short 4 over bursts in T20 cricket. It's much longer. It takes a bit more out of the body, and it's how you come back after 2 looseners. There we call it, the first 2 balls, and you can in the back end of this over try to rescue it a little bit.
Yeah.
Although it does seem as though the rhythm at this point in time is not quite there from what we saw when he was bowling from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah, very good point, Tariq. Certainly, sort of running in towards us, he looked really good. His rhythm, David was talking about it earlier on, rhythm looked really good, not looking anywhere near like he settled into anything from the Wynberg end of this beautiful ground here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, as it's going to be Gbets rocks left arm over the wicket. Fast bowler Kwesi Gumede in again to Tony Dezorzi, and the left-hander plays this one directly out into the cover. I think Michael Copeland does the fielding in there from extra cover, and there is no run. 110 without loss, 10 off the over so far from Kwesi Gumede in his first 5 balls of his second spell. First spell going 4 overs, 0 for 21 from the Kelvin Grove end. He's changed sides and is struggling to get his line and lengths right. What can you do with the last ball of his 5th over? Much better, but it is played on the up, beautifully backward a point on the offside. My, what a shot that was. He really gave it the kitchen sink there, did Tony Dezorzi. Beautifully played on the up, outside the off stump, confidence personified.
Yeah, that just shows you what can happen when you playing first class cricket and you you apply yourself early, get yourself in, get yourself settled. When the change bowlers do come on, you can maximize as much as you can. And brilliant from Tony De Zorzi to do exactly that. Took 2 fours off the first 2 balls and then closes out the over with another one. So 12 runs for him off that over, and that is all about confidence at the moment. And I mentioned it earlier on with what happened against the Titans. That batting performance there would have given Six Gun Girl Western Province batters a lot of confidence, and we can see that right now as they're continuing to increase that scoring rate. It's now up to 4.2 per over.
And I mean, that is from a start that was at some stage well below the 3 and over, and they built it up to the 3 and over. And as we have a change of bowling, Stiaan van Zyl coming in with his medium paces. Could we call them medium paces? Dibbly dobblers, if you were a Chris Harris fan of the New Zealand Chris Harris.
Yeah, it just depends on what phrase you want to use.
It's a bit harsh, dibbly dobblers, but a man who has taken many a wicket in his time as well. Stiaan van Zyl, looking at his numbers in first class cricket, Division 1, only 33 wickets, but in full first class cricket, 72 wickets, as that one is wide down the leg side to start off with. Eddie Moore takes toll on that one, and another boundary for Six Gun Grill Western Province off the first ball from Stiaan van Zyl, replacing Imran Manak at the Kelvin Grove end. So a lot of experience, Stiaan van Zyl, more known obviously as a batter than a bowler, but he does turn his arm over, and they need him to have a magic arm here, golden arm.
Well, first 2 balls is pretty much targeting the pads of Eddie Moore, so perhaps just trying to tuck him up a little bit, not give him space on the offside for him to free his hands and caress it through the covers. So it'll pretty much be wicket to wicket stuff from Stiaan van Zyl, which at this point in time for the Gbets Rocks is exactly what you need. You need somebody who can tie up one end, just keep it wicket to wicket, try and keep the runs down, concede the odd single here there. That's fine, but minimize and try and stop the flow of boundaries that has happened this past few overs.
Oh, it has. It's been an absolute torrent of runs for the last 10 overs, nearly scoring. We've got down there, we've got some. As Peter Milan we see here with crutches on just to the right of us at our commentary position here in the South Pavilion, and just using it more as a little bit of a help for him walking along, looking like the elder statesman that he is from a cricketing point of view. I'm a fine one to say that, but
I will not say anything there, because I think Peter Milan is probably one of the fittest,
incredibly fit man
cricketers that I've had the pleasure of meeting and seeing in action. And I'm sure that he must be absolutely frustrated not being able to be out there on the field, and like you say, having to walk with a crutch. But it's good to see him on the mend. It's good to see him even come out here to Six Gun Grill Newlands to come and watch some cricket, watch his fellow team playing against the old foe.
And I'm sure they will seriously appreciate his input that he can give. Certainly his brother Janeman captaining the team in his absence. Janeman Milan coming across now as there's a change once again, only giving Kwesi Gumede 1 over, for which he went for 14. His second spell being a very short spell, only 1 over. And Hardus Viljoen will be replacing him from the Wynberg end. Viljoen 7 overs, 0 for 12 in his first spell. He's going to be bowling once again from the Wynberg end, and that's a very good delivery first up, and that's exactly what Tariq's been talking about. That's where you want it, on the money.
Exactly right there, and there's the experience coming through now from the Gbets Rocks. First ball, no need for a warm-up or a sighter. It's there, it's on the money. It's in that fourth thump channel, which will ask questions of the batters despite them being in and settled and having gone past the half-century mark. So Hardus will keep asking that questions. He'll bowl some heavy balls, targeting the wickets, going wicket to wicket, trying just to in this little period now, soak up the pressure and try and get the pressure back onto the Western Six-Gun Grill Western Province batters, which in the period since the drinks breakers, they haven't had anything on them. So perhaps the combination of Van Zyl from the Kelvin Grove end and Viljoen now from the Wynberg end could be what the Gbets Rocks need.
And that's a very good delivery and a little bit of a false shot there from De Zorzi. Good bowling from Viljoen, and they can easily take the two. It's Hanabe once again. That is it? Yeah, it is Hanabe chasing that ball down a real live wire in the field. They take two though, and score goes to 122, and it was 120 after 28 overs, and considering it was 50 after 17 at the drinks break. That means 70 runs have come in 11 overs since the drinks break, and heading towards the bonus point territory already are Six-Gun Grill Western Province, and we'll talk a bit about those now. The field for Hardus Viljoen. He's got two slips. The man at second slip slightly wide. He's got a gully. A man at point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man forward off screw on the leg side, and a man warming up on the boundary or maybe just stretching. It looks like Aishul Kluter stretching at long leg. It's Viljoen again away from us now. Another good delivery, just not quite perhaps short enough to play that short arm jab by De Zorzi. And still trying to keep that run rate going. Perhaps they need to be a bit more circumspect at the moment with Viljoen bowling.
Yeah, just that extra bit of pace that Hardus Viljoen has, and we do know once he hits the deck, it's a bit skittish or it rushes you a bit more. You know, it's been a while since he's been in the attack, so you know Tony De Zorzi and Eddie Moore has been used to the pace of Kluti and Gumede. So a new challenge in Viljoen as he tries to dig in this Yorker, but it's well played by De Zorzi, who digs it out.
And the end of the over, good one by Viljoen, and doing exactly what my co-commentator here, Tariq, has been saying. And it is just keep it tight. They've got to try and get some recovery on that. And this is what the coach will be saying, the captain will be saying out there for the Gbets Rocks, and we're saying just let's try and get back into the game a bit. Let's not give away any runs that we can avoid. And I think bringing Van Zyl on and Viljoen on again from this side, let's go back to our experienced hands that can show the youngsters this is how we do it. Let's bowl to our field and make sure that we just limit the scoring opportunities.
Yeah, right now for the Gbets Rocks, they want to build pressure. That's what they need. It's been easy going for the Six-Gun Grill Western Province openers. So, you know, by bringing on the experienced hands, keeping it nice and tight, wicket to wicket, dries up the runs a little bit, and perhaps the mental side will come in. Perhaps then that would, you know, put a little bit of pressure onto the opening batters, and you know, could potentially lead to a foul stroke, could potentially lead to a chance, because in this 2 hours of play that we've had thus far, there have been no chances. Nothing's been given at all. The batters are absolutely settled. They know what they need to do, and they've been applying themselves really, really well.
Yeah, 100%, Tariq. Nothing untoward at all. No chances given. Not even a chance of any run-outs. Nothing that the Gbets Rocks can say that they could have perhaps taken a wicket against this very, very confident-looking opening pair from Six-Gun Grill Western Province. Tony De Zorzi, having come off that run out when he was on 0 in the first over against the Titans last week, has made the most of the situation. As Van Zyl has just played out into the covers by Moore's man at deep covers. Aishul Kluter has been patrolling that deep cover boundary in front of the railway stand, in front of the scoreboard for most of the time. For every delivery, I think, since Imran Malak came on to bowl from the Kelvin Grove end. Van Zyl will now be bowling to De Zorzi. He's in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, and yeah, that one just knocked on. De Zorzi it sees that and calls his partner through for a run. They do say don't take a run to a don't take a run to a misfield, but that ball had deflected a long way. Dazorzi seeing the opportunity, and 124, that takes the score to 65 to Dazorzi, 59 to Moore. And Stian van Zyl trying to restore some order for the Gbets Rocks.
There's nothing, nothing untoward from Stian van Zyl either. It's just simple.
Yeah.
Run up, put the ball on the spot, wicket to wicket, keep it nice and tight. And we've seen this last 2.5 overs that the boundary count has come down. More dot balls, building up that pressure.
That's a good shot from Moore, but there's a man covering there on the boundary, or 20 meters in from the boundary in front of the railway stand. The end of the over, it was a good one for, once again, for the Gbets Rocks. Only two, I think, off that. Sorry, three off that over from Van Zyl. He's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 9. Hardus Viljoen has been brought into the attack from the Wynberg end, which is where he bowled from in his first spell, to try and just peg them back a bit here. The two 6-gun grill Western Province opening batters, who have really increased the scoring rate, now at batting at 4.2. And since we say that the drinks interval some hour or so, not quite an hour ago, 55 minutes ago, has really accelerated. 75 runs have been scored in the last 13 overs. Viljoen away from us again. Oh,
just that extra bit of pace again there.
Yeah.
James from Hardus Viljoen, back of a length, hitting it hard, getting the ball to rise a bit at the batters, which is proving to be a bit of a test for them. But what this also does, just getting the dot balls, raises the confidence of the Gbets Rocks fielders. They start buzzing a little bit, and there has been a bit of buzz. Every dot ball that comes, and when the balls are not going to the boundary, Gbets Rocks can start picking themselves up a bit. And so we do know.
Oh, what a great delivery that is. Straight through Eddie Moore. My goodness. That's the second one that's gone straight through him today. And that one again did not. Sorry, the first one was Tony Dazorzi from the other end with Kwesi Gumedi, I think it was, bowling. This one straight through Eddie Moore. And lucky not to get anything on that, taken behind by Clyde Fontaine, and such has been the dominance of the batters here. We actually haven't really mentioned Clyde Fontaine's name much. Ball hasn't been fizzing through to him. Hardus Viljoen bowling really well here, Tariq.
Absolutely. They can all of a sudden see, the Gbets Rocks fielders, they're starting to talk, starting to clap their hands all of a sudden. In that brief period after the drinks break, they were absolutely quiet when Tony Dazorzi and Eddie Moore were going guns blazing.
They were. It's amazing what a lift it's brought to them, and field very conventional now for this sort of time. It's one slip of gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. Another good delivery. And then on the leg side, it's a 5-4 offside leg side field. A man at mid-off, a deep square leg, 15 meters in from the boundary. A man at long leg, and a man at a short mid-wicket. So very much a run-saving field. And this has been what has happened since the drinks break, is they've been leaking runs as if there were many holes in the bucket, if you're taking that from the tap. And it's another great delivery from Viljoen, and Moore gets the inside edge down to that man deep there. That's Kluter, who tosses the ball in, but Viljoen making things happen in this his second spell. And my goodness, how well he's bowled.
Right, this is exactly what Captain Janneman Malan would have wanted from his premier bowler, is asking those questions to the batters, keeping them honest, and just really attacking them, getting the ball in the correct areas, and ensuring that the batters don't get easy scoring shots. And you can just see that the way Tony Dazorzi played that last delivery, that there's serious questions being asked by Hardus Viljoen, although Tony Dazorzi and Eddie Moore continue to get their partnerships up to 126 then after 31 overs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tariq. Yeah, indeed, it's been a second half of this first session, which has been split now into almost two halves, or should we say, like almost for 60% of the second part of the session, it has been all six gun girl Western Province, and since Harris Viljoen and Steven van Zyl have come into the attack again, they have started to just rein things back a bit. Sean van Berg now in at a short catching position. You can just see him on your screen to the right of the bowler, to the left of the batter there on the pitch, and that's just trying to keep it tight. They feel very close in on the offside, so there is that man shortish there, no slip anymore. Man almost at a fourth slip, well fielded by the man there, Imran Manak, diving to his left at is Manak, is it? Yeah, it is Manak there at shortish mid-wicket position, and stopping a certain boundary that went through there. So they really are G'd up a bit more now. Oh my goodness, that is well played, I think, by Moore. We're going to give him credit for that, Tariq.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was very intentional for him to just guide that one to the third man boundary, knowing that there's no slip in place. So the one that does come across him, he can, open the hand a little bit, run it off the face, and with a wideish gully.
Yeah,
It makes it a lot easier. And we spoke about the wideish gully.
Yeah.
Man, it's now, it seems like it's Mikey Copeland has now been brought a lot finer, and just to try and mitigate that shot from Eddie Moore.
And that was really well played by Moore. This is now played into the gap between the man at backward point and extra cover to the deep cover on the 30 meters in from the boundary. That's Kluter fielding again there. Take a single. That boundary very well played. It was indeed. And the first one for 4 overs with Van Zyl and Viljoen having really reined back the scoring a little bit. And so Moore will be happy to get his partner Zorzi to have got that, and that's very nicely played, but once again out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
Really good from Steven van Zyl, bowling to his field, ensuring that they're in the correct position. So if it does get through the covers, there's a man sweeping on the boundary to pick it up. But yes, despite conceding that boundary, which was one would say a bit back of the length and allowed Eddie to run it down to third man. Since then, Steven went back, full at the wickets, and just dried things up a little bit towards the back end of the over, which is exactly what he's been asked to do. Is brings an end to the over, and once again, Harris Viljoen will take his hat off and resume from the Wynberg end.
And likely that we will get 1 or 2, probably 2 overs in before the break. And what is good to see is that the Gbets Rocks are very close to being on track with the number of overs per hour, even though they've been bowling predominantly with their pacemen, although 6 overs from Manak. But it has been a very good management there from Milan and his team, and Viljoen bowling again, nicely bowled outside the off stump and just rushing them a bit. Zorzi and Moore, 5 minutes or 4 minutes to go now until the luncheon interval here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and we'll be taking a bit of a break during that time just to get the voice back, and so I don't end up croaking at you by the end of the day. And it's been an interesting first session. We'll do a bit of recap just before we say goodbye for those 40 minutes, as that one just straying a bit down the leg side. Sometimes the strangle is on there. I'm waiting for it as it hit the gloves. It was very close to the pads and the bats of Eddie Moore, and he would have been mortified with himself had that gone through and touched something on its way through to Clyde Fontaine.
I was about to say that, James. Sometimes the little strangle down the leg side is not a bad option, but we know how this He wouldn't want that. He would want to see the
Oh,
off stump or middle stump
beautifully
go fly.
played. And he got all of that, and it races down to the extra cover boundary in front of the Oaks, where we have probably 7 or 8 spectators who've been enticed out to spend this day here with us at Six Gun Grill Newlands. There can be a few better places to be on a Thursday in summer in Cape Town. Sorry about all of you that are listening to us or watching us at Clifton or Camps Bay Beach, but yeah. Anyway, a beautiful 4 there again to Eddie Moore. He's on 71, 137, and just on the up through the offside. Bit of width given by Hardest that time. Oh, he bowled him! He's bowled him off the inside edge. He plays it with an oblique bat, and it goes into a middle stump. And Eddie Moore is out for that 71. And that is the breakthrough that Yaneman Milan and his Chargers were looking for. And who other than Hardest Viljoen to get that wicket? He deserves it.
Yeah, 100% deserved for Hardest Viljoen getting the wicket at the perfect time on the stroke of lunch as well. That will get some confidence back into the Gbets Rocks outfit. But an excellent innings from Eddie Moore. Gone for 71. It's taken him 104 balls to get there. Got 9 fours and 1 6. So good innings by Eddie Moore. Comes to an end. It is Six Gun Grill, Western Province, 137 for 1. As the players make their way off the field, the lunch is called by the umpires. And a session that has gone completely, barring the last ball, completely the way of the home outfit.
Absolutely, and exactly what in this position they were in, exactly what the Gbets Rocks would have wanted just before the luncheon interval. Not what Six Gun Grill Western Province would have wanted, but if they look back on that session, they look back at the contributions from Dezorzi and more senior men from a batting point of view in the team, and a great opening partnership from them in double quick time in the end. 4.2 runs per over, 137 for 1 after 32.4 overs. We're going to take lunch here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, just to give you the scorecard and a little bit of information just before we do go, as you're watching the numbers now. And the story of the day so far is that we had Six Gun Grill Western Province winning the toss, Kyle Verreynne electing to bat on what looked like a good batting pitch, a little bit of it green on it for the bowlers first up. But it was the batters that made best use of the pitch in the first spell. 137 for the loss of 1. The wicket after 32.4 overs at lunchtime. The wicket of Eddie Moore for 71, falling off the last ball, as it turned out to be before the end, before the luncheon break. Viljoen, the pick of the bowlers for the Gbets Rocks, 9.4 overs, 1 for 19 with 4 maidens. Kluter 9 overs, 0 for 33. Kwesi Gumede 5 overs, 0 for 35. Manak 6 overs, 0 for 34. And Stian van Zyl, who has been instrumental with Hardest Viljoen pulling back the run rate, 3 overs, 0 for 16. It's 137 for 1 here at Six Gun Grill Newlands at lunchtime on the first day of this 4-day match, the second in the round of 7 matches for the CSA 4-day Challenge Series in Division 1. And it's goodbye from myself, James King, the Cape Fox, and Tariq. And we will be with you again after lunch. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. And remembering that this broadcast brought to you by CSA on the official CSA YouTube channel, the Six Gun Grill Western Province team, sponsored by Six Gun Grill, every meal's best friend. And we'll be spicing it up with you again after the luncheon interval. Thank you from us all here at Newlands. It's goodbye. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, and we have play about to start after the luncheon interval, and it will be Huddersfield to complete his over, his 10th over. It is the 5th ball of his 10th over, bowling to Yassine Valley, who is facing his first ball and just defends it back down to like Stian van Zyl here at mid-on. And that is the end of the over from Huddersfield. And now 33 overs gone at 137 for 1. Lunch was taken at 137 for 1 after 32.4 overs. The first wicket falling for Six Gun Grill Western Province with the score at 137. That was Eddie Moore. And he was out 71. Very good opening partnership of that 137. To say the wicket falling, so lunch was taken a little bit earlier, and we are back now live after that luncheon interval, and it will be Sean von Berg to bowl his first over of the match, and it will be from the Kelvin Grove end. He's going to take over from Stian van Zyl, and Sean von Berg. 126 first-class matches, 448 wickets. They don't come more experienced than this in terms of the amount of game time and matches you've played, as he's in now with his leg spinners bowling over the wicket to Tony de Zorzi, the left-hander, who has shared in that partnership with Eddie Moore for the first wicket of 137. And that first session, David Brooke here with me, belonging very much to Six Gun Grill Western Province, as that's beautifully played into the covers for a single first run after lunch, goes to Tony de Zorzi.
Yeah, James, welcome back after lunch. A lovely lunchtime meal here at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
Oh, it's delicious.
I was quite surprised that we didn't see Sean van Berg before lunch, to be fair. Imran Manat bowled 6 overs, Stian van Zyl 3 overs, I thought. But maybe they said that they wanted to let the pitch be worn down a little bit more before Van Berg came in. Or maybe he bowls better after a little bit of food inside him.
Could be.
But yeah, disappointing anymore going out the ball before lunch. Played a fantastic knock. He really stamped his authority on that first session with Tony de Zorzi. And yeah, I mean, even with the wicket lost, it was still an excellent first session from a batting point of view. When your captain wins a toss and you elect to bat first, you need to put runs on the board. And the opening batsman did it. Tony de Zorzi was 66 not out at lunch, and he's moved on to 67, just 1 run after the lunch intervals. Yassine Valley is in the mix here.
Von Berg to Valley, and he just plays that one down to mid-on. For the leg spinner, we got a slip, a backward point, a man in at short extra cover, a man at extra cover, deep mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at backward square leg. And this is played down to the man at backward square leg, being chased by the slip and by that man who is there, and is fielded by both of them, but not before Valley is off the mark with that 2 that he took down to the man short there on the leg side, and he takes the score for Six Gun Grill Western Province to 140. Loss of the 1 wicket of Eddie Moore, and we'll give you a bit of an update and to give you the state of the day's play after this last couple of balls of Sean van Berg's first over. 34 gone, 140 for 1. So just to recap on, if you are joining us now after lunch, it is the story of the day's play so far has been that Six Gun Grill Western Province won the toss, Carve Rainer winning the toss and electing to bat first on what seems to be a very good Newlands pitch. A bit of green on it, something that the bowlers first up, but the Gbets Rocks bowlers not able to make too much of it. Harris Viljoen by far the pick of the bowlers, 7 overs, 0 for 12 in his first spell from the Wynberg end, and he's still bowling from the Wynberg end, but not unbroken. He's now into his 10th over, and he nearly persuades another batter to play on with De Zorzi, just an oblique bat, a bit of a strange looking shot from the Western Province opener. Hopefully he didn't have he had a good lunch, but not too good a lunch that he's going to it's going to be a Markies vol Oortjies 2 moment for him after lunch, as he is facing up to Viljoen once again. Oh my word, that's a waft.
That is a waft. Tony is a very intense character, but it aids the kind of game that he plays, and he wouldn't have gone and had a lunch that involves a lot of communicating with his players, with his teammates. He would have sat quietly in the change room, refocused, stayed focused, his mindset is very strong, and he would have stayed in the zone. That's where he plays his best cricket, in the zone. Hardus Viljoen comes in, pins him on the pads, and LBW shout, but that just looked leg side and a bit high as well. More hopeful from Hardus Viljoen.
Definitely I think just trying to get the vocal cords going after the luncheon interval again. Probably the first appeal we've had for LBW in the entire match so far.
Just checking that the umpires are still awake
right,
and ready and waiting.
Sean George standing here at the Wynberg end. Adrian Holstock, as we said, at the Kelvin Grove end. Match referee is Murray Brown, and that one is another good delivery from Viljoen, who has been by far the pick of the bowlers for Gbets Rocks today.
Yeah, very much so. And I think he got away with one there. It was quite full. It was Tony De Zorzi. He was looking to play through mid-wicket, but he just couldn't get it going. It's important that he starts well after the lunch interval, Tony. He's done the hard yards. Now he needs to cash in.
He does indeed. And certainly the session between drinks and the and the sort of the second half of that first session was all Six Gun Grill Western Province, and slightly pulled back by Viljoen and Van Zyl towards the end of the session, and they started to get the run rate to come down, but 137 they put on in the second half of the session, 87 runs in the 1 hour and 5 minutes, or just over an hour from the drinks break until they came back, and that's beautifully played. Full toss outside the off stump, and that's going to go all the way to the Oaks on to the right of us here, out of your screen. And so you say you can't see that, but you can see the full ball, and the well played shot by Tony De Zorzi takes him into the 70s. 71, the total 144, and that's loose ball that we haven't really seen from. We'll run through some of that in terms of the playing conditions for those of you that don't understand, or maybe don't have the understanding of how bonus points are calculated, and points are calculated for this 4-day series competition, as Sean van Berg continues from the Kelvin Grove end. Yeah, so very good session for Western Province, and Gbets Rocks just coming back into it towards the end, one felt there, David.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a very important hour for the makeup of this entire match, to be fair. You don't really win or lose the session, the match in the first session, but the second session is an important one for both sides. If Six Gun Grill Western Province go and put another 100 runs on the board here with not too many wickets, they'll be in a prime position here to set the game up to bat once.
Yeah.
You know, when as the captain, if you look at a score 144 for one, you're looking at potentially only batting once. You see the prospect, you also know that Kyle Verreynne knows that he has the bowlers to bowl out
Absolutely.
the rocks in 2 innings. So Sean van Berg just keeping things very tight here. Yazin Valley just seeing off that over, no trouble.
And that is exactly what you would want as captain, Janneman Malan, from your senior bowler, Sean van Berg, who has been around in the South African domestic circuit for a very, very long time, and has taken 448 wickets. It's a lot of wickets for the leg spinner, and it is his fellow elder statesman, should we say, Harris Viljoen. He'll be steaming away from us here at the Wynberg end. And very nicely played by Tony de Zorzi. He's really got his eye in. That's beautifully played, riding the bounce outside the off stump, guiding it past the man at gully, and goes down to the third man boundary for yet another one.
Yeah, I thought that was very well played. It was an excellent delivery. Rose on him very quickly there, obviously coming in at a huge amount of pace. And I think Tony de Zorzi played that very well. He's the set batsman, but he played that lovely.
And that will take him to 75 as the scoreboard just catches up with that. 152 for one. And the 150, that's a great delivery from Viljoen. And he's really been putting his back into it today. And he's just rewarded that he got the wicket, but he deserved more maybe.
Yeah, if you look at Viljoen's already bowled 11.2 overs, and the next one, Aishal Kluti's bowled 9, Gumedi 5, Manak 6, Van Berg 2, and Van Zyl 3. You can just see exactly who their go-to guy is.
Absolutely.
And he did the job for them at the end of the first session, and it's going to be a big hour of play here for him and his team. That's well left from Tony de Zorzi. Just playing that one on merit, allowing that to go through to the keeper, Clyde Fortuin.
And we were saying with Tariq when we were commentating before lunch that I haven't mentioned Clyde Fortuin very much at all. The ball, in fact, in that second half of the first session, I don't think he really was involved much in the game. It was being hit to all parts of 6 Gun Grill Newlands, a few towards the railway stand side, some to the Oaks, but plenty of boundaries on offer. That's another one played very nicely, but straight to the man on the boundary at backward point, and that is Imran Manak, who fields and changes around now for the left-hand, right-hand combination of Tony de Zorzi and Yassine Valley. De Zorzi on 76, Valley on 2. 149 for the loss of one, approaching the 150, which the batting team will get their first bonus point of the match. And there it is now. The 150 will be coming up off the 5th ball of the 37th over. Valley just riding that one down to backward point. 150 it is for 6 Gun Grill Western Province off 221 balls, 140 minutes, 21 fours and 1 6. And the third 50 of the innings coming up of only 71 deliveries. And just an indication of how well they have actually been batting so far. 154. Okay, apologies there for that short break in transmission. From a commentary point of view, we're just waiting to sort out a slight time delay. You have missed basically nothing as Sean van Berg bowled a maiden over, and it's a nasty one there. Full toss into the hip more or of Tony de Zorzi, with Hardus Viljoen now bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. I think for you a couple of looks exchanged there, perhaps maybe a smile or two. That one definitely slipped. Yeah, total now 151 for one. I think we got to the 150 before we had the break, but just to reiterate there, 150 off 221 balls with the loss of only the one wicket. And yeah, we're going to talk a bit more about how the bonus points and the points are awarded for the 4-day series games. And we'll just watch Hardus Viljoen come in now. And fielded at that backward sort of square leg region by Manak. There's no runs. Field placing for Viljoen, 2 slips a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and man at long leg. Very conventional ring field. Viljoen will continue, and then after this delivery we'll get to how the points are awarded. And just to go through it and explain it by perhaps telling you how Six Gun Grill Western Province got their points for the last game. Essentially 1 point is awarded. So all the bonus points in the first innings are up to 100 overs. So you have 100 overs at which to accumulate any points. You score 1 point, attaining 150 runs. So Six Gun Grill Western Province would have just got to that 150 runs, and then 0.02 of a point for every run thereafter. This is beautifully played.
Yazin Valley through the mid-wicket boundary. That is beautifully played. 2 full from Hardus Viljoen and on the leg side, and Valley deals with that.
Picks up his first boundary, Yassine Valley, and on the back of the 26 that he scored last week at Centurion, and he's hopefully from a Six Gun Grill Western Province point of view, he'll be able to add a lot more than that here on his home turf.
Very much so. The Valley family will be out in full force, I'm sure, over the weekend on the Oaks grass embankment. They love their cricket. They love supporting their son.
Yeah, it's a product of Cravenby Secondary School, and there is a huge amount of support for this local man, Yassine Valley.
Yeah, just going back to the bonus points, obviously, so it's 0.02 runs per run after the first 150 runs. So, for example, Western Province, they picked up 4.56 batting points, and then they picked up 6 points. You get 6 points for a draw. That's a great shot.
Oh, what a shot! My word! Flash of the blade out to the railway stand boundary. Wow.
Yeah, Hardus Viljoen just giving away 2 boundaries in that over, an expensive one for the Rocks, as the score moves to 159 for 1 after 39 overs. De Zorzi 77 not out. Yazin Valley's moved to 11 not out with those 2 boundaries.
So you say, David, the 1 point for the 150, and then scoring the additional 3.56 points, I think it was. Or
yeah,
for correct. For the extra 178 runs they scored on top of the 150. And then, as David was saying, getting the additional points for the 3rd and the 5th, and in fact the 7th wicket. Was it the 5th wicket? Sorry,
they were 6 down, 140.
Okay, so they then getting the wicket, getting a bonus point, 2 bonus points for the bowling effort, and then 5 points that they got for the for a draw. So 6 points they got for the draw. So
a beautiful shot from Tony de Zorzi.
Very well played again.
Cover drive, full from Sean van Berg, and Tony de Zorzi hits that one through the covers for a beautiful 4.
And moves into the 80s, 81 now for de Zorzi.
Yeah, so you get 6 points for a draw,
That's right.
and you get 16 points for a win. That's
Mm.
why after one game, the Dapperbet Warriors defeated the Paarl Rocks.
Mm.
They picked up 16 points for the win, 4 points from the bowling, and then 1.22 for their batting. So they're on 21.22. It just shows you the value in winning games, and
Yeah.
that's before it used to be I think it was 10 points. It used to be for a draw.
Yes.
So there wasn't
Too
much
much.
difference between the win and the draw.
Uh,
So now there's a lot more value that you earn if you win games, which creates attacking cricket. And Tony DeZorzi just plays it on the leg side for a single. It promotes attacking cricket. Go for the wins. We don't want to just see draws in 4-day cricket. And the Warriors went about that and won that game within 3 days. And that you see the difference between losing the game. Gbets Rots lost the game, and they only picked up 8.64 points. So it just shows you how if you go in a run of a couple of wins, and I think that's what Western Province will be looking for. 2 home games in a row now. Next week against the Knights. And if they can pick up 2 wins here, they'll set themselves up for the new year when 4-day cricket resumes for a real push at the title.
Absolutely. And after the season last year, where it was quite difficult, number of injuries in the squad, particularly from a bowling point of view, blooding some new batters as well, as Sean van Berg continues this over after that first sort of blip with the shot through the offside. He continues to be quite economical. Yeah, it was really quite a tough season
It was,
for
yeah.
Siskan Western Province.
It was, and some injuries as well. Yazin Valley just taking the quick single here, good running, good communication between the two. And I think it's important that even in 4-day cricket, you keep the scoreboard ticking over. You take the singles when they're on offer. That's 40 overs gone, and the run rate is sitting at a healthy 4.1, 165 for 1. Tony DeZorzi, 82 not out. Yazin Valley on 12 not out. I was just speaking to one of the coaches from the Rocks, and I was asking him about Bamanye Ngenke, and he's unfortunately injured. That's why he's not available for this match. He has been playing in the nets, but I think it's a bit of a return to play protocol that they need to follow. That's why he wasn't here, and I think we were both quite surprised when we didn't see his name in the lineup. There might be a batter short. You feel. And Kwesi Gumedi looks like he's coming back here. He's bowled 5 overs, so expensive for 35 runs, including 7-4. So too many boundaries in that first session of play. And his captain needs him to bring this run rate down, because it's a very healthy run rate.
It is a very healthy run rate. I mean, Yasin Valley taking those 2 boundaries off Hardest Viljoen in the last over. Viljoen perhaps tiring a little bit. He's bowled 13 overs now and 1 for 38. 26 coming off his spell of 6 overs, a second spell from the Wynberg end, and that's it. That's appeal for leg before wicket, but certainly Yasin Valley to the left armour, who's bowling around the wicket from the Wynberg end. He looked all to me like that probably hit him outside the line. Very, very wide angle from Kwesi Gumede there, asking umpire Sean George, why was that not out? And Sean George saying to him, that was a bit high, and it was hitting him outside the line of off stump, point of contact.
Yeah, coming around the wicket, which is an interesting angle from Gumede, yeah.
Into his second spell from the Wynberg end. It's a good delivery, and he really is coming very wide of the crease on that side. And he's having a look at that, isn't he? Just the landing area, maybe. He looks a bit concerned about perhaps where that front foot is landing. Of course, in Test cricket these days with the technology, umpires not having to worry about the front foot no ball. But in first class cricket, here where we are, we don't have the cameras and we don't have that technology. Still have to rely on the eagle eye of the umpire to keep an eye on that. And just
well played from Yazin Valley down to fine leg. Yazin Valley, he's played, this is his 92nd first class match. He needs 32 runs to reach 5,000 runs.
Wow. Let's hope he gets them today.
Let's hope he gets them today.
What a
His highest
milestone.
score of 167. He's scored 29 half centuries and 9 centuries. He's been around since the 2010-2011 season where he made his first class debut. A good player.
Yeah.
Didn't take the step up to the national team, but he is an incredibly good first class cricketer.
Over the wicket this time, and Zorzi takes a very good run there and just judged that one very, very well. Straight, and the man had to come around very quickly from mid on and was not able to prevent the single. What's been good in the last couple of overs, David, is the running between the wickets. There have been a couple of quick singles, which has been good to see. It's once again Kwesi just battling a little bit with his lines, and gonna be bowling now again around the wickets, the left armour to Valley. Oh, it's a great ball! My goodness, he cut him in half with that one.
That swung miles. That swung miles, and Yazin Valley was probably do a little bit of gardening on the pitch just to see what's going on there. But that was an incredible delivery. Looked a lot quicker than what he normally bowls at.
Yeah, he is looking a yard quicker than he was earlier on. He struggled in the over that he bowled from the Weinberg end when he was taken off after that single over that went 14. It took him off, but he struggled. That rhythm just was not there. I mean, so certainly looking a lot better from this side now. Let's say
Valley will be upset with that.
He got
away with it under there. Yazin Valley's got a very open stance.
Very open.
But
very Shivnarine Chanderpaulish.
Very much so, yeah. I saw online the other day that Shivnarine Chanderpaul's son is making his is making a debut. Made me feel old because I grew up watching Chanderpaul play, and now all of a sudden his son is making his debut for the West Indies. So we are getting old, James, and the sooner we come to that reality, the better for everyone concerned. But yeah, the game does move on, and it's nice to see the next generation coming through. I think Vasper Drake's son also plays for the West Indies. So it's nice to see that kind of that history, but it does make you feel old.
No, it certainly does, and I won't even try and compete and tell you how many more years I've got on David here.
Let's talk about the days gone by. From a South African point of view, who did you enjoy watching as Tony de Zorzi just knocks that to the mid wicket boundary for one? Who was the South African cricketers from a domestic point of view, or from South Africa's point of view, that you enjoyed watching play?
Well, interesting, because I mean I sort of started watching. I spent most of my summers and school holidays initially at St. George's Park. I was at school in Gbets, as it's called now, and my heroes in that era, very let's say mediocre, you could call it that. It's perhaps a bit harsh on them, but there were a couple of Eastern Province at that stage. It was the pre-Kepler Vessels era. That one played out.
Just plays out to cover for a single,
and there were a few players there. I mean, I started watching cricket at St. George's Park. We had players like Chris Wilkins, who later went up to Natal. Kenny McEwen actually played there for a while. Rupert Hanley. Graham Pollock was still at Eastern Province at that stage. And so Graham Pollock, one of the most memorable games that I remember with the great Graham Pollock was a game against what was then Natal, called Natal. Eastern Province were 15 for 4 when Laurie Wilmot joined the late Laurie Wilmot joined Graham Pollock at the crease, and after they then scored 350 something for the 5th wicket, Graham Pollock getting 194, Laurie Wilmot out for 166, and probably the most memorable partnership. And there were other times. I was just thinking about it the other day. Dave Brickett played for Eastern Province, saw the start of Dave Richardson's career.
Okay.
He was older than me, so
Yeah.
just so you know. But yeah, Swinger Richardson, and other memorable games that Eastern Province played, being in that stage very much part of the sort of minnows of
Yeah.
South African cricket, if one could call them that. I mean, one of my, in fact, he was my hockey coach at the time. John Stevenson was actually wicket keeper for Eastern Province prior to David Richardson.
Okay.
So yeah, it was. I think from a hero's point of view for Eastern Province, at that stage, before sort of my as a youngster, before my era very
That's
well
well
played,
played.
that's gonna go all the way.
Yes, in Valley with a
Oh,
lovely little touch.
beautiful.
Didn't overhit that. Knew that there was a gap down at the third man boundary, and he just picks up another boundary. Kwesi Gumede just too wide of the off stump there.
And that does not set Gumede up well for his over, does it? I
No,
mean,
start of the over.
first ball, and he's gone for a boundary, and this was what happened in the over where he did concede that 14. That he just could not quite get it right, and overcorrected after the first delivery, then went for a boundary off the second delivery, and see what he does now.
And this is the challenge that the young bowlers face: is that when you're under the pump, this is where you learn your game, and
Yeah,
that's why I say
absolutely.
that it's important that
Absolutely.
the likes of Kwesi Gumede, Aishel Kluti,
Yeah.
the likes of Deobald Brevis, that these guys play 4-day cricket,
Yeah.
because this is where they learn their craft. This is where you
Absolutely.
can try one or two things.
Yeah.
Yes, you are going to go for boundaries early on in your career, but that is how you learn your game. In South African cricket, we've seen that a lot of players, look at Rassie van der Dussen,
Yeah.
only entered international cricket,
Yeah.
heading
Late,
to 30.
late in
So,
his 20s.
yeah. So I think, it's good that they're learning. That's better from Gumede. Sorry, I disturbed your
No,
Eastern
no,
Province
it's great. I
very
mean,
good day.
it's this is yeah. So I think, as you say, I mean, Tariq and I were discussing that as well, David, before the break, and just saying it is where you learn your craft.
Mm.
Four-day cricket is where you learn your craft. I mean, there's been some memorable moments, and we're on Throwback Thursday, aren't we? So it's
That's
yeah,
true.
memorable moments
That's very woke of you,
for
James.
me,
Very woke.
yeah. Thank you very much. In that, there are a couple of, I think there are key moments that you remember the most when you're at the ground and watching matches. And one of the balls that actually sits most in my mind, and this is, yeah, I know we are
Mm.
talking way back when. Peter Kirsten, funnily enough,
Yeah.
was
Son of
doing,
Western Province.
yes, son of Western Province, was doing his at that stage. There was with the another era, obviously, but he was playing for a defence force team, and they would, at the end of their sort of defence force week of cricket, they would play against the local team, very much as the schools teams would do, and the university teams would do. A no ball
Yeah,
here from
overstepping there.
Gumede.
Trying a little bit hard. I think the umpire's giving. I'm not sure if that was a front ball, no ball, or
Back foot, maybe.
possibly on the side as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Valley just picking
Yeah.
up another couple, down to fine leg, just struggling with his line, his rhythm. Kwesi Gumede. So you
And
were talking about
yeah,
Peter
no.
Kirsten.
Anyway, so Peter Kirsten, and a lot was expected of him in this match, playing against the local team, and it was one of those deliveries that you don't get very often as a fast bowler. And Mike van Vuuren, Fires van Vuuren, was bowling, and he bowled the delivery to Peter Kirsten and just took the off bail off as he bowled the delivery.
Just the bail.
Just the bail.
Okay.
That was all that went, was the bail.
That's all you need as a
That's
bowler.
all you need as a
Yeah.
bowler. And it was just, getting the sort of, as they were saying in Afrikaans, startmaker cover, the sort of the best batter that they had in their team for next to nothing. I think he scored 3 or something. He got away with that one, did Gumede, didn't
I
he?
feel Valley could have played that straight down the ground rather
Yeah.
than look to play that through the mid wicket. region, but got out of that over.
Yeah, end of the over at 176 for one after 43. So yeah, that sort of ball sticks in my mind. And later years, I was umpiring in the 90s. I was umpiring the border, and Mike van Vuren was playing for the Old Selbornian second team, and I had the privilege of umpiring a couple of games that season. His kids were a bit younger, and he was still playing the game well into his late 30s, and chatted to him a bit about that. And what a nice guy, to chat to and just share some of his experiences as a cricketer. I mean, he lit up St George's Park a lot with his big hitting. It's very well played. Again, by the way, that absolutely flew from De Zorzi to the boundary in the Oaks, under the Oaks, and that goes for yet another 4. He's on to 88, value on 20. And their partnership now 43 since the loss of the wicket of Eddie Moore, 180 for 1. And just great at that instance to see as Van Berg's in again. Oh, another poor delivery from Van Berg, and that one's gone out to Manak at deep mid wicket. They'll take the single. And great to see them contributing. That's where club cricket, I don't think we perhaps realize as much. We see a lot of international cricket these days. You don't see what goes into it, what builds a player, what makes the youngsters, what helps the youngsters come through.
I remember playing club cricket in my day, and I was playing I played for United as well as I played at Camps Bay.
Fantastic.
And I remember, there I was as an 18-year-old or 17-year-old still at school. And part of my team at Camps Bay was my history teacher, Chris Erasmus at the time. But that's where you learned your hard graft. There you were out batting as a 17-year-old, and there was a 35-year-old plumber that was bowling to you. So, plumber or accountant, and that's how you learned. They weren't there to soften things for you. It was hard cricket. And I know Ashwell Prince is a big proponent of club cricket and learning your skills in club cricket and hardening up a bit. I think some of the players maybe they're a little bit soft when it comes to playing international cricket up front,
Yeah, I mean, you have players. I mean, a lot of players in the border at that stage. What was really good to see was that your provincial players at that time, people like Brendan Faree, you had a very young Mark Boucher, Mackay and Tini, some of these heroes of the future that they were going to be, some of the guys from the top. Yeah, absolutely, for producing great cricketers. I mean, and they played club cricket. They were playing club cricket. Mark Boucher was playing for Old Selbornians as an 18-year-old. In fact, he was probably playing for Old Selbornians as a 15 and 16-year-old. I mean, one of the people that I remember playing in the Old Selbornian second team as a 14-year-old or 15-year-old was Jeff Love, I think it was, who played then first-class cricket for Border. And these guys learnt the game by playing club cricket and getting that experience and that, as you say, tough love maybe, but no pun intended, but they got that at an early stage in their careers.
If I'm not mistaken, Brad White, the umpire, also played in that region. Arno Jacobs, Eastern Province.
So and that's great. I mean, I remember at school, and I think it's still the case, is that the first team at the school I was at played in the men's senior league.
It's incredible.
And in the men's senior league, you could play 2 professional players. So you had coaches that were hired professionally. Ivor Folks, who was a product of the border in the 80s. He played a couple of seasons for Eastern Province as well. Ivor was the resident professional at the school and coach at the school, and he played for the school team, and he played for Eastern Province. Before him, you had a former Springbok in Dusty Biggs, who was a Springbok cricket player, played 1 or 2 test matches for for South Africa. I think in the way back when, and he was part of the team who played in the club cricket on the Saturdays. There's what Gumede going in now, and you had as well players like I mean, in my year at school, Mike McCauley's son was with us. Mike McCauley played one Test match for South Africa, one or two Test matches for South Africa. Athol McKinnon played. He was our groundsman. His son Gary played first team cricket for us, and I think one or two games for Eastern Province. The Michau family. So
Yes.
Flam Michau,
yes.
Marcel Michau.
Yeah.
He was a year ahead of me at school.
Yeah.
So you have, you had some legends from Eastern Province that were there and had represented the country previously in another era.
Mark Rushmere,
Absolutely.
Louis Kuhn from
that's right. I mean, I didn't know Louis, but Mark Rushmere, Philip
Merrick Pringle was
Merrick Pringle was from
well.
Kingswood, I think he went to.
That's correct.
If I'm wrong,
apologies,
Merrick. Merrick Pringle was there. Mark Rushmere, as you say. We had. I was fortunate enough to go as an umpire to what it would now be the Kaya Majola Week. I went to Nuffield Week in 1981, and there you had the makings of the future. Some of the future of South Africa's first teams post isolation.
Kwesi Gumede, back to the action here quickly. Kwesi Gumede, 7.4 overs. Gone for a bit of runs. Gone for a bit of runs here, but Yazin Valley has moved on quietly to 21 runs. We stated earlier that he needs 32 runs to reach that milestone of 5,000 first-class runs. Kwesi Gumede comes in here, and he just leaves that one alone, knows exactly where his off stump is. Little bit of swing coming around the wicket from Gumede.
And reverting very much to bowling to his field, offside field, strong 6-3 offside leg side field. So a slip, a man at a sort of a gully, I would say. Maybe more, I don't know, short gully position. A conventional point man on the cover boundary or cover point boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg and long leg. Valley facing up to Gumede. Oh, he got him. He has got him. He slices it outside the off stump, and Von Berg's not going to miss that one. And the second wicket falls as we came back to the future there, just in time for that, David.
Yeah, we have to wait, unfortunately, to congratulate him on his 5,000 first-class runs. Unfortunately, but that's a good ball, nice and full from Gumede. Finds the edge, and I think it was Van Berg in the slips there. That's taken the catch. 21. He faced 50 balls, including 3 fours. The score sitting at 182 for 2 after 45 overs. That's the second wicket of the day for the Rocks, as some drinks comes on to Tony de Zorzi, and I think Daniel Smith will join. Will join Tony de Zorzi out in the middle, and that's correct. Daniel Smith makes his way, the left-hander batsman. Youngster Daniel Smith just played 5 first-class matches, got a higher score of 153. He's got 150 to his name, and obviously the 1 century. Decent average, 54.71 to start his career. Big prospect for not only for Western Province cricket, but for South African cricket. Had a very good T20 campaign for the Blitz during the T20 Challenge. One of the shining lights, was the leading run scorer for the Blitz during that disappointing tournament. But this guy's a youngster, and he's got one hell of a bright future ahead of him.
Definitely. I made his debut last year in that match against the Titans. And
70 odd.
Got it, on debut got over 50. Then followed that up with a 50 on debut in the 50 over matches. So is one hope for Western Province cricket as well as for South African cricket that he continues to do that. 20 years old, 21
years old, very much so. And this is a big period now in this game. We said it at the start of lunch. They picked up a wicket within the first hour. after lunch. They would have hoped for maybe one more before the next drinks break from the Rocks' point of view. But it's important that another partnership gets built here, because it's all good and well having a good start to the innings, but once you reach that score, you need to cash in.
You do.
You need to be trying to get that 400, 450 mark to be able to say, right, we're only going to bat first in this game. We're only going to bat once in this game, and we're going to look to bowl the Rocks out twice. And they definitely have the bowlers to do that. But you need to put a big score on the board at a run rate of 4 and over. 59 overs left in the day. Let's say they go at 3.5, 60 overs.
Yeah.
That's 200 runs. You're looking at reaching close to 400 by the end of the day, if you are Western Province. But obviously you just take session by session. Van Berg comes in, and this is where Van Berg is going to be key.
Yeah.
If he goes bang bang,
yeah,
that could lead to a couple of flutters for Western Province. So it's important that Daniel Smith and Tony de Zorzi play out this.
Yeah, de Zorzi's role here becomes even more important, David. He's got to stay there with Daniel Smith, the experienced man, and Tony de Zorzi, not an old man himself, I mean, young man, but
feels like he has been around for a lot longer.
For a while.
Played for CSA, scored centuries against India. So he is primed, and he's ready to take the next step in his career, I feel. But to do that, you need to score hundreds, and you need to score big hundreds, and when it matters most, and win games for your team.
Yeah, now we're doing the fielding there as it gets past the man to the short, the square leg position. Daniel Smith faces first ball now to Sean van Berg de Zorzi into the 90s. He's in 90, and David, 100% right. From a six gun grill Western Province point of view, there are a lot of overs left in the day, a lot of cricket left to be played. Cannot take your eyes off the prize here.
Very much so.
Oh,
he's got him.
He's got him. Second ball. Daniel Smith is gone, caught at slip, and sure.
That's a first baller for
Is
Daniel
it a first
Smith?
baller? Yeah. Sorry, I do apologize. First ball, my goodness.
This is where Van Berg is dangerous.
First ball.
He's got his eye in now.
Sure.
And he's got into the new batsman, Daniel Smith. First slip was in play for exactly that kind of delivery. And Daniel Smith edges one and goes to first slip. That's the second wicket in this hour of play. Daniel Smith just lasting the one delivery. Caught by the captain, Yanuman Malan, and Malan will be delighted with that, James.
He will, absolutely. And Gbets making the breakthrough in the previous over. Daniel Smith falling first ball to Sean van Berg, the leg spinner, getting that wicket. And that is not what Six Gun Grill Western Province would have wanted.
No, that's exactly it. The Rocks are rejuvenated now. It's amazing what a couple of wickets can do for the energy levels. You're going to hear a lot more from the fielders now coming up, and their backs will be up now. Sean van Berg, he's not. The drinks break might come at just the right time for Van Berg. Get some energy in him, and he'll look to bowl another long spell after the drinks break, I'm sure.
Yeah, it has been a good spell from Sean van Berg. He's kept it really tight now in this spell after the luncheon interval. There were a couple of overs perhaps that looked a little bit that it might not quite be going his way. And then that wicket from Gbets, a loose shot outside the off stump, it must be said, by Yassine Valley. And that has now brought 2 wickets. So 1 wicket's brought 2. That brings the captain to the crease.
Yeah, Carl Verena, he's played 37 matches for 2,690 runs, career high score. I was here for that. 260 not out in the 2021 season. Scored 19 half centuries, 4 centuries. And he's just coming off a top innings from the last game, 87 not out, 87, sorry, against the Titans. He'll look to go big here as well.
And this is going to be a very important innings for Carl Verena after a rare failure, it must be said, for Daniel Smith.
Yeah, very much so. Carl, obviously, there's there's 2 matches before they head off to Australia for
Yeah.
the Test series. So these 2 matches are very important, not only for Western Province, but for South Africa as well. We saw that Ryan Rickleton wasn't able to make the Test squad. Heinrich Klaasing has been called up, I think, as the reserve
That's right.
keeper. Kyle Verreynne is the current incumbent in the Test keeper position.
Oh my goodness!
You can hear already the sound. The sound has risen from the Roxfielders here. They know that they've got a sniff here.
Yeah.
And the Western Province need a big partnership. These two, it's key that they get the score over the 250 mark at least, and then settle from there.
Yeah, this certainly, if one looks at the players to come, there are runs in them. Aviwa Mgajima, very experienced campaigner as well. George Linder, who on his day can take any attack apart. But then you're into the bowlers. I mean, Bjorn Hendricks, despite the fact that he now classifies himself as an all-rounder. Then Dane Patterson, Nandre Berger, and Tsepo Mareki. But this is the last partnership, really, or everywhere obviously can will be able
Yeah, well, I
to
think
do very well. But this is really the most important partnership now, probably going forward.
Yeah, I think this partnership is key to whether the score will be 350 or 450. That's nicely played by Tony de Zorzi. But I think Tony knows that he's on 90 not out now. He knows that he needs to get to his 100, but then he needs to kick on from there as well and score a big 100, because that's going to be the difference between a score of 350 and 450. If you get 450, you've battered yourself into a not losing position.
Correct.
In my opinion, and most of the times at least. But you never know, obviously, but you're in a very strong position in your first innings, especially if your captain wins a toss. And that's a nice little swing from Gbets. He's got a little bit of a head of steam.
He does indeed.
That wicket has really boosted him.
Yeah, it's 8 overs, 1 for 44, getting that wicket off the last ball of his 8th over, and going for 5.5 runs and over. He'd be very happy that he got that wicket. And Valley, Yassine Valley won't be happy with himself that he.
No, he won't. He got off to a good start and got out at the wrong time. They were building a nice partnership there.
What a
beautiful shot from Tony de Zorzi, straight down the ground. It's just going to be a couple. Hardest for Eunice chasing afterwards. They get a third for the throw. Steen van Zyl just working with Hardest for Eun there. But just 2 runs to Tony de Zorzi's score, and he moves on to 92. That was a beautiful shot. I felt
it was a lovely
deserved
shot.
a boundary.
It did. Perhaps just didn't quite hit it 100% in the meat of the bat, but got really, really straight. And that's what you like to see. There's no better shot than the sort of just to the onside of straight. Is a beautiful looking drive. Gmedes away from us again.
Just going back to our discussion about deliveries and what really started your love for the game.
Oh yeah.
My one was Adrian Kuiper to Alan Border at the 1992 World Cup.
Okay, yeah.
And when I mentioned the name Mark Rushmere and Pringle, those kind of names that were all there.
Yeah.
And that I remember I was at school at the time, and Adrian Kuiper was my hero.
Oh yeah, he was amazing.
He was way ahead of his time. He would have printed money in this era of T20 cricket. He would have been the wealthiest cricketer in the world. But he really. Tony de Zorzi just wafts one outside of stump. He needs to be careful there. But that era of cricket is what I grew up with. Adrian Kuiper, the likes of Merrick Pringle, Richard Snell, Craig Matthews, Brian McMillan, Dave Richardson. All of those kind of guys that I grew up watching. Peter Kirsten. I remember meeting. I've met many people in my day, and I don't get starstruck or anything. But I remember meeting Adrian Kuiper at a golf day, and I was starstruck, James. I admit to
I'm
it.
sure.
I was a little starstruck. But it was great to actually meet him. And I think he always had that kind of youthful look about him, and he was a superstar in the day.
He was an absolute superstar. And it was, I think in many ways, if you look at take that era, you say Adrian Caper definitely one of those greats of the game from a South African point of view, not just from a Western Province point of view. I mean, if you're an Eastern Province fan like I was, then maybe begrudgingly you would have to say that. Always the biggest of rivals, but
so.
it was. I mean, just an incredible cricketer. I mean, it was. If think back on, like you were saying, David. I mean, those were the guys that obviously shaped our love of the game, and it was just as we see Von Berg coming in, and that's better from Verena. Just give it a bit of settle yourself down a bit. Nothing, you don't need to do anything fancy. Run rate's nearly 4 and over still.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think they need to worry about the run rate. Even if you just play out a couple of overs with, even if a couple of maiden overs here, just don't lose wickets from their side. There's beautiful shot, but there's protection on the cover boundary there, and Verena gets off the mark.
Yeah, and Malak out there at deep cover, and the field will change around now for the left-hander. Von Berg is doing what he does best, isn't he? He's coming in. He's into the 8th over of his spell, 1 for 19. Your captain can't ask for more from your senior statesman.
Very much so.
That's very nicely played by De Zorzi. Will it make it to the boundary? I don't think so. It's going to be cut off just short of the deep boundary there in front of what stand is that called there, David?
That's the North Stand there.
The North Stand? Okay. It's Dion van Sale, indeed it is, on the boundary in front of the North Stand. And looking good from that point of view, and that's just played out into the leg side field, which is well defended. It is a 5-4 leg side offside field to the left-handed De Zorzi, and that's just an indication of the way that it is the standard movement of that delivery from the leg spinner Von Berg.
Yeah, it's 10 to 2 local time, South African time. If you are watching the stream from around the world, welcome to this live stream. It's brought to you by Six Gun Grill. Six Gun Grill, Western Province versus the Gbets Rocks. In 4-day cricket, the 4-day series, brought to you by Cricket South Africa YouTube and Pitch Vision, as De Zorzi just plays that one out. 188 for 3 after 48 overs. De Zorzi 94, unbeaten. Kyle Verona, the captain, 1 not out. 2 wickets have fallen in the recent last 30 minutes. Yazin Valley caught at slip for 21, and Daniel Smith also caught at slip off the spinner Sean van Berg for 0.
And first ball that Daniel Smith faced, and he wouldn't have seen probably that much of Sean van Berg. I mean, having only been in first-class cricket for a very short period of time, and certainly a seasoned campaigner like Van Berg and bowling against a youngster, Daniel Smith hasn't had time in this innings to learn much about that, but hopefully
I think if it
stand him in good stead.
If it is white ball cricket, he would be reverse sweeping him all day. He loves the reverse sweep in white ball cricket. But maybe that delivery wasn't such a bad one to actually reverse sweep. I know it.
Maybe not. Oh,
just again a good line there from Kwesi Gumede.
Yeah. He's got more of a spring in his step now since he took that wicket into his 3rd spell, Kwesi Gumede. This is the 2nd spell that he's bowled from the Weinberg side. So Weinberg end of the ground here at Newlands, 6 Gun Grill Newlands, as David was saying. 6 Gun Grill, who are the key sponsors, main sponsor of the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team. And that is just played out defensively. So David, I mean, I think in my time, sort of Eastern Province cricket obviously came up hugely. The arrival of Kepler vessels made a massive difference in that area. some of the
Brett Schultz of
Brett Schultz was also another
I saw Brett
product
Schultz
of.
the other day.
Oh my goodness,
He's based in
That's
Cape
good.
Town now. It was great
Awesome.
to see him.
Wow, incredible! I mean, incredible man whose career, I would say, very good cricketer. His career was really cut short. Oh, lovely shot from Verena, but there is cover. Hanabe out on the boundary. From Hanabe out on the boundary there at deep cover. So Verena only gets one. He's on to two with that shot. And some of those players. I mean, you'll remember Tim Shaw, the left-arm spinner for Eastern Province, a great product of local product. Played many matches for them. We were talking about Flam Micho earlier, who did have the gloves for a while, as well as a good middle order batter.
Where's Mark Rushmere these days?
I'm not sure where he is. I mean, he was a product of Woodbridge School, which is out towards, those of you know the area around Gbets, out in the hills over the Van Stadens River. Which very Woodridge, sorry. And part of that school, Philip Am, who was at St Andrews in Grahamstown.
Yes, Philip Am, I remember.
Makanya, as we call it now.
I remember. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Louis Kuhn's now based in Cape Town.
He played
for Western Province over 50s.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and
Alan Dawson played in that that team as well, some over 50s.
And Dave Callahan, you'll know. Dave was a year behind me, and Dave I knew quite well, very well at school days, and he captained the South African over 55 team. I think it was over 50 team that unfortunately their World Cup was cut short by COVID.
Yes.
A survivor of cancer survivor.
Yeah.
Man who scored at that stage was the highest score for South Africa in a one-day international. Let's just take another delivery from Komedi. Good bowling now from Komedi. He's really come back well. 10 overs, 1 for 47, considering that after 7.5 overs, it was he had got 0 for 44. It's really pulled it back in the last spell. Having a drink now as we see match referee Murray Brown coming onto the field with the drinks for his umpires, and we'll take a little break, shall we?
Yeah.
For a few minutes while the drinks come onto the field, and we'll be back for more Throwback Thursday comments, and I hope you enjoyed them. If you are, please, maybe you can send us, particularly if you are a Western Province supporter, have been over the years, please, if you can, send through your tweets to at WP_Blitz. So that's at WP, all capitals, _Blitz. And if you can, please send your comments through to us. We look forward to getting those on the social media channel. And we're just going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you after that. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. We're about to resume after the drinks break, halfway through the second session of day one of this 4-day match between the Six Gun Grill Western Province team and the Gbets Rocks. And it is going to be Sean von Berg, unsurprisingly, Sean von Berg, to continue from the Kelvin Grove end here at the beautiful Six Gun Grill Newlands. And just story of the day so far, Western Province have won the toss, elected to bat, and they are 189 for 3. The men out, it's Eddie Moore bowled for Leeuwen for 71, Yassine Valley caught von Berg, bowled Gamedi for 21, and Daniel Smith caught Milan, bowled von Berg for 0. At the moment, just going to run through the bowling figures now for you. That time he does beat Fielding, he knocks it on slightly, and Manak does the fielding in the deep, and they take a single. Favouring the cut shot today is Carvarena of Sean von Berg. Gives me my heart a few flutters every time he plays it.
Yeah, no, I think if that shot's working well for Kyle, you know he's in form.
Yeah,
and he's timing it beautifully. And yeah, he's never one to. He plays the ball beautifully late.
does.
But does give coaches a little bit of a flutter, but he's under full control with that shot. And you know when he's playing that shot well, that he's confident and that he's. And I think the captaincy, certain players raise their game when they're given the captaincy. I think he's one of those players that. I remember speaking to him a couple of seasons ago where he was keen. I asked him the question. I said, "Would you want to be, one day would you want a captain?" He said, "Absolutely, I'd thrive on it. It's good fielding out at mid wicket there." But Sean van Berg's over comes to an end. That's 50 overs in the bank. That's score is 190 for 3. Carvarena, the new batsman, in it, 3 not out. Tony DeZorzi, 94 not out. He's played beautifully today, James.
He has indeed, and he is looking set to get to that 100. Hopefully, haven't put the markers on him. But after 50 overs, it is 190 for 3. Run rate 3.8 and over. Has come back or fallen back a little bit since they have taken the wickets that have been fallen recently. Gamedi taking the second wicket of Yassine Valley, and then soon after that it was Daniel Smith, the up-and-coming batter from Six Gun Grill Western Province, who fell to Sean von Berg. A time now of consolidation. One feels as it's beautifully played by Verena out to Hanabe in the deep. So there's a deep cover out there, Hlompla Hanabe, and that is a single. To 4.
That deserved more. It deserved more, James.
A beautiful shot.
Let's give him a couple more for that. Can we not give him a couple of more for that shot? No, I think that was a beautiful shot.
It was indeed a beautiful shot, and has been really been a very good batting display so far from Six Gun Grill Western Province. 191 in the 51st over. Gamedi over the wicket, left armour to the left-handed DeZorzi. That one died before it got through to Clyde Fortain.
Yeah, the groundsman just choked on his coffee a little bit there. Don't want to see that on the first day's play. But that was very wide from Gamedi. I think he just lost his grip of the ball there for a second.
And the youngster who has really pulled it back since taking that wicket, and good to see. Last umpire George, that one short and wide, and it's punished. But there is a man out in the deep. That is looks like
Aishel
Klute, yeah, that's what I thought. Aishel Klute out on the boundary, getting used to the players now. It takes a couple of a few overs to get used to the body language and that again of the players.
Bonga Mahima, I'm seeing just walking around the boundary here. Left arm spinner.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't play the CSA T20 challenge. He's looking a lot leaner. The physio and the SNC are working closely with him. I know. He's a good character. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
And he's really got a bright future.
We saw him a little bit last season, which was really good.
Yeah.
Verena looking confident, as you say, David, playing the ball under his eyes, plays it very late. The South African wicket keeper.
He'll be eyeing out that mid-wicket region. Anything short from Gbets and Verena will look to dispatch it. They've stuck their tallest fielder in Imran Manak at short mid-wicket. But Kyle will look to clear him. If it's short, he's going to go after it. That is for sure.
6-3, offside, leg side field. We've got a slip, a gully, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg that was very wide from Gamedia. But
yeah, a little tempter, but a little bit too wide, and Kyle Verena was not going to have a flash at that.
And it's so he has to bowl to his field here, David.
Yeah.
I mean, not anything anywhere near the line, I would reckon, of off stump is going to be. Kyle Verena is going to look to play that into the leg side.
Very much so. Square leg boundaries. He's just got a man at fine leg, mid wicket and mid on, but mid wicket and mid on are all inside the proverbial circle.
Gamedia again.
That's good bowling there from Gbets, not giving Kyle Verena anything to work with, and he completes his 11th over, 1 for 49, brought his run rate down, and his captain gives him a high five. Says, "Good job, young man."
Yeah,
and he has come back very nicely here. We might see a change of bowling from this end.
We may well. I mean, he had bowled before this 5 overs, 0 for 35. So in the 6 overs since then, he only conceded 14 runs and taken the wicket of Yassine Valley, which certainly brought about the next wicket of Daniel Smith as a result of that. And it's going to be Van Berg to continue. He's into the 10th over of his spell, and going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. And we'll talk a bit about the ground just now here at Six Gun Grill Newlands with our resident expert here. That one bounced a bit on De Zorzi. Faster.
That was a bit of a surprise delivery.
It was, yes.
He apologizes to De Zorzi there, but I think he actually did mean it, to be fair.
Yeah.
A little bit of chatter. Van Berg is a wily old character. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
It just shows you we love this game of cricket, but it does humble you very quickly. England in the world champions in the T20. They played Australia in the first ODI today.
Okay.
At the Adelaide Oval, David Malone, who missed out on the final, scored 134 for England.
Wow.
They scored 287 for 9. And Tony De Zorzi just plays that down to fine leg and looks to pick up a couple. And he does do that, and he moves on to 97 now. David Malone 134, and then Australia 291 for 4, winning the game by 6 wickets, 46.5 overs. I think Steve Smith got 80, David Warner 86, Travis Head opening the innings for Australia at 69.
And England were in all sorts of trouble though early on there, weren't they, David, in that match?
Yeah, very much. And
David Malan saving them.
A Boerland boy as well, Davi Malan, started to Tony De Zorzi, just plays that to short, finally, not necessarily on the boundary.
And Abe again here, he's playing everywhere at the moment. Seems like every single ball goes to Abe.
The ball can follow you in cricket.
Yeah,
that's for sure. David Malan, obviously a product of Boerland.
Yeah.
Boerland went to school there. Played here down in the Cape Town Blitz in the Mzansi Super League as well, so known to South African cricket. As Kyle Verena drops short and Kyle whips it through the mid-wicket boundary. That is a beautiful shot. Yes. Too short from Van Berg, and Kyle Verena just deals with that.
Yeah, slow turn that time outside the off stump, and you're not going to miss out on those. His first boundary, Kyle Verena doubles his score from 4 to 8. He's not going to get another chance to double his score in one shot, though. isn't it?
No, that releases the little bit of pressure that that Gomedi and Van Berg have been putting on the batsman currently.
It's gonna be
Keeps the
one
scoreboard ticking towards the 200 mark.
last ball of his 10th over, and that's beautifully played again by Farina.
And that is the
the
200.
200, and we'll get those numbers for you shortly. And David will be very happy, I'm sure, to give you those numbers.
Yeah, that 200 has come off 205 minutes, 314 balls, 27 fours, and 1 6. Calvarena on 9 not out. Tony DeZorzi edging towards that third century of his first class career.
You would have sort of expected more centuries, wouldn't you, I suppose, of Tony?
Yeah, I'm looking at his average, and his average is just under 30, and he's a better batsman than that. He knows that. He knows that he needs to convert. He's scored 8 half centuries.
Yeah.
He needs a better conversion rate. And I mean, he's scored 2 centuries, of which one of them was 230 not out.
Yeah.
So right here against the Cobras when he was playing for the Titans.
Yeah.
So he does like to score big, and he'll be looking for another big one today. Whereas Gomedi continues from the Weinberg end. Just teasing Calvarena outside off stump there.
Yeah, good lead.
How he got Valley. That's how he got Valley early on. He set him up nicely, bowled a good line and length.
Yeah, score has gone now. So that 200 coming off 314 balls, as you said, David. It's taken 93 deliveries to go from 150 to 200. And in that time, 6-gun grill at Western Province have lost those 2 wickets. 182 it was for the loss of the second wicket, Mo Valley, Yassine Valley, going, and then Daniel Smith not soon after, 183 for 3 it was, and that is again dispatched. And you called it, I think, in the last over. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. You cannot bowl a ball then that's going to be middle and off, or middle anywhere near on that line, and that one's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. That's Calvarena's region. You cannot bowl short at that pace to him when there's no protection out there, despite your tallest fielder at mid-wicket in Imran Manak. But short and the area is open, Verona's going to deal with that. And he did just that. And that's a couple of boundaries now in the last couple of overs, which has just released the pressure a little bit.
Indeed. At the other end, he's got Tony DeZorzi on 98 not out, eyeing his 4th or 3rd century in this level of cricket. And very good, I think, for Tony DeZorzi, even though perhaps he is a more senior in terms of the amount of time. They're both, I think, very much on a par in terms of the number of matches they've played. 31 for Tony DeZorzi, 37 for Carl Verena. But very much with his captain, hopefully a calming influence, and Tony can go on and make some big runs in this innings. Nicely played. Good cricket there, Gumedi, and by Verena. Kyle Verena, one of the few batters at first-class level, and understanding that he's, I think, played all his first-class cricket has been at top franchise level.
Yeah.
Averaging just under 50 in first-class cricket.
Yeah, it's an incredible. I remember Ashwell Prince saying that if Kyle Verena is going to break into the Test team, he needs to look to play just purely as a batter. Not necessarily look to replace Quinton de Kock as the wicket keeper. And if he makes a side as a batter, he will get in. And that's exactly what he did. And it's come at a time when Quinton de Kock retired from international Test cricket. And Kyle Verena slotted in. He scored a century, his maiden century against New Zealand. But it's a tough life in Test match cricket, and you need to continue to make centuries and half centuries to keep your place in the side. And he knows that. He knows that that's the pressure that comes with being a Test wicketkeeper batter. And he knows that this Australia tour is a big tour for him.
Yeah, it's met again beautifully in that one. Is angling in from wide of the stumps, bowling around the wicket, the left-hander, and Reina not really troubled, trying to just get maybe more out of it than he did. Yeah, that innings against New Zealand, David. I know we spoke about it perhaps when he came back from that tour earlier in the year, but actually the highest score in the fourth innings in the second innings of a test match by a South African number 6 in test history.
That's incredible. And it was New Zealand is tough to
Yeah,
play as a
yeah,
batter. The ball swings
yeah,
miles there. You've got Trent
yeah,
Bolt and Jarvis, flying in at you.
yeah, yeah. I mean, some very good bowlers on the in that New Zealand team. Some of them reaching, as you say. I mean, Tim Southey, Trent Bolt, probably coming towards the end of their careers.
Yeah.
I think another single. Dazorzi 99. Tony Dazorzi eyeing his third first class 100, and in what is an important season for him. South African Proteas batting lineup not necessarily settled. That's beautifully
That's
played by
lovely.
Verreynne. Wow, what a lovely shot that is.
Yeah, he knew that there was nobody on the third man boundary. Just waited on that and drifted out wide from Van Berg, and Carl Verreynne made no mistake with that. Beautifully played down to the third man boundary for another boundary.
Yeah,
He moves on to 17. The partnership has moved to 26. This is good from the two batsmen.
it is good coming at a time when they needed to consolidate, needed something after the loss of two very quick wickets. Left-hand, right-hand combination certainly probably helping to mix it up a little bit. Another one that's a little bit short, very well fielded. It must be a brilliant fielding there from, I think that's Michael Copeland, is it? Yeah, it's
The young man
Khafieldin,
playing
sorry, Khafieldin?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ismail Khafieldin who's hit there at backward point. Great fielding, throwing himself to his right.
Excellent fielding from Khafieldin.
Would have been a certain boundary, and a slight change to the field because of this attack on Van Berg by Verreynne. Now got two men backward of point on the offside. Okay, he's put a man in Sutherland just in front of the umpire, slightly backward of point, and then a man sort of at a 45 position. And that one again short and outside the off stump, and that goes to Manak on the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, Carl Verreynne is timing it beautifully today. He's the kind of batsman that you know that when he's timing it like that, he's in really good nick, and he's the kind of batter as well that needs one good score and you feel that he's back in form.
Yeah.
And he really doesn't get flustered. He's a very calm cricketer. I enjoy him as a character in the side, and I think.
Oh, that's it. That's the 100 for Tony Dazorzi. He plays it out through the covers on the offside and gets to his third first-class century, raises his helmet and his bat to the team in the dressing room, gets the congratulations from his captain, and it's well deserved. A very good innings here from Dazorzi, goes to 103 in 213 minutes, 143 balls, 94 dots in that, 15 fours, high percentage of fours, and he's played a really good innings, chanceless innings to get to this 103.
I remember last season he scored 100 in Paul, and he's backed it up with the home 100 now. He likes playing against the rocks. And he's really done the job for his team today. He's been absolutely fantastic. I remember the innings in Paul was not the prettiest of innings. It was a difficult pitch. But today he has looked absolutely sublime. And I'm happy for the young man. He deserves that 100.
He does. Take a bow. He's not missed virtually. I can't remember him missing anything that was there to be tucked away. He's left the ball very well, particularly off Hardisvillian. Left the ball exceptionally well on both line and length. and has looked in sublime form as he goes to now 104. Well done to Tony de Zorzi. Another very good signing for Six Gun Grill Western Province. Man whose career certainly, and you said it last season as well, David, can only flourish here in the Western Cape.
Yeah, absolutely. He suits this kind of team. He suits this makeup. He suits this ground. He suits the conditions. And he wanted to come to Cape Town to challenge himself, and that's played off the hip. Is it maybe leg bars, or did that connect with the bat? Yeah, it's four runs added to his total, and that's straying down leg side from Gumedi. But yeah, Tony de Zorzi wanted to come challenge himself. It's difficult to bat at the coast.
Yeah.
And he took that challenge up, and he's been brilliant so far. But he knows that he would need to score big hundreds to be able to take that next level in his career, which I feel is only a matter of time.
Yeah, and certainly I believe he would be in the oh my goodness, that came back in at de Zorzi. He nearly took his off stump out of the ground. What a delivery from Gumedi that was.
An extra lick of black paint on that on those stumps, and that would have had his stumps flying.
It would.
That's well bowled there from Gumedi.
And the ball been moving away was with the breeze down, or sorry, that's up the slope, down the slope. I think it is towards the Kelvin Grove end, and that one just came back in sharply.
And immediately Hardus Viljoen starts warming up.
Yeah.
Those big thighs of his.
He's sending a message. Oh, well left on length at the last minute there by de Zorzi. And
yeah, you saw Tony de Zorzi's reaction there. He knew that he wanted that 100. He knew that his team needed hundreds, and that's how you win championships. Your batters set the innings up, set the game up for your bowlers, and this is exactly what Tony de Zorzi is doing right now. Score is 219 for 3, 54.3 overs. Partnership has moved to 36 without too much damage.
It's been really some quick runs that have been scored by these two ever since the loss of that Daniel Smith wicket. Carverena taking a little bit of time to get settled, but the last few overs has hit a couple of boundaries and has got himself into a good position to add some more runs to an already impressive career.
Verena captaining the side. He knows that it's important that he stays there with Tony de Zorzi and that they set the score up.
He made it past umpire Sean George, and nothing to report. So the field is to the left-handed. de Zorzi is a slip, a gully, a point, a man on the cover point boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. So anything straying on the pads and the 6-3 offside leg side field, it's going to be fetch.
Very much so.
And that's the way it's been. You cannot afford to be out on your lines here. And he's not.
Just tempting de Zorzi, but he's been there long enough to leave that well alone. That's the end of the 55th over. 219 for 3. Tony de Zorzi, 108 not out. Kyle Verena, 18. As not an official drinks break, but a little change of maybe gloves or helmet for de Zorzi. It is hot out there, a little bit of a breeze, but it is very warm out there.
So we have in this spell by Gumedi, so he's been bowling unchanged now for 8 overs from the Wynberg end, giving Hardus Viljoen quite a bit of a break. One senses that it won't be long before Viljoen comes back into the attack. They also have Ashil Kluter, who's only bowled 9 overs. Gumedi now 13 overs, 1 for 57. And this partnership, you said, David, 36. It's going to be Imran Manak now to take over from Sean von Berg. Maybe concerned that von Berg has been going for a few more runs than perhaps he would have liked in the last period of time. And the off spinner will be continuing the attack from the Kelvin Grove end to the right-handed. Right-handed Vereno moves a little bit away to leg side and tries to play that wide one into the offside and misses it. Who's and ahs from the fielders. Manak will continue. A spell off. Okay, we just give you an update from one of the other matches that's taking place. Dean Elgar, now it appears, for the Titans, having gone to 100, playing against the Knights. It is that they're playing against the Knights.
Yep, that's it.
And Dean Elgar just gone to 100 off 147 balls, 104 not out. He is for the Titans. Titans 225 for 3 after 48 overs. So Titans as well batting at a good lick there with him. Heinrich Klassen 44 off 33 balls in a 4-day competition, strike rate of 133. Terence de Bruin also getting a call up recently into the South African Test team, getting 25 off of 42. Sibs Makanya also getting some runs. Gerald Casilla 1 for 84 in 14 overs. Michael Pretorius, 0 for 84, so it's made one maiden. Michael Pretorius 3 for 58 off 12, taking all the wickets for the Knights in that match. But Dean Elgar, after a disappointing duck against the Six Gun Grill Western Province team last week, has come back to the fore and got a century. We're just going to be looking at the other scores that are available from around the country, and we'll give you those updates. As here, after 56 overs, 219 for 3 are Six Gun Grill Western Province, and as we called it, is a change of bowling here at the Wynberg end, and it will be Hardesvillian pick of the bowlers so far from a Gbets Rocks point of view, and he'll be taking over from Kwesi Kumede, who has earned a break, having bowled 8 overs in that spell. First one to Dazordi wide outside the off stump. So Von Berg having a break after an unchanged 11 overs, 1 for 41 from the Kelvin Grove end, and Kwesi Kumede taking a break after he bowled an 8-over spell directly here from the Wynberg end. And his figures now 13 overs, 1 for 57, and that is so 22 runs in those 8 overs from Kwesi Kumede. So good return for him, getting the wicket of Yassine Valley, caught behind the slips by Von Berg off Kumede.
Yeah, looking at the Dapperbed Warriors versus the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. The Warriors won the toss there and elected to bat first. Didn't go so well, 166 all out. Jordan Herman once again with another half century. He's making a real name for himself. He scored 51, leading the way there. Glenton Stearman with the late 37. For the wickets, Ethan Bosch took 3 for 36. Neil Bartman 3 for 21. Odarile Mokwane 2 for 7. So
wow.
A good return there, and Darren de Pavlon with 2 for 70. So a good effort there from the Dolphins after losing the toss. Warriors will be they had a good victory against the Rocks in the first game, and the batting seems like the batting has failed them today. But the Dolphins looking good there so far on day one. Andile Peklekwaya, I see, is in the side there. So it's good to see him playing some red ball cricket as well.
So that means 2 first innings for the Dapperbet Warriors in the 160 range. Gary scored the 161 against the Rocks last week in Paarl. So not good in the first innings. Maybe they're saving it all up for the second.
Well, maybe that's their tactic. They seem to chase quite well. I've been chasing 380 in the previous game. Was a hell of a good chase, especially at Paarl.
Yeah.
So I think they did well. That Jordan Herman, I don't know if you've seen him bat as yet. But
I have, yeah. Saw him
exciting
last season.
prospect.
Very, very exciting prospect. And having moved, I think he was up with the Titans, was he, previously? Having moved down to Gqeberha, and now making very much a name for himself down with the Warriors, coached, of course, by Robin Peterson, one of Port Elizabeth or Gqeberha's favourite sons.
Yeah.
And having played a lot of his cricket here in the Western Cape.
Very much so. And he's going to be the director of cricket here at MI Cape Town.
Fantastic.
And we can speak about that, actually. I mean, MI Cape Town, the SA20 League is coming to our shores in January and February of 2023, sorry. Ticket sales went online the other day, and so far it's been a really good positive start to the ticket sales. I'm excited to see what that tournament is going to be. It obviously gives an opportunity for our younger players to expose their game on the international stage, to the bigger cricket community as a whole. Opportunity for youngsters to put their name in their hat.
Absolutely.
And I think it's good for South African cricket as a whole, for more players to play clutch games. To be playing in pressure games. I think that can only stand the game in good stead.
And a huge amount of international interest and exposure for those players at the SA20 as Manak's into his second over of his next spell from the Kelvin Grove end, and Verena moves on to 19 players, just playing that one down the ground into the mid-on region. And he moves to 19, partnership 37. Talking about SA20, David, I mean, all the MI Cape Town matches to be played here at 6 Gungrow Newlands.
Yeah, that's spot on. There's 5 home matches that will be played in January. Obviously, the MI Cape Town games, the home games have to be finished before the Women's World Cup. We hand over the stadium to the ICC basically towards the end of January. So the 5 games are up front, and then with the finals being played up at the Wanderers and Centurion in the semi-finals as well. So it's an exciting time, January, February, very busy time for the stadium itself. The Women's World Cup is happening here in February, which I think not only for 6 Gungrow Newlands and for Western Province cricket, but for cricket as a whole. Western Province, our 6 Gungrow Western Province women's team have been sublime over the last few years. Coached by Claire Blanche, been really good. Produced some Proteas, momentum Proteas cricketers throughout the years. And the game is continuing to grow from a women's cricket point of view. 6 Gungrow Newlands is going to be hosting, I think it's 9 matches during that tournament itself.
Incredible.
Which is wonderful for us as a stadium. And it's wonderful for our cricketers. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Laura Wolfart, I read an article, she's never played an international match.
No, she has not
at her home ground.
No.
She's played some Western Province matches. But it's crazy to think that she's never played a Momentum Proteas match. So that will be special. We've got a few homegrown players, Laura Goodolson.
Ow, that hurt.
He hit that into himself.
He did, yes.
He didn't account for the spin there.
No.
And I think he went for the cut shot, but Carl Verena has injured himself there. I think he's a little bit winded.
Yeah, I think that's it. He's just hit himself, hit the ball into himself in a nasty spot. And he'll be fine just now. He just looks a bit like
dignity has been bruised a little bit there.
Yeah. It's like I mean, in line with the sponsors, maybe it looks like one of those guys that walks down the dusty sort of highway in the old western town with about to take. Anyway, yes, you get the image. So he's he's all right. He's
good to go.
Hardest Villian.
It wasn't a Hardest Villian delivery. It was an Imran Manak delivery. So it wasn't coming at 145 kilometers per hour. He'll be just fine.
So 221 for 3. It is Viljoen to De Zorzi. So the two standout players, I would have to say, of the match so far. Gbets Rocks side, Hardest Viljoen has been outstanding into his 15th over now, 1 for 38. Led the attack brilliantly. Got that wicket just before the luncheon interval, literally on the stroke of lunch.
Yeah, Eddie Moore played a fantastic knot. Set up this innings with Tony De Zorzi beautifully. Deserved 100. He played beautifully. Scored 30 odd in his first innings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Scored 70, 71 here today. He's due 100. This guy scores 100.
Yeah.
That's what he does for a living. And it's only a matter of time until he reaches that first century for Western Province. It feels like a rebirth of his career.
Yeah.
I've had a number of chats to Eddie since he's joined Western Province. He's a good young man. He's a hard worker. He's a gritty cricketer, and he just wants to show what he can do.
Yeah.
Get regular game time and show what he can do.
Viljoen in again to De Zorzi, and that is played back down the ground past the bowler, but well cleaned up behind the stumps by, who is that there? Is that trying to see who that is at the gloves? Oh, no, it's Gamede with the white floppy hat. Most of the Gbets Rocks team wearing the white floppy hat. I must say, I do like the
The
clothing,
colors,
the colours
yeah.
on the Gbets Rocks.
Yeah, very much
team.
so. So they've adopted their kind of purple for the pole side. Like to see it. There's not much you can do.
No,
We said at the start of the season we get certain guidelines from Cricket South Africa, what we can and can't do from a kit design point of view.
Yeah.
And we try and push the boundaries a little bit, but there's only so much else you can do, and you want to keep a classic white in cricket, in 4-day cricket. But on the Western Province kit, you'll notice a little red and blue strip here and there, but and the Rocks have got their purple, which I like to see. Some brand identity, I think.
Very nice. And David, you were saying to those of you that would touch on that now. Oh, good delivery again. Viljoen looking really menacing. If you consider that De Zorzi is into hundreds and scored 221 for 3, and Viljoen still looks like he could take a wicket any ball.
Yeah, he's been really good. I can't see him bowling too many overs in each spell. His captain's going to say to him, I need 3 or 4 overs of pure pace. I need you to try and get me a wicket. And I think he'll look to kind of change him up with Aishal Kliti. That's again well bowled straight at the stumps.
Yeah, very good over from the senior strike bowler for the Gbets Rocks, Hardest Viljoen. I think it was a maiden actually. 221 for 3 after 59, and it is going to be Imran Manak to continue.
Important partnership here, James.
It is.
It's very sitting at 38 now, and it's at that point where you're going, you need to push on now.
Yeah.
You need big partnerships. You want to get to that score. Obviously, you want to get to tea. What time will tea be today? 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock,
It'll be at 3 o'clock,
3 o'clock will be tea, so it's 23 minutes until tea.
Yeah.
So that's a good couple of overs still until tea. They won't look to do anything fancy until then. The run rate is good at 3.7. They'll just look to keep the scoreboard ticking over, hit the bad ball for boundaries, and go into tea. I think they'll be relatively happy with 3 wickets down. At the tea break, if I was Coach Saleh Nakadin and Captain Carl Verona.
Yeah, I don't want to lose any more wickets before tea, and if they can keep this run rate at that level, David, as you said, they'll be very happy with that. It's good scoring rates in a 4-day game. Every Western Province supporter has their feet off the ground now. 222 for the loss of 3, and that is absolutely nailed down the ground. 2 bounds for by De Zorzi, just makes that movement slightly to the leg side of straight and plays a beautiful off drive, straight drive to the off straight and for 4.
These guys, Imran Manak and Tony DeZorzi, used to be flatmates in when Emery was playing here at the Cape Cobras. So he'll be reminding me of that later on when the guys are relaxing. That's beautifully played by DeZorzi, and that's good fielding there at backward point.
Gumede, who did that fielding, he's bowled quite a few overs as Kwesi Gumede. All good experience for the youngster in, I think, only his 10th or 11th first-class match.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled.
So what would you have said to him then, David? So that's for the dishes you didn't do.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Apparently, he wasn't the neatest person in me. So, he said to him, that's for not doing the dishes that Friday night when I said I've got friends coming over. But I love a little healthy rivalry.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, these two teams, the local derby, they know each other very well, just down the road, but always a very intense and important match between these two.
Yeah, very
beautifully played. Oh, what a beautiful shot from DeZorzi. That will not be cut off and goes down in front of the new building here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and that is another boundary. And Manak is getting punished, as was Von Berg towards the end of his previous spell. So just not quite keeping it tight enough at the moment. 9 off the over, should I say. 230, loss of 3 after 60, and it is 117 to DeZorzi, 20 to Verena. And bowling figures, let's just run through those quickly for you. Sean von Berg, 11 overs, 1 for 41. Huddersfield, 1 for 38 in 15. And Manak, 0 for 45 off 9, been a bit expensive. And Gumede, 1 for 57 off 13. And Ashokula, 0 for 33 off 9. And we are going to see it is still going to be Huddersfield bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Verena. He hasn't had much of a chance to bowl to Verena as yet. This is going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, Carl Verena does enjoy pace. So he won't be daunted by that fact. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see Ashok Klutty from the other side as well now. I don't know how long the captain's going to be able to kind of adopt that tactic of one spinner from one end and how does for you or Crazy Gomedi from the other end.
And he got a 7-2 offside leg side field. 1, 2, 3. No. 6-3. Sorry, 6-3 offside leg side field. The pillar here was obstructing my view of the guy at deep fine leg. So 2 men out. There's runs galore on the leg side for Verena. I think that's what Fullion wants to do, is to give him the ball outside the off-stump, trying to get him to manufacture something to the leg side. But he's not going to get fooled on that occasion.
No, Carl Verena just playing it into the covers. Nice shot just for a single, but keeping that scoreboard ticking over. The partnership moves to 48, and it's been an excellent one. Very calm, unflustered partnership of 48, and that's exactly what Saleh Nakadin would have wanted from this 4th wicket partnership.
I think that's exactly what we were talking about, David, when they came together. Was it needed now consolidation after that quick loss of 2 wickets? And that's very nicely played by DeZorzi. That one was short enough to play the shot.
Yeah, I think that was excellently played by DeZorzi. He noticed that the fielder was not on the boundary and just rolled his wrist over there. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Didn't go for the boundary. Take the single and get off strike.
Partnership said 49 now. Fullion into his 16th over. He's done a lot of work, but he has been the man that Yanaman Malan has called on to lead the attack today. Himself, Sean von Berg, the 2 experienced bowlers in the attack. Oh, good delivery.
It's been beautiful to see some people come in today.
Yeah.
On a Thursday. If you've written your exams this morning, your matric or your university exams, we'll be here tomorrow from 10 o'clock and over the weekend as well. It's a beautiful place to study as well. Bring your textbooks.
Yeah.
Bring your picnic baskets. Bring the families along if you want. and it's going to be a beautiful weekend of cricket here at Six Gun Goal Newlands, between a Western Cape derby between the Rocks and Western Province.
Viljoen over the wicket, past umpire Sean George. That's very nicely played, just sweetly played by
Hit hard to
Barbarena.
Gavadi there.
Yeah,
That almost took his kneecap off while he was trying to save that ball. But yeah, it was good fielding in the end. But Barbarena not having any issues with that full delivery from Hardisviljoen. Looking a little bit tired, Hardisviljoen. You can't blame him. He's bowled 16 overs. He's done his bit today. And
yeah, that
the
is
stats.
just too short, and that gets the treatment it deserves. And those spectators, all probably 10 spectators out under the oaks, can applaud the captain of Six Gun Grill Western Province as the 50 partnership comes up. 53 runs off 63 minutes off 92 balls, 8 fours. Zorzi playing 28 of those, Verena 25, and it's the end of the 61st over. 236 for the loss of 3, and from a Six Gun Grill Western Province point of view, exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, that was a great play there. Barbarena, I could see from Hardisviljoen's body language that he was looking a little bit tired, and he dropped that ball short, and it wasn't at great pace. His pace had definitely dropped a little bit, and Barbarena dispatched that to the boundary for 4, which took them to a brilliant 50-run partnership. Exactly what the coach and captain would have wanted and after losing Valley and Smith very quickly, and just releasing the pressure once again and bringing it back into play for Six Gun Grill Western Province.
3.9 runs to the over rate achieved, and that very good rate in 4-day cricket. And Sydney starting to really rack up the bonus points in this situation as they head towards the 100 over mark. If they can maintain 4 runs and over, that would look really good in the final session. The final session is 14 minutes away, is tea, and then we'll be going into the final session of the day. Over rate has been good from the Rocks so far, as Manak continues from the Kelvin Grove end. Kelvin Grove end named after the club at that side of the ground. For those of you who may not know the geographical layout of the Newlands ground, and beautifully played by De Zorzi out into the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary, which is that Hanabe Akila Kluter. Ashil Kluter. Sorry, I keep getting his Christian name incorrect. In fact, it's not Kluter at all. It's Gafildin out on the boundary there.
I think one thing that I've been very impressed with, and one thing that I've noticed being around the team, just as I noticed, Peter Milan has come to the ground here to support his team. We'll talk about that. But one thing that Tony De Zorzi has worked really hard on in the off-season is his fitness. I've never seen him look as conditioned as he is currently. He knows that he needs to be the fittest version of himself to be able to last these long innings. You know, when you score big, you need to be there. You're going to be there for 6-7 hours, possibly longer at a time. And you need to be mentally fit and mentally, physically and mentally fit to be able to score those big hundreds. And that's exactly the space that he's in right now, and we're seeing the fruits of that.
Very important, as you say, David. Fitness just becomes such an important part of the game, and not something that was necessarily always the case. We talk the sort of pre One Day International and T20 eras. I mean, I know we're talking here maybe 30, 40 years ago, but even in the first days of, even if one looks at the time prior to 2020 cricket, beautifully played by Verena out to the man, Gafildin, who is
too many loose
sweeping.
deliveries from Imran Manak and releasing a little bit of pressure. But talking about fitness, one of the fittest men in the country, Peter Malan,
Yeah.
just arrived here. Seeing him in the away dressing room. Obviously, the captain, the club captain of the Paul Rocks. He got injured in the CSA T20 Challenge, but he's just an absolute machine. Loved working with him. Just he's a coach's dream. Just works hard, sets an example for the youngsters. And in a team like this, you see how his team miss him.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
he's not in that lineup, he just provides you so much solidity up front. Especially with opening with the Stian van Zyl. I don't think Stian would open if Peter was playing.
No, he
I think
wouldn't.
Gafieldine would open with Peter, and then and then you've still got Stian coming in at 3 and Janneman at 4, and that provides you with some huge stability up front. And just him missing from that lineup is a massive loss for the Rocks.
Yeah.
It just puts pressure on the entire lineup and also the bowling lineup as well.
I mean, it's his leadership capability, you say. I mean, Janneman, obviously, he has got that capability, but I mean, Peter Malan, just inspirational.
Yeah, he thrives on that leadership. He needs that pressure. Certain players play better under that pressure as Aishel Klutty comes back into their attack.
So a very short spell, as you said there, for Huddersfield, just the 3 overs in that, his third spell here from the Wynberg end, and only conceding the 6 runs in those 3 overs. So economical and was accurate, but he did look like he was getting tired towards the end of the spell.
Yeah, you could definitely see. I mean, he's put in a good shift today. You can't blame him for being a little bit tired, no matter how fit you are. It is hot out there.
Aishel Klutty, his second spell from the Wynberg end. That is beautifully played on the up by Verena, but he won't pierce the field. And field is again 6-3 offside leg side field for Aishel Klutty and Carl Verena. They're giving him the runs on the leg side. Deep as a deep fine leg, backward square on the boundary, a man at mid on. There's a mid off, an extra cover, deep cover, point, gully, and a slip. Beautifully played. He cannot. Will he cut that off? No, he won't. I don't think the man running around from deep cover is not able to get to that. And Verena pierces the gap beautifully on the offside. And I was just saying, it's a 6-3 offside leg side field, and he still managed to get to the boundary.
That is as beautiful as it is as sitting under the oaks. Beautiful as the day. Carl Verena, he is easy on the eye. His cricket. His cricket is easy.
No, it is easy on the eye. And when he's flowing like this, touch wood. Let's say he has been.
I must say, I've been really. I've seen Aishel Klutty now play for a couple of seasons, and he really does have the makeup of a young fast bowler that has got a huge potential.
He does.
And with a bit of strength. I mean, he's still young. His body is still developing. I think he's got a lovely action as well. I think he has a very bright future if he gets the right coaching and the right mentorship, and the right skills training. I think he's got a very bright future.
You say Vincent Barnes is at the Rocks now?
No, he's not at the Rocks, but he's from the high performance.
Oh, of course, yes. Sorry,
the high performance testing. Henry Williams is the bowling coach there at the Rocks.
Good people to have around. I mean, Vincent Barnes, as you say, I mean, he's been in and around the CSA senior setup for a long time now.
Yeah, very much so.
Finishing his playing career and hugely influential. And we have some outstanding talent coming through in the fast bowling stakes. One just needs to look at the rise of a player like Marco Jansen, for example, as well. And still, we have other beautifully played once again, but well fielded in the covers there. Is that Janneman? Yeah, it is indeed. The captain, Janneman Malan, fielding in the covers. And Janneman, who has been on social media recently, not himself, but has been the subject of in looking at the makeup of the South African Test batting lineup, has also been in the frame of some of the people who are commenting. interesting to see what happens in that area. I think there are places up for grabs for those who may contribute well in this 4-day series. That's Manak to continue from the Kelvin Grove end to Dzolzi. Oh, Dzolzi plays him over the infield, gets away with that one as he slices it off the outside edge of the bat, but he gets over the head of their man at a backward cover, so backward point region, and gets a single.
Yeah, if you look at Janneman's stats alone in first-class cricket, he's played 24 matches, he's scored 6 half-centuries, 600s, an average of 44.35, highest score of 200 not out, 1,730 runs.
Those are not bad stats,
Those are not bad stats if you're looking to break into the side from a test cricket point of view. So
absolutely,
we sometimes pigeonhole people, especially in South Africa. That's well played from Carl Verreynne, and he just finds the mid-wicket gap. 2-4 from Imran Manak, and Carl Verreynne just dispatches that one to the mid-wicket boundary for another boundary. He moves on to 35 without even noticing, really.
No.
He's played beautifully so far.
Partnership is now 66 and 63.2 overs, 249 for 3, just short of the 250 in the 64th over run rate, very close to that 4 and over. It's a magical sort of number if you are batting this 4-day cricket. 4 and over is really good.
James, if you think about it, you know, you look at Janneman Malan, you feel like he's been around for a while. He's been only around since 2018, 2019.
He's 20,
and he's only played
26, isn't he?
24 first-class matches.
Yeah.
Are we playing enough first-class cricket in South Africa? 7 matches in the season. I personally feel that we need to be playing at least 10 matches minimum.
I agree.
There needs to be some way around that. I feel.
I agree.
And I think that a couple of the coaches of I think Malibonge Makete said exactly the same thing, and I totally agree with him. That it's not enough. You know, it's not enough cricket.
Beautifully played again by Verreynne. Such a sweet touch on that one, and that has gone down to the third man boundary for 4, and that's the 250. So the 250 coming up, and that has come in double quick time here of 384 balls, 250 minutes, 37 fours, 1-6, and the 250, those last 50 runs coming off 70 deliveries.
That's a good run rate.
It is a good run
rate. That's a very good run rate. The run rate, the rate achieved so far is at 4, and this is really positive stuff.
Way too short. Is that going? That's not going to get to the boundary. There's Nabe out there on the boundary. It is a long boundary today. The pitch is quite a lot to the right of the square, so short boundary is for the right-hander. The short boundary is if he's standing at the Kelvin Grove end. Long boundary is here if he's standing at the Wynberg end or facing at the Wynberg end. So towards the railway stand for him is the long boundary, if you know 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and the short boundary towards the Oaks, and those being 2 of the favourite places to sit here. If you're more conventional type of supporter, sit under the shade of the trees at the under the inner seat on the railway stand, and then if you want to.
We have our snake pit building, snake pit grass embankment back after the construction. So that's recently opened again. It's nice to see some people taking advantage of the new snake pit grass embankment in front of the new development.
Is there an official name for that development?
It's the NCG precinct, business precinct.
Okay.
It's obviously part of Newlands Cricket Ground.
Right.
We have Workshop 17 in the building.
Short delivery. It gets away with it though, as it's just played by Verreynne down to the man at deep backward square. It looks like hardest for you and patrolling the boundary there. And he's got a very good strong arm, and.
So Workshop 17 is got 2 floors in the new Snake Pit building. We've got Kuda Technologies, another company that's based there, and they're filling up fast. We're going to be having an Experience Newlands, a museum that's going to be displayed at the bottom of the building there. That's going to form part of the whole kind of Newlands experience. There's some upgrades going on. that we're very happy with. And yeah, so that's obviously given the stadium a whole new look and feel about it. There's a whole new back entrance to the net area. We've got Varsity College as one of the anchor tenants. They've moved their campus from up the road in Rondebosch to Newlands. So it's a really kind of on a regular day. There's a lot of activity happening, which is great to see. It's not just about cricket anymore. Cricket maybe is 20 days of the year, 20, 30 days of the year. So there needs to be a kind of 365 day vision for the place as Aishel Klutik comes in. That's well left by the Zorzi. But and that's the reality of the sporting industry.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at pictures the other day of Newlands Rugby Stadium, which has now been demolished, just down the road, having massive history. And
I'll give you some a little bit of insight there. So we have a little bit of Newlands rugby history at Newlands Cricket. The red seats that you'll see at the bottom of the club here, the member stand, as Aishel Klutik comes in, it's a good delivery there. Those seats have been plucked out of the Newlands Rugby Stadium and moved here. So we have a little bit of, we maintained a bit of the history. But obviously the rugby has now moved to DHL Stadium out in Greenpoint there. But yes, so if you noticed, if we look to our right to where we're sitting here, there's now permanent seating on the member stand, which is something for the first time in the history. That's new as well. And it's really kind of like all in anticipation of the upcoming busy season, the World Cup, obviously being the pinnacle of this coming season.
So thank you, David. Very good insights there, and the history in this area from a cricketing or sporting point of view is some incredible history in terms of South African sport, and we're looking forward to the museum. I know CEO here at Western Province Cricket Association, Michael Canterbury, at taking some of the media through that in the previous season, at the end of the previous season, and we look forward to that coming to fruition, as it is tea, gentlemen, say the umpires, and exactly as the supporters of Six Gun Grill Western Province would have wanted. They are still 3 down at tea time, 255 for the loss of 3 after 65 overs. Dezorzi's on 121. Verena is on 41. Just to run through the scorecard quickly before we break for tea and have some welcome refreshments. It is Dezorzi 121 not out. Moore was bowled by Viljoen off the bottom edge of his bat in the ball before lunch for 71 of 104 balls, 125 minutes, 9 fours, 1 6. Yassine Valley caught Van Berg, bowled Gumede, flashing into wide, one outside the off stump off the left armour, bowling around the wicket. 21 of 50 balls, 46 minutes, and 3 fours, shared a partnership of 45. The first wicket partnership 137, 137 for 1, 182 for 2, and then 183 for 3. Daniel Smith getting a first baller from a Sean Van Berg, caught by Janema Milan at slip off the Van Berg. Pick of the bowlers for the Gbets Rocks has been Hardus Viljoen, who has bowled so far 16 overs, 1 for 44, been backed by Van Berg, 1 for 41 off 11, and Gumede taken 1 for 57 off 13, looked much better in his third spell. The remainder of the bowling figures: Van Sale, 3 overs, 0 for 16, and Monak into his second spell now. First spell was 6 overs, 0 for 34, and also Klutter into his third spell. We'll be back with you after the break. 255 for 3, batting at just under 4 runs to the over are Six Gun Grill Western Province. It's all set for a very intriguing last 39 overs in the final 2.5 hours. Sorry, 2 hours. As 2 hours, it is going to be 2 hours 20, 2 hours 10 minutes, isn't it? Be 2 hours 10 minutes minimum. When we come back after
some
tea,
coffee, James.
I think so. And we'll be looking forward to joining you then. And so from David and myself, it's a goodbye for now.
Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands here after the tea interval. It's been a good first two sessions for the home side. Captain Carl Verena won the toss. And first session, Eddie Moore was the first wicket to fall for 71. Yasin Vali then fell for 21 after lunch. And quick succession, Daniel Smith not troubling the scorers. Tony Dezorzi went on to his third first-class century in that pre-tea session, and Carl Verena has joined him and solidly moved to 41 not out, and the partnership is 72, 255 for 3 after 65 overs, 39 overs left in the day in this final session. The spin of Sean van Berg will start us off from the Kelvin Grove end. Welcome back to my commentary colleague, James King.
Thank you very much, David. It's good to be here with you at Six Gun Grill Newlands today. Sean van Berg, who was bowling very well in his first part of his spell after lunch. Bowled those 11 overs on the trot. Started to tire a little bit towards the end as Carl Verena and Tony Dezorzi started to take toll of his bowling, but back again now to try and tighten things up for the Gbets Rocks, and he takes over from his spin colleague Imran Manak, who's bowled 11 overs, 0 for 59 in his spells so far, and that for him has been 2 spells of bowling, 6 for 50, 6 for 34, and 5 overs, 6 overs for 34, 5 overs for 25, both from the Kelvin Grove end. Persisted with the spinners, more from the Kelvin Grove end, has Captain Yanaman Malan for the Gbets Rocks.
Yeah, they would have seen this. They would have seen the pitch. Normally, what happens is the day before a match, the away side arrives for their training. Normally in the early afternoon, and the groundsman keeps the pitch uncovered so the away captain and coach can see the pitch. They obviously saw something maybe that warranted picking 2 frontline spinners. It hasn't really paid off as such with Manak as the second spinner. Oh, that's a good delivery there from Sean van Berg and Carl Verena, just not knowing whether to go back or forward to that one. Kind of got caught in a little bit of a tangle there, but he got away with that. It wasn't on the stumps, fortunately for him.
Yeah, as you say, David. So certainly tactically they would have looked at it, and again, not knowing which way the toss was going to go. I'm sure that if Yanaman Malan had won the toss, he too would have taken first bat here on what is a very good looking pitch. A little bit of green on it to begin with, but the pace attack from the Gbets Rocks missing a couple of their key proponents there. I mean, Frisco Adams unfortunately injured for them, so really down to one main experienced strike bowler in Huddersfield.
Yeah, I think Frizzy is underrated in red ball cricket. I think if you look at this batting lineup, that's exactly the kind of cricketer that you're missing. He can come in at 6 or 7. He scored a first class century in his time. He's got 250 to his name as well, but he can also get through a hell of a lot of overs as well. And I think that's what's lacking. You know, if you look at this bowling lineup, it's a very inexperienced bowling lineup outside of Viljoen and Van Berg. That's good play by Tony Dezorzi. There could be 2 in here if they take it quickly. Yeah,
definitely 2. Good running. Very good running. Good throw in from the man running in from the deep. That's Flongla Hanabe, I think it is. He's had a cap on all day. No, that's not. It's the youngster Baron who's there, who was I thought originally going to be in the
12th man
in the live. He's the 12th man, so I'm not sure who he's on for, but the youngster getting a chance to run out onto the hallowed turf of the Six Gun Grill Newlands, and it's going to be Twitter again to Dezorzi.
It looks like Huddersfield might be getting an extended tea break.
That's not a bad thing.
I'm not seeing Huddersfield around the field.
I don't see those broad shoulders around here. We were talking about sort of the throwback Thursday and who our heroes were way back when, and certainly in the era, in our test era, the new test era, Brian McMillan would have been one of those
very
for
much
me.
so.
Oh,
I remember seeing Brian McMillan in the Six Gun Grill suite here during the India Test match. It was great to see him. He's still a massive man. I shook his hand. He almost took my whole body with him. He's got massive hands, and I remember that was a key thing. You know, he was a slip fielder, but somehow the ball looked like a table tennis ball.
Incredible
when he caught that when he caught that ball, and he still has a huge presence about him. One of the legends of South African cricket.
Just and around the world, they're still admired, beautifully played by De Zorzi.
That is
sublime. That is sublime. Absolutely, if you're watching that, hopefully you're watching that shot that he played, and just as you said earlier on, David, there's actually nothing nicer than looking at a left-hander in full flight outside the off stump.
That was very much Gary Kirsten like. Gary Kirsten played the ball backwards of point, just timed the ball so beautifully. That reminded me a lot of Gary Kirsten, actually. He's got his academy, obviously, in Cape Town. If he was here today, he would have recognized that shot and appreciated that shot there from Tony De Zorzi. It's a big innings here for Tony.
It is.
He's on 128 not out. It's been absolutely incredible so far from the young man.
Partnerships moved to 80 between these two, the captain and his fellow, I say, in this team at the moment, probably senior batter, Tony De Zorzi, having moved down to the Western Province or Western Cape from up country, from from Titans, where he was playing earlier on, product of Gauteng, and spoken about very highly by the supporters up in that area, but just wasn't quite able to make the breakthrough there that one would have expected.
Yeah, I think he made the right call to a career move to make the call to move to Cape Town. He stayed at home in Johannesburg, so had the comforts of home, decided to come down here, start his own thing, get his own place. And I think he's, it shows his maturity. He's a very independent young man, very mature for his age, a deep thinker as well. Loves reading books as well. He does a lot of reading. He's an intelligent young man. And I think he's got a really bright future ahead. Quite hard on himself at times, which, he sets the standards for himself. But one of those cricketers that just is you want on your side rather than you playing against them, and that is the kind of cricketer, as Sean van Berg continues from the Calvin Grove end, as Carl Verona is on 42, not out.
My goodness. Seems to have got there. It's almost imperceptibly.
Yeah.
That's what you said, David. You were quite impressed. I remember earlier in the day when he was on 2 or 3. He was playing Van Berg in Van Berg's first spell, when he was rocking back and playing shots like the one he's just played. I was feeling that perhaps he was presenting maybe too many opportunities, but he is heading towards again that average of close to 50 that he has in first class cricket, and for a young man in his mid-20s, certainly a very, very good youngster. And that's a brilliant reverse sweep from De Zorzi.
Beautiful.
And he played that full ball, and it's gone to the third man boundary. Is it? Yeah, third man boundary for him. It's gone for 4, and a really, really good shot. My goodness.
If I just look at Tony De Zorzi's stats here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, just playing here at this ground, he's 7 matches before this, 11 innings, 437 runs with a high score of 213 not out, 43.7 average. As we just
no. My word, he missed that one. I completely missed that full. So, maybe got an inside edge onto the pad, that one, but that full bunger from Van Berg, he missed out. I think De Zorzi there maybe dipped on him more than he anticipated. leg spinner does get quite a lot of dip. Oh, played into the leg side. They won't go through for the single. We were just missing the ball as it came through. That's Manakis, is it? No, Milan, sorry. Interesting field on the leg, 6-3 leg side offside field for Dezorzi. And Von Berg's into him again. Plays this one into the offside, but straight to the man at mid-off. And more classical shot there. Yeah, 6-3 offside, leg side offside. He's got a leg slip. Man at deep fine leg, forward square, deep mid wicket, and that's gone through the offside. That'll be 4 all the way through to the railway stand. I don't think they're going to cut it off. No, they don't. Hits the boundary now in front of the sight screen, and doesn't quite manage to scare Harry and is that Harrietta or that's next to him. The Hardy Dars are out on the field as David predicted from earlier.
Yeah,
they would be.
They've decided to venture out. They're here now, and that means cricket season is officially underway.
We go. So officially, Harry the Hardy Dar has officially declared that cricket season is underway here at 6 Gun Grill Newland. Sean van Berg not having the best of overs there in his second over of his spell as he comes back after the tea interval. He's gone for 11 in the 2 overs that he's bowled so far after tea. 272 for 3, and at tea, which 255 for 3 at tea. We've had 3 overs after tea. That's 17 runs added by the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team. This partnership now 89. Verena on 43. So if you do want to, it's going to be Ashil Kluter to continue from the Weinberg end. He's running away from us now, and over the wicket to the right-handed Verena, and he plays that one in the gap on the offside, past the man at gully, all the way in front of the straight the way down to in front of the snake pit, and it's just going to be a retrieve for the fielder down there as that went all the way down to the boundary. That's Michael Copeland who goes and gets it from in front there.
We love
Verena there, playing that one in the air past Gully, and takes him to 47. The partnership is 93. He's eyeing another first class 50. Is the South African wicketkeeper batsman, and many people out there talking, as they always do, about the fact that people who come into teams, particularly in a national area, to replace maybe legends that have gone before them, and that one just nothing really to speak about there, that they can't, that perhaps they don't have this record or that record of the person that they replaced. But for me, it's he's not the second Quinton de Kock, he's the first Kyle Verena.
Absolutely, and I think that's he's carving out his own identity. He's a man for the occasion.
Yeah,
I think he's very calm in his demeanor. I think he's matured a lot over the last couple of years, and that is beautiful. That's a bit of a misfield there. I think that was Janeman Milan at cover there, but and that Verena will pick up another couple.
Should take him to 49 on the cusp of yet another half century, and first class cricket. Dave's got the stats here. That'll be his 25th. It will be, if he gets it, his 25th first class 50 to go with his 6 centuries. His average at the moment 49.58, and so he's spot on his average. And let's see if we can get the single off the next delivery. He can't. That one goes straight to the captain Milan at that extra cover position, and there is no run. Interesting field for Verena. They have obviously identified that the gully region is either an area of strength or weakness for him, maybe both. So one slip, two gullies, a man at point, man on the deep cover point boundary, a man at extra cover, mid off, mid on, and then a man at backward square. 7-2 offside field for Kluter to Verena. It's outside the off stump. As one would hope if you're the bowler.
That average of 49.58 will irritate Kyle no end. He will only start mouthing off after he hits that 50 mark, and then you won't hear him stop talking about it. He might even call time in his career when he hits that 50. But he is a stats man, old Kyle Verena. He loves looking at stats. He is one of those students of the game we mentioned earlier on. But he's a cricket badger, as they call him, as they call them. As I hand over to Tariq Ibrahim at the end of the 69th over, 278 for 3. Tony DeZorzi, 136 unbeaten. Kyle Verena, 49 not out. And I will leave you in the capable hands of my colleague Tariq. Thanks, James. I will see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, David. Always a pleasure to have you with us, and it's a pleasure again to welcome Tariq Ibrahim into the commentary box. Thank you, Tariq, and good to have you back with us. And a couple of wickets have fallen since you were last here.
Yeah, it seems that way. I missed a lot. Two wickets and quite a few runs.
Yeah, 2 wickets in quick succession. And Daniel Smith for once failing for Western Province, 6-gun grill Western Province. But the captain coming to the fore together with Tony DeZorzi, Tony DeZorzi making his, I think it's now his 600. We were saying his 3rd 100, but that is in Division 1 cricket. So from a first class point of view, Tony DeZorzi making his debut in 2016-17, has played 50 matches. His 51st match. He has 500, now has 600s in first class cricket, and an average though of 33.05. We certainly will be looking to get that up more and closer to the 50s. And this will help no end, this innings of his at 137 now, is that one he plays down to the man here in front of us, to the right of us, should I say. It's Kwesi Gumede, who's at a fine leg position.
It seems as though Tony loves batting at Newlands.
He
knows how to score runs, and I mean, if you look at his first class high score as well, 213 unbeaten for the Titans at that time against the Cobras at 6-gun grill Newlands.
There we go.
So he absolutely loves this venue. He loves to go big, and he's certainly set himself up for a big score, currently on 137 not out.
The happy hunting ground for the 6-gun grill Western Province man, as Kyle Verena plays that one into the man, down to the man at deep cover, and goes to yet another half century. That is Kyle's 25th first class half century, and his numbers there: 50 of 70 balls, 98 minutes, and 8 fours. And he has scored all around the ground and has looked from ball one. I think David was saying earlier on today that he was hitting the ball particularly well. As it's Von Berg again into DeZorzi, plays it on around the corner, but can't get past the man at short here at 45 on the leg side. That's Captain Yaneman Milan.
Yeah, solid innings from Kyle, backing up the 87, I think it was against the Titans last week. So it's good consistency from him. I think perhaps, if you look at it from a Proteas lens, you'd want him to get to the triple figures. You'd want him to convert those 50s into 100s, and especially with him heading to Australia at the end of the month, it's good confidence for him to take along for that trip.
Yeah, very important. Can go into that trip down to Australia with taking some good first class form with him. He has looked in good form last week, as you say, 87. back that up with another half century today, and he'll want to go on now as we're going to have a change of bowling from the Wynberg end. We're going to see from the Wynberg end for the first time, we're going to see Imran Manak. We're going to probably have all spin for a little while, as it is Sean von Berg who's bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. Now from the Wynberg end, Imran Manak takes over from Ashil Kluter, short outside the off stump, and Carver is not going to miss out there. He clubs it through the area between extra cover and mid-off, and that goes for 4 and brings up the 100 partnership. Tariq will bring you those numbers when they come up on the screen.
So it's 101 runs off 147 balls, 16 fours, and a pair of them have been there for exactly 100 minutes as well. So wow. Tony de Zorzi contributing 47 of those runs and Calverain 54. No extras. Just shows how disciplined, dare we say it, the Gbets Rocks bowlers have been. Not giving away any extras, not bowling the no balls, wides. No. Usually in this format, you find a lot of leg buys or buys, and there's been absolutely nothing.
So been one no ball bowled by Kwesi Gumede. That is the only extra that we've had in the entire innings so far. Bowled that from the Wynberg end. Manak there coming bowling short, but Verena not able to take full toll of that one. Fielded very well on the boundary down on the leg side by the man sweeping there, who is Ashil Kluter, who's just been taken off bowling from this side. And that's played in the air slightly to begin with by de Zorzi, but is fielded very well by, I think, Copeland there, who hurt himself when he went down for, that was it, Khafieldin, I think, actually there in the covers. Ismail Khafieldin, who fielded that very well down to his right-hand side. That's nicely flighted from Manak, and it's played down to the man in front of us here at long off. That's Kwesi Gumede in front of us here at long off, and he does the fielding. Field is quite widespread for Verena. 5-4 leg side offside field for the off spinner. Is bowling now into the right-hander. Oh, too short and wide outside the off stump. It's going to get hit again to the boundary for 4. And the Hardy Dars don't even move on the edge of the square. They know it's going to the boundary as it slams there into the hoardings in front of the railway stand. Another boundary for the 6-gun Grill Western Province captain in Mr. 59. Partnership 107, 290 for 3 in the 71st over. An expensive over from Imran Manak.
A really good batting from Calverain, making sure that he's punishing the bad ball, which is what you want to see, and then picking up the single of the very next ball. That just shows you the maturity that Carl has.
Yeah, and really is showing that in this innings. Came in when 6-gun Grill Western Province had lost 2 very quick wickets, needed to build a partnership with de Zorzi, needed to make sure that his partner de Zorzi, who had just gone to, was going to 100 at the time, maintained that and then went on from there, rather than giving him the perhaps giving de Zorzi the opportunity to bat with the lower order. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to stay there with him and guide him through to what could be a big 100. And has been 138 now. He's on Verena 60, 291 for 3 after 71 overs. Von Berg in again from the Kelvin Grove end. We've got all spin for the Gbets Rocks as we get closer to the new ball. We're going to get at 80 overs. One feels they may well be bowling spin from both ends for the next 10 overs. That goes out to the deep cover boundary. Ashil Kluter does the fielding, and things all happening rather quickly in these overs with the spin, and strike being turned over. Overs are going quickly. Game is actually at this stage seems to be moving further and further away from the Gbets Rocks. Tariq.
Yeah, it would seem that way, although one probably does feel that you've got to wait until the Gbets Rocks get a chance to bat on this deck and see what it's really like. Then you can make the determination as to whether it's just been excellent batting from Six Gun Girl Western Province, or if it's just a pitch that allows itself and lends itself to being a good batting deck. So I reckon we probably will have to wait until the innings has concluded and Six Gun Girl, or at least Gbets Rocks gets their innings underway to really make a firm sort of decision on that. But you've got to say that Six Gun Girl Western Province are in the pound seat at the moment.
Yeah.
They've ticked it along nicely. They're going at a good rate of just over 4 runs to the over. And with two set batsmen, one that went into the triple figures and the other one well on his way and looks comfortable at the moment. At this stage, we could say that Six Gun Girl Western Province are definitely in the pound seat.
And so David saying earlier on that anything over 400 in the first innings, one would feel quite safe potentially. And we're going to have another change of bowling from this end. Imran Manak only being given, I think, only the 1 over from this side. Or was it 2 overs? No, 1 over only in his spell, which was quite expensive, and he can be replaced by Kwesi Gumede. He's going to be coming in from the Wynberg end. So that over from Imran Manak was an expensive 111 off it from the Wynberg end, and immediately he's taken. Is that Manak? Is that Gumede, or is it who else? Somebody probably spin there. No, it's Copeland. Sorry, I got that wrong. It's Michael Copeland who's going to be bowling spin from this the Wynberg end. First time I've seen him bowl. Tariq, have you ever seen him bowl before?
Yeah, pretty handy spinner.
Okay.
Can make something happen. Although
so leggy as well.
It's a bit of a dare we say a bit of a funny action. It looks as though it's coming out as a leggy, but I do know he's got variations on him.
Yeah.
So we've obviously seen his exploits in the SA Under-19 side at the World Cup. We know what he can do with the bat as well.
Yeah.
And I guess that he's one of those that's just the occasional bowler who can hold an end together. But also in saying that he is young, and for him to get this exposure is fantastic, because that's only going to help him to improve his game.
Absolutely. So we're watching him now into Dazorzi, and Dazorzi plays that one out to the man at long off, and they go through for a single. So we'll try and have a look at the action here a bit from Michael Copeland and try and describe it to you. You can see it on your screen, but difficult to see as it comes out of the arm what it is. That one's too short, and that has been treated with the disdain that it deserves. It's onto the banks under the Oaks. Carl Verena gets his first maximum of the innings, and the man in the red top there, a little bit slow to react. Could have taken that, do you think?
I think he could. I think he should have. He's pretty much just chilling against the tree.
Yeah.
And stuck the hand out thinking it was going to land.
And it went straight to him.
You'd want to see a bit more effort from the young man in the crowd. And he's trying to catch the ball.
Definitely. I mean, one of only about 20 people who are here today, so one would have expected a bit more commitment.
It's not like he had to jump over a few people and the kids that are there that are in the way.
So 300 up for the Western Province, Six Gun Girl Western Province with that 300 off 438 balls. That last 100, that last 50, another 4. Is it going to be here? Yes, I think so. It was over the rope when he touched the ball, one feels, but the umpire's not making a determination on that, I don't think. Hanabe, is it, or Baron that's out? I'm not sure of how you pronounce that. Is Hanabe out there? They've given him the benefit of the doubt. They go through for 2. And that takes Verena to 70. Dazorzi's on 139. And that is going to be 302 for 3 in 73 overs, 4.1 runs and over. It's been rollicking along since the tea interval. Tea taken at 65 overs. We've had 8 overs since then. 45 runs have been scored, and it has been a very quick, say 45 runs in 8 overs, batting at 5.5 an over since tea. These two have taken that run rate along very quickly. Just played down to the man at 45. Yanamambang. Things happening very quickly. Tariq hardly have even time to get a word in edgeways. With the spinners on 5-6-4. Oh, leg side beats everybody, and that one, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 byes of Sean van Berg. Hands on head, or as you can see, arms, elbows, everything up in the air there, as that one missed everything, including the wicket keeper's gloves. And Tony de Zorzi gets away with one there, perhaps. Very few loose shots we've seen today from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province players. Oh, another one's going to go down the leg side. Will Milan cut it off? He's after it. He's chasing very hard. Going to get there, but not before they can take 2 in this instance.
It just seems, James, that whenever I come and sit down, that the batsmen decide to up the ante.
Well, it's exciting stuff, Tariq. I mean, it must be something that, I don't know what it is that you have this influence on them. So
perhaps they sense my presence up here and just decide, listen, we want to entertain him.
They must
let's get the runs on the board. Let's start hitting some more boundaries and get some real spectator value.
I think so. It has been real spectator value for us here, and we're enjoying this display of batting from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team. Tony de Zorzi in particular into the 140s now as he takes a single down to the man at 45 on the leg side. Van Berg into Verena. Plays that one, lovely shot. Hit hard out to the man, Ashok Klitter, on the boundary at deep cover. And 71. Partnership, 127. My goodness, that has come up incredibly quickly. The 100 partnership just seemed to be a couple of balls ago. That was just before you came into the commentary box, wasn't it?
In fact, the 100 run partnership came up when I sat down. So, like I said, they sense that I'm here. They want to entertain. So, long may it continue, I guess.
Yeah, it's been really has been entertaining. And Michael Copeland went for 10 in his first over, and he'll be bowling again to a man who is in, looks like, very good form. And those of you who are mathematically inclined, we have de Zorzi on double Verena's score. Verena's score at the moment, it's 442 for de Zorzi, 71 not out to Verena. Verena will be facing Copeland, and Copeland will be away from us soon from the Weinberg end here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. And that's emblazoned the hashtag #EndGBV on the jersey, and that one is down the leg side, played down to the man at a deep fine leg. That's Stiaan van Zyl, and they take a single.
James, you mentioned the hashtag #NGBV that's on the back of the players' shirts, and it's a massive thing that Cricket South Africa is pushing at the moment in their stance to eradicate the scourge of gender-based violence. It's something that all the players are supporting to end GBV, and it's good to see that our professional sportsmen are getting behind such initiatives.
It is. It's a really good campaign, and we do really commend Cricket South Africa for their stance. I know the women's team as well, playing in the one of their one-day internationals, playing in the black kit, which was also in terms of the NGBV, and that one is absolutely nailed by Verena into the seats that were taken from the Newlands Rugby Stadium here to the right of us. And that is another maximum for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province captain. Just took that one beautifully and played it into the stands. And the experiment of bowling Michael Copeland at the moment, unfortunately for the young man, is not quite paying off for him or his team. 1.4 overs now, 18 runs off his bowling, and 10 off his first over, and he's gone for another maximum in this, and that one just ease into the leg side, no run on this occasion. A very strong leg side field, but it can't stop them if they hit over the boundary.
Yeah, look, Kyle just seems as though he's got plenty of time.
He does,
It's almost as
Yeah.
if the game's in slow motion for him at the moment. He can pretty
Oh,
much pick his spot.
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. He did, didn't he? You're right, Tariq. Tariq, they're indicating exactly what's happening, and that was enough to get I think the approval from Harry the Hardy-Dar, screaming at the top of his voice as he flew into the North Pavilion, and another boundary to the South African wicket-keeper batsman, Carl Verreynne. He moves into the 80s, 82. His partner with him at the moment, Tony de Zorzi, 143, 322 for 3 after 75 overs. And the run rate now 4.3. And just a reminder, we're playing a 4-day game here at 6 Gun Newlands. And we're 5 overs away from the new ball. And you don't really see how the new ball is going to make that much of a difference at the moment. But who knows? Von Berg into de Zorzi. And that one, was that a catch? It sounded like they were very interested, just bouncing short of that's Khafildian there at that's extra cover, really wide extra cover, not extra cover, sorry, it's going to be mid wicket, and no run, and that instance no run again. But Sean van Berg gets through his overs very quickly, Tariq.
He does indeed, and I'm just noticing those first 2 balls. They were the quicker ones.
Yeah.
It's almost as if he's also been resigned to the ball is not really turning that much. So let's try and get the quicker ones in there. And well, the first one nearly got a chance, landing just short of the fielder.
A little bit more air on that one, and he did get some nice drift. A couple of these really troubled the batters has been with the drift and dip, which is really where the art of leg spin bowling comes in. That's beautiful shot, my word. We're looking at that from behind, but de Zorzi there just taking that one and on the half volley, playing it through the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and no price with that one, right through to in front of the snake pit for 4. He's in the 147, and that one is over the top on the offside, through the gap, all the way along the ground. I do apologise. That's his 150. Tony de Zorzi goes to his 150, and those numbers that we came up shortly, Tariq will take you through those.
Brilliant innings from Tony de Zorzi. 151 runs not out, coming off 215 balls. He's hit 23 fours and pretty much scored most of his runs all over the ground in front of square. It's going to take plenty of mental strength. I mean, you've been there for 293 minutes.
It's incredible. Yeah.
Pretty much from ball 1 has Tony de Zorzi been there, all 76 overs.
Has indeed, and he's shown great concentration here, as well as increasing the scoring rate tremendously. That 151 off, you're saying 220 odd balls. I mean, really good strike rate for the left-hander. And together with his captain, the two of them now, 147 run partnership for this wicket. De Zorzi having already featured in a 137 run partnership with Eddie Moore for the first wicket. Now for the 4th wicket, 147, close to that 150 partnership. And cricket is all about partnerships from a batting point of view.
100%. And the more partnerships you have, the longer they stay together, the more runs you're inevitably going to score. And Tony de Zorzi and Carl Verreynne certainly proving that they've really taken this game by the scruff of the neck since they've come together as a partnership, and pretty much scored freely, been given the opportunity, but also you've got to put certain balls away, which they have. And barring that chance, that half chance, shall we say, for Gbets Rocks earlier on off the bowling of Sean van Berg, there hasn't been many other for Gbets Rocks to try and break this partnership.
called back Stian van Zyl. This time he's going to be bowling now from the Weinberg end, and he's sort of slow, medium paces, and just to try and calm things down a bit. Bowling to Carl Verreynne. Copeland's going for 22 off his first and only 2 overs that he's bowled so far. Good delivery from van Zyl, going on with the arm, and Verreynne perhaps not quite gathering the line of that one as well as he could. There were a lot of oohs and ahs out there as it missed the off stump by not too much. Van Zyl away from us again to Verreynne.
James, any leave that doesn't hit the stumps is a good leave.
Exactly, yeah. If we're speaking from a Gbets Rocks point of view, it would be he nearly bowled it.
Just depends which glasses you're wearing.
Absolutely, yeah. One has to try and adjust your lenses accordingly. No, it's all nicely played and downed as man at deep backward square, and they take a single. It's going to change over now for the left-hand right-hand combination. That's Imran Manak down there. Manak has bowled 12 overs, 0 for 70, nearly going for 6 runs and over. And he's bowled in 3 spells, and his last spell going for 11 just off the 1 over. That's way too short from Van Zyl, but it's only able to be played out to Manak, who's now at deep point for the left-hander, and he'll stay where he is for the right-hander, and deep backward square for the right-hander. Field for Van Zyl's to Verreynne, slip backward, slip point, man on the deep cover point boundary, extra cover, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, 6-3 offside, onside field, and the end of the over. And that was a little bit better for the Rocks. First over of Stian van Zyl's second spell, only went for 2. He's now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 18. Went by very quickly. 77 overs gone, 332. They just really upped the ante here post the tea interval, and we haven't had that long, it seems, post tea. We had 45 minutes post tea, and tea taken at 255 for 3. So we had 75 runs in the 45 minutes since tea. That is huge. Sorry, 77 runs, should I say, in the 45 minutes from tea. That's huge, Tariq.
Yeah, that is good acceleration from the Siskangril Western Province batters, and it just shows the confidence that they have at the moment. In that,
oh my goodness, that was a bit of a mow from Dezorzi. The outfield looks okay to me. You didn't need to look at mowing it any more than it has already been mowed, so that's fine. Van Berg, the 1 run away from their 150 partnership, these two. And tickled down to Milan at 45 on the leg side, no run. Van Berg giving nobody any time to just relax between deliveries. Once again, Milan called into action at 45 on the leg side, and been a good over so far. 4 deliveries, all dots from Van Berg.
Yeah, good stuff from Sean van Berg, backing up the efforts of Stian van Zyl. And as I say that, he gives a full toss to Tony Dezorzi, dispatches it along the ground to the square leg boundary, and that brings up the 150-run partnership between Tony Dezorzi and Carl Verreynne. It's 153 runs, coming off 193 balls, wow. 21 fours and 2 sixes, and James, it seems as though that just 2 overs ago we mentioned the 100-run partnership.
Yeah, we did seem to the 100-run partnership. I actually trying to see when I did see it coming up. I mean, I don't have those numbers on there, but it's really been incredibly fast transition from the 100-run to the 150 partnership. and just huge from that point of view. So many statistics here, and trying to keep. We don't have just to let you know. We don't have a full scorecard in front of us. We're working a lot off the scoreboard. Any of those other numbers we get, we're trying to keep a track of them ourselves. But it has been really, really quick. And as I say, following the T interval, which is where I have been looking at those numbers. But if you just look at 300 came up of 438 deliveries. We're now into the 78th over, so 80 overs will be 480 deliveries. You take 12 off that, it would be 460. So 30. We've been batting at more than a run a ball, literally for the last 6 or 7 overs. So that's why the run rate now up to 4.3. It's just been incredibly quick.
Yeah, but it hasn't been a case of them just going out and having a slug.
No, not at all.
It's been sensible batting. They've put the bad balls away, and they've run their singles when they're there for the offering, and it's just been simple, basic cricket. Put the bad ball away, rotate strike, and keep the Gbets Rocks fielders on their toes.
So if you are a youngster watching this and you're a cricketer in particularly a youngster who's a young batter, very important lessons that Tariq is speaking about there is take your singles, get your fitness levels there so you can run between the wickets, low risk cricket, put the bad ball away. Just learn to select your areas well. Carver has been outstanding at that today.
Yeah, 100%. You can just see the confidence in him. Obviously coming off his innings last week, then being announced inside the Proteas team to travel to Australia.
Oh my word, that one's in the air, but it's going to be out, is it? No, he dropped him. Oh my goodness. That is the first real chance we've had, and that should not have gone down. It could not have been worse for the Gbets Rocks. And Ashur Kluter on the boundary. The only defence perhaps is that there might have been some sun in his eyes, but Carver claimed that one in the air and didn't actually even run, did they?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
That was the thing. He thought it was going to be 6 or out. And it was so close to being out, but in fact nothing to report at the end of it. No run, no catch, no 6, and that one he'll be upset with himself that he nearly gave it away there to Stiaan van Zyl. His head's a bit down, but he'll pick that up quickly. He's on 84.
A good thing that we saw there was the very next ball that Kyle faced outside off stump, just decides to show arms, let the ball go by, just so that he can reset himself. And that is the mark of a player who understands his game and who's in that process of knowing exactly what he needs to do in that situation. He's given a chance to the Gbets Rocks. He's got a bit fortunate that the catch went down. So now he resets himself, gets himself back into his little bubble, and will probably continue to tick over the runs. I wouldn't actually even be surprised if we don't see a boundary from Kyle in the next over. He'll probably just want to knock the singles around.
Yeah, just consolidate a bit and just get his head back, and just focus again. Easy to potentially, as you say, just use your head. They've been rollicking along, haven't they, for quite some time. New ball is now due at the end of this over. I'm sure they'll take it. Although we haven't seen is Huddersfield back on the field now? He was off the field earlier on. He is back on the field. Yes, he obviously wasn't off for that long. He will be able to take that new ball, although I don't see anybody warming up.
As you say that, James.
He is warming up now. Yeah.
Yeah, Huddersfield finds himself at mid-off. Yeah. And as James said, he wasn't warming up. He starts doing a bit of running on the spot just to warm the legs up. So we will most certainly see Huddersfield as he now gets his back stretches in.
He does, yes. I'm sure we will see him from the Weinberg end at the end of this over from Sean van Berg. Who's in to De Zorzi, and De Zorzi gets one outside the off stump, just played into the covers and fielded extra cover. Is no run, another maiden over from Von Berg, but he's also looking a little bit tired there. Sean Von Berg, hands on hips, more perhaps disillusioned that they weren't able to get that wicket and another breakthrough wasn't imminent. One feels that if you get one, you could perhaps get another one, which is what happened earlier on with the wicket of Smith coming soon after, very soon after the wicket of Yassine Valley. And it will be Huddersfield from the Wynberg end. And the new cherry is being shown by umpire Sean George to the scorers just to the left of us here. Literally the width of the President's Pavilion away from our commentary spot. We're directly over the line of the stumps as you look at them. Pretty well just slightly off to the onside of straight if you're the right-handed batter. Huddersfield, who is now into, what is this? I think it's his fourth spell. Let's give you those numbers now. Yeah, his fourth spell, all of which have been from the Wynberg end. He's away from us now with the wind to bowl to Verena on the pads, and Verena will take full toll of that, and that one is racing towards the backward square boundary under the oaks and in front of a famous brand of South African beer, and that is going to be another 488. Verena eclipses his score from last week by 1 run. Dazorzi is on 157, 342 for 3. New ball taken at 80 overs, and the first ball with the new ball goes for a boundary.
Yeah, I think that's probably the ideal ball that you'd want as a batter with a new ball.
Yeah.
Nicely onto the pads, a gentle loosener from the seamer, and you're allowed to just clip the ball away as Viljoen this time goes short, and Kyle dispatches this one into the oaks.
Oh, another maximum for Kyle Verena. And Huddersfield's come out, and the first one on the pad, second one short, and really loosening up, maybe, to get into the spell, but just spellbound, I think, of the crowd here. All 30 or 40 people that have come to enjoy the sunshine this afternoon, and just some really good batting from the 6-gun grill Western Province team. Verena into the 90s, 94, not out, and he's eyeing now what will be his 7th first-class century. His highest score, 216 Cobras versus the Warriors, and very kind spectator we do have, at least, is going to try and find the new ball, which is somewhere in Campground Road. No, it's not quite in Campground, but close enough to Campground Road. Those of you that know 6-gun grill Newlands, Campground Road is the road that runs to the, what is that? It's the eastern side of 6-gun grill Newlands, behind the Oaks and behind the North Pavilion. Bit of a search going on for the ball at the moment.
Well, I guess if they don't find that ball, they can just bring a new one on. This one's only been 2 balls old, so it's not really going to make much of a difference. Just ask Kyle to hit the new ball on 2 occasions in the middle of his bat.
Yeah, that's right.
And it will be exactly the same as it is now, but it does seem as though they have found the ball.
Seem to have found that a nice concrete scratch on it from landing on the paving somewhere there. It's Ashok Kluter. I think somebody has got that new ball, have they? Yeah, they have indeed, and been tossed in left-handed by Gumede. Is it? Oh, is out there now? Sorry, not Ashok Kluter. Kluter will probably be bowling from the other side. It is indeed Kwesi Gumede that tossed that one in, and so first 2 deliveries of Viljoen's spell and the new ball have both gone for boundaries, a 4 and a maximum, and he bowls it short again, and this one is pulled again, and it's another maximum again from Kyle Verena, and that takes him to his 7th century at first class level. Tariq's going to take you through those numbers. A run a ball 100 for him.
Well, better than run a ball, James. 100 runs coming off 99 balls and 12 4s and 4 6s in that. You'd be forgiven if you thought this was a limited overs game.
Incredible innings from the 6-gun grill Western Province captain, Kyle Verena. The responsibility given to him of being the captain of the team in this 4-day series, he has taken the bull by the horns. Maybe they haven't last week against the Titans. No, it's the Titans, not the Bulls. But he's done it this week again against the Rocks. He's, that he's definitely rocking the world here of his Western Province teammates. As that one down the leg side, he misses out. And on that 100, incredible 100 from the captain.
Yeah, I think in the excitement of seeing Kyle get to the three-figure mark, we also missed that was 600 girl Western Province brought up their 350.
My word, yeah, that's in next to no time. Goes from the 350 up 300 up to the 350. Incredible performance from them, and it's Viljoen again to Verena, just tickles it into the leg side, and there's an easy single because the field is spread very, very wide. And good to see we have a visitor here in the commentary box. Nasri Alexander has come to say hello, and just behind us here, Nasri, well-known journalist, and also commentated with us a few times here in the Western Cape, enjoying the cricket this afternoon.
Seems as though he's lost his voice, James.
I think he's lost his voice. So it is Dzorzi on strike. He's been playing second fiddle to the captain of late, Viljoen into him. Oh, good delivery from Viljoen.
Once again, James, if it's a leave, it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good leave.
Was a good leave. Left that one on length more than anything else. Hard new ball. Goes over the top of off stump, and it's the end of the over. 81 gone. 355 for 3.
And despite that over from Hardus Viljoen going for as much as it did, he probably would take note of that last ball. There was a bit of nip back into Tony Dzorzi, and that probably has piqued his interest somewhat.
Yeah,
so I'm sure he'll come back with his next over and try and get more of that nip off the deck.
Sure, he will. I mean, he just needed to get loose a bit. Those bones are a little bit stiff, muscles a little bit stiff after having already bowled 16 overs, as it's going to be. Kwesi Gumede, who's going to be in from the Kelvin Grove end, opening or coming on with the second new ball, and he will be replacing from that side Sean van Berg, who's now finished his spell. Van Berg 19 overs, 1 for 71. Score at the moment 355 for 3. Van Sale 5 overs, 0 for 20. Copeland 2 overs, 0 for 22. Van Berg 19 overs, 1 for 71. Gumede is in. And oh my goodness, Verena just a little bit lucky with that one, trying to force it through the offside, maybe.
Yeah, but nice and full from Kwesi Gumede. Kyle just tries to dig one out, comes off the inside half of the bat, squirts its way down to short fine leg as Clyde Fontaine gets rid of the gloves and goes charging after it.
He's in the floppy hat now. From his that a yellow floppy hat that he's got on? No, it's probably just a little bit of an off-white colour. It is a bit of an off-white colour. He wears a very bright yellow helmet with the Paul Rocks. And nicely played by Dzorzi, but there's a man at backward point, and there is no run. That's Van Sale at Van Sale Viljoen at backward point. So this partnership fairly moved along now to 173. It is run rate achieved 4.4. Bonus points are just being racked up here by Six Gun Grill Western Province in fair old fashion. They still have got 18 overs and 4 balls to score bonus points on the batting side, up to 100 overs. Down the leg side, just over leg stump actually. Dzorzi trying to get inside it to just tickle it down fine. Well taken by Fontaine down the leg side. You might have seen the wicketkeeper just tumbling over to the to his right hand side. Gbets Rocks have been doing very well from an over rate point of view, 81.3 overs, and we still have got an hour and 10 minutes left in the day's play for them to get through we get 104 overs in the day, 23 overs left to that, and the fast bowler's on, and that's sort of played with a flat bat through the offside to Hanabe down at deep cover. And he always seems to be feeling his arm once he's thrown that one in, Flomla Hanabe. I don't know why, just stretching a bit there. 357 for 3. So Viljoen 17 overs, 1 for 61. He has been the pick of the bowlers. Manak 12 overs, 0 for 70. Gumede now into his 14th over, 1 for 59. Kluter 0 for 50 in his 13. Left arm Gumede around the wicket, and that's a full toss outside the off stump. Was definitely very full, played into the deep cover region where Manak does the fielding, and they take a single. So that innings from Carl Verreynne, Tariq, I mean, setting himself up, scored 87 last week, 103 this week. Now probably has taken his average, most certainly, looking at that 0.42 that he needed to get into the 50s. As a student of the game, as David said, he'll be happy to get into that 50 average at first class level.
Yeah, I think we probably can go grab him for a chat at some point, maybe the end
Yeah.
of the day or something, and see exactly when he'll have a look at those stats, whether it will be immediately or whether he'll wait until the game is wrapped up.
Maybe. It depends whether he's got that asterisk next to his name at the end of the day or not. And so, but 6-gun grill, Western Province, as we approach what will probably be the drinks break at the end of the hardest Viljoen over, I would think, as we are nearly halfway through the final session. 18 overs, sorry, not 18 overs, 22 overs left to be bowled, 104 we need in the day. Probably won't get all of those in before 5:30, but we can go on until 6 o'clock. So we should be with you for most of the rest of the day. Well bowled by Viljoen.
There's a little bit of nip again from Huddersfield. He is definitely finding something from here from the Wynberg end. There's a little bit of something for him to work with off the deck. And we saw it in his previous over, the last ball going into Tony DeZorzi. And perhaps Kyle saw that as well, thinking that Huddersfield can take that one away. But
came back into him in that instance. Getting some good bounce from this end. And I mean, saw with Gumede as well, that he was getting good carry. That spell that he came back, I think it was his second or third spell when he got the wicket of Yassine Valley. No, it wasn't a great shot from Mo Valley, but it certainly, once he got that wicket, his tail was up, and he did look quite threatening for a while. And that's where this partnership obviously started. Verreynne needed to be circumspect with DeZorzi, and they did that. Well bowled again. Yeah, he's getting a bit of movement away. As you watching on the feed, this is a broadcast coming to you on the YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa, the official YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa, brought to you the visuals by Pitch Vision, and it is our privilege on behalf of Cricket South Africa, Western Province Cricket Association, Pitch Vision, and our sponsors, 6-Gun Grill, to be bringing you this broadcast as Carl Verreynne tickles that one into the leg side, and there's going to be a run all day there because the field is set incredibly wide for the Proteas and Western Province batter as he plays that one down to deep backward square for a single, takes him to 104. Viljoen into his 18th over. And that previous over really did mess up his numbers. Had in his previous spells had bowled 16 overs and had gone only for 44. What happened there? Sorry, I missed that.
Just another one of those nippers from Huddersfield coming back at Tony DeZorzi and cutting through him, catches the inside edge.
Oh, lucky.
And beats everybody, it was very wide from Volkhuisfontein to him. And think about having a go at it. Goes down to the fine leg boundary and brings up another 4 for Tony de Zoers. He advances him up to 162, not out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that's been two or three. That's probably about, yeah, two or three deliveries that have gone straight through the batters today. And that one getting the edge on this instance. Perhaps a bit unlucky for Fillion. He's looked the most likely. That's I think that's going down the leg side. Sean George has a good look. But the most excited they've been for a while.
Looked very close to me, James. I was about to put my finger up,
Yeah,
thinking
that
of
was
that, but it did
yeah.
come to think of it. That's the reason why I'm not an umpire.
Well, the soft signal from Tariq was definitely out, and we weren't able to go upstairs on that one though. So we will. It remains in the scoreboard as a dot ball, and the score was a dot ball. And we now have drinks, gentlemen, and it is going to be a little bit of a refreshment break for the batters, bowlers. It's a bit warm out there, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes as we grab a bit of a refreshment ourselves. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, and it is Kwesi Gumede who bowled the one over with the new ball, and he's now been taken out of the attack. It's Stiaan van Zyl, Gumede, who just went off the field quickly at the tea break, but it's Van Zyl who's going to bowl with the new ball. From the Kelvin Grove end. He's in now to Verena. That one is full on the pads and played out to the man, Hanabe, at deep mid-wicket. They take the single on the leg side. Perhaps looking for a bit of a swing here.
Yeah, perhaps just seeing that this is getting something off the pitch, and Kwesi perhaps just struggling to extract any movement. So back they go to the experienced hand of Stiaan van Zyl, go back to the wicket to wicket sort of approach, and see what can happen. I do know that, James, early on when I was sitting here, it was the combination of Van Zyl from Kelvin Grove and Viljoen from the Wynberg, and that brought about the first wicket.
It did indeed. Brought about the pressure that ended up bringing that first wicket for Huddersfield just before the luncheon interval. And but that isn't going to bring pressure necessarily, although Hanabe out on the deep cover boundary prevents any thought of anything more than a single, and takes the score on to 365 in the 84th over for the loss of 3 wickets. Just to give you the field for Stiaan van Zyl now to the right-hander Verreynne. Slip, probably a fourth slip, not necessarily a gully. Man at backward point. Deep cover on the boundary, extra cover, and in the, oh my goodness, in the air, just stopping on Verreynne a bit, and the extra cover cannot get around to that, and the man at mid-off fields. There's a man at mid-on, there's a man at deep square leg, deep backward square on the boundary, and a man at 45, about 15 metres in from the boundary, that's Viljoen. And so a 6-3 offside leg side field for Van Zyl, and that one's just tucked away into the leg side by Verreynne. Lovely wrists on that and played out to the man. Coming around from mid-on and fielding, that is Kluter. And Ashil Kluter just fielding that one. I expect we'll see him reasonably soon, perhaps from the Kelvin Grove end, particularly if there's a breakthrough, as it's Van Zyl to De Zorzi outside the off stump, and nothing to report. No run, 3 off the over, and score now 366 for 3 after 84. De Zorzi 163 not out, Verreynne 106 not out, partnership 183 for the 4th wicket. And the story of the day quickly for you: Western Province, 6-gun grill, Western Province winning the toss, electing to bat first. First man to go, Eddie Moore, on the stroke of lunch at score 137, scored 71, and first wicket was to Viljoen, bowled. It was off his inside edge onto the stumps. Soon after that, and after the luncheon interval, sort of halfway between lunch and the drinks break, it was Mo Valley. We'll talk a bit more about that as Viljoen comes in, who has been the pick of the bowlers. Most definitely. It was Yassine Valley out, caught in at first slip by Sean von Berg off the bowling of Kwesi Gumede. It was a little bit wide. He went for the shot and just got the edge as the ball moving slightly away from him from the left arm of bowling around the wicket. And then the next over, Daniel Smith getting first bowler from Sean von Berg, caught by Milan at slip, and it was then 183 for the loss of 3, as that's nicely played into the leg side by Verreynne. But Van Zyl is around quickly. They're only going to get the single. That's 367 for the loss of 3. Or is it 368? I'm just waiting for the scoreboard. So 367 for the loss of 3. As Verreynne's on 107. And then, so that's the last wicket. 4 was at 183. These two put on 184. So double the score since then, just a little bit more than double the score. Now 367 for 3. De Zorzi facing is on 163, not out, and has a go at that wide one outside the off stump. And does he actually get an edge on it? I think he might have got an edge on that one, and he has he? He is walking off the field. Yes, very wide. He took a shot at that one outside the off stump. No real celebration from the Gbets Rocks. And the end of Tony De Zorzi, 163. Just take us through those numbers, please, Tariq.
Tony De Zorzi gets caught behind by Clyde Fontaine. He goes for 163 of 241 balls. 25 fours in that innings, and it's been a solid knock from Tony De Zorzi. Pretty much been there from ball one. Built 2 really solid partnerships up front with Eddie Moore, and then the partnership that has just been broken with Carl Verreynne. So the crowd that have come in and the players on the balcony show the appreciation to Tony de Zorzi for that innings, and perhaps that was the only real poor shot that he's played all day.
It was, yeah.
His feet wasn't really there, and he just threw his bat at it. Perhaps expecting the ball to jag back at him, as Viljoen has done before. This time Viljoen, though, goes a bit wider, so he felt maybe this was the one to dispatch, and that extra bit of bounce that Viljoen gets, especially with a hard ball, gets the edge of Tony de Zorzi's bat, and neatly taken by Clyde Fontaine. It's one of those bizarre ones because nobody on the field celebrated. I actually thought that he missed it. Was a play and miss.
It was just
and
you
just see his head drop and he starts slowly walking off, and you realize he actually got an edge to it.
So the lack of celebration from the Gbets Rocks, just telling you what a hard day it has been out there in the field for them. 367 for 4 now are the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team, and de Zorzi a really, really good 163, sharing that partnership with Verena of 184 for the 4th wicket, and that has really given 6 Gun Grill Western Province the upper hand in this match so far, as Aviwa Mwajima, the a really good servant of cricket here in the Western Province for quite some time now. Cobras before that, and now in his in the second season of the new First Division system with the Western Province team. He's made that middle order position his own in this format, as well as in the one-day format of the game, and Viljoen into him bowling a lot tighter, it seems now. But de Zorzi, what a good innings that was.
Brilliant to watch. From ball one. Rode out that first hour, got through the new ball period, and then accelerated the innings from that point as he settled himself in. And well, anytime you can not only get 3 figures but get a big 3 figures is something to watch. And a lot has been spoken about Tony de Zorzi and how after under 19s he didn't really kick on from there to establish himself, in the domestic scene, and the move down here from Pretoria down to Cape Town has done wonders for him thus far. He's found himself again, and he's putting the runs on the board, exactly what needs to be done.
Yeah, and that's the best way to answer your critics as a batter, is to just pile on the runs, and he most certainly has done that. Has done himself the world of good with this innings today. Partnerships across the board, really 2 huge partnerships, one with Eddie Moore at the beginning of the innings, and now the one with his captain Carl Verena in the middle order, set up the 6 Gun Grill Western Province for a very big first innings score here. As Tariq said earlier on today, one can only really assess it once one has seen both teams bat, but one senses that if they can keep scoring, it's going to be another 19 overs in the day today, and if they can keep going even at 4 runs or less and over, if they finish the day on 4 runs and over, it would mean really that the rate get over 400 in the day would be an outstanding return for them.
I think that's probably what 6 Gun Grill Western Province are eyeing at the moment, is that magical 400 run mark on the opening day. As you say, piling on the bonus points as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is big now for them. At 0.02 points per run scored after 150. They've already got well over 200 of those, so another 4 be another 4 points for them already in terms of the bonus point situation. That can only help later in the season. A big first innings scored, a quick rate, is going to rack up those bonus points quickly for the team batting first. So just to give you an idea from a bowling point of view, how does Viljoen? Now 2 for 67 in 19 overs. Definitely been the pick of the bowlers. Good defense from Mgijima. They have definitely, for Kluter here, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, a man at extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on, deep backward square, and a deep fine leg on the boundary. And so a 6-3 offside leg side field to the right-hander. He's going to be keeping that well outside the off stump. This one on the line of probably a 4th stump outside off stump and just defended by Mgijima. Another time now, maybe a little bit of consolidation. Time for Aviwe to get in there and just establish himself.
Yeah, I'm sure our viewer will, just take a couple of balls just to see what the pitch is doing, get himself settled in, perhaps get the odd run here and there, just to get Carl back on strike, just to ensure that he keeps the runs ticking over, which our viewer does. So that instance, he's
very nice.
soaked up a few and then takes the single just to keep the run rate ticking, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and ensuring that Kyle, senior statesman now, been there for quite a while, just does what he needs to do as Aviwe settles himself into the innings.
And Kyle's approach now, Tariq, what do you think that would be?
I think he'll continue as he has been doing. He'll put the bad ball away, and when the opportunity is there to take the single, he'll do exactly that. As the short ball comes in from Gluten, Carl went after it.
He did.
It just shows you that he's still wanting to score runs, and if it's there in his area, he's going to go for it. Which is good to see that Carl's hasn't decided that wicket's just fallen. I'm now going to go into my shell and try and get a viewer into the thing.
Absolutely, and thank you for that insight there, Tariq. I mean, that was, I think, the first sort of really short bumper ball we've seen that went over Kyle's head, over shoulder height maybe. But yeah, trying to hit that one, which one would expect. I mean, he's well set, scores well set from a team point of view. I think would be really good if you are a 6-gun grill Western Province supporter. You want to perhaps see him there at the end of the day's play so he can carry on delivering. But he has been batting at an incredibly fast rate. So still 6-3 offside leg side field for Viljoen as he bowls to Mgijima and just defensively down on the leg side. Van Sale picks up at mid-on, so 2 slips, the gully, a point, a extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man at square leg and a man at deep fine leg, 6-3 offside field. Mgijima just getting himself settled, as Tariq has been saying. The 2 slips quite far apart. First slip a long way away from the wicket keeper, seems. That one into the pads, picked up at square leg, no run. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting period of play with a new ball. Just wanting to keep trying to build it. 4 days of cricket. Wicket will still be excellent for batting tomorrow. Don't want a flurry of wickets now, do you?
No, not at all. And I think that's why Aviwe is playing the way he is at the moment. He's not in a hurry to score runs. He's allowing himself to settle. He's allowing himself to face a few balls, get used to the pitch, especially with the new ball and with Hardness having his tail up, picking up the second wicket, his second wicket, should I say. So just give yourself time, because I mean, after this over, there's 18 overs to go in the day, so give yourself a chance. Try and solidify yourself where you are, take your team through to the end of the day, come back tomorrow and start afresh.
Yeah, very much around game management and making sure that you keep the pressure on the opposition. When they do get a breakthrough, don't give them any more. And that's really lovely shot from Aviwe Mgijima, his first boundary, and takes it down to the third man region, short and wide from Hardus Viljoen. You can't bowl there on this wicket. You are going to get punished, and that one is flashed away not going to miss out. Batter of Aviwe Mgijima's status, not going to miss out on something like that, and adds to the quantity of the score. Well, 373 for 4 now is the Western Province 6-gun grill Western Province. Just a reminder, this broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel, and Huddersfield away from us now at the Wynberg end. Nice delivery. One left in his will be in his 20th over. He's done a lot of hard work today. Bowled more overs than anybody else in this Gbets Rocks team, even more than his spinning and equally experienced companion Sean von Berg. And we'll run through the bowling figures for you at the end of the over. And say this broadcast brought to you by CSA on Pitch Vision, and it's our privilege to be here. Our sponsors are 6-gun grill, the sponsors of the Western Province team, both from a men's and women's point of view. 6-gun grill, every meal's best friend. 373 for 4 after 87. Bowling figures are the opening bowlers this morning. Huddersfield and it was Kwesi, Ashil Kluter opened. So Viljoen 20 overs, 2 for 71. Kluter 14 overs, 0 for 52. Gumede 14 overs, 1 for 60. Manak 12 overs, 0 for 70. Von Berg 19 overs, 1 for 71. Van Sale 6 overs, 0 for 23. And Copeland 2 overs, 0 for 22, just before the new ball was taken. And it will be Ashil Kluter towards us from the Kelvin Groves end to Carvery. That hits him, nastily. It's winded him. Good delivery coming in with the seam potential. A little bit of swing as well, and that's hurt him quite nastily.
Yeah, I think that's got him on the soft spot.
Oof.
In between the flap of the pad and the leg guard, the smaller one, shall we say, on his right leg, and you could just hear the contact. It was all flesh. Immediately, Carl went down.
That's going to be nasty. That one, they go like a red color to begin with, and then they go progressively bluer, and then yellow, and all colors of the rainbow. Nicely played, and some good bowling taking place here now with the new ball. The wicket of Dezorzi just bringing about a period of consolidation.
Yeah, it's nice to see Kluter bending his back a little bit, and pushing the ball through as fast as he can to, try and gain the ascendancy over Calverain, who seems as though there's nothing that's gonna get past him.
Yeah, I got to keep trying. The new ball only has so many overs in it. That's a good single just to get himself off strike. He got hit earlier in the over. Just give him a chance to sort of, don't tell anybody that you're hurting, but just, rub it a bit maybe, and just to get off the strikes, perhaps the best thing. Give Aviwe a chance to just keep going. He's giving Aviwe Mgijima a little bit of advice about how that ball is coming in, either off the seam or swinging in. It is a windy day here in Cape Town today, and as it's again Kluter in, one does come in again with the arm and with the seam from Kluter, and nothing more to report. Stian van Sale at mid-off for Aviwe Mgijima. We have 2 slips, a gully, and slips quite widely apart. First slip standing very adjacent to the wicket keeper, which is maybe a little bit unusual. Normally stand a bit further back from a wicket keeper. 2 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and deep fine leg. And that's taken on by Mgijima. Short ball outside the off stump, and he controls it very nicely down to Hanabe on the deep backward square boundary, just forward of square in front of the railway stand. Those of you that know 6-gun grill Newlands will be very familiar with the railway stand and the Oaks and this beautiful ground with mountains off to our left-hand side, the Table Mountain range, the back of Table Mountain to our left, behind the railway stand. Famous landmarks in this part of the world, as was just played out. There's a man in the covers, and Verena will not add to his score. Bowling figures showing us that Huddersfield certainly the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 71 off 20, 375 for 4 after 88. This partnership is 8, coming off the back of an outstanding partnership of 184 runs by Verena and de Zorzi, for Tony de Zorzi losing his wicket, going really a very wide delivery from Huddersfield, which probably did just bounce a little bit more on him, and just getting the faintest of edges through to Clyde Fontaine. A fantastic innings of 163 from Tony de Zorzi. That's a leading edge from Aviwa Ngujima out to Hanabe in the covers. There is no run.
Well, it just shows you that there's still something in the wicket, especially with a new nut, a hard ball. It's definitely something in there for the bowlers. So Ngujima has got to keep his wits about him, watch the ball all the way through. And it was something that Eddie Moore and Tony de Zorzi did really well at the beginning of the innings when they were facing that new ball. They were watching it all the way. They were playing it very late, playing it under the eyes.
Yes.
And that got them through that initial hour. And that's something that I'm sure Ngujima was watching. And he's got to implement basically the same thing now with the second new ball.
Yeah, absolutely, Tariq. It was very interesting to see, and you mentioned it earlier on in our first session together, playing that ball very much under the eyes. So keeping your eye on the ball, playing it late, under your eyes, make sure that you're watching that ball all the time, and just off the pad into the leg side, fielded by the bowler on his follow through. You'll see Huddersfield coming back into your screen now. He has bowled exceptionally well today, led the attack as one would expect of this, as they would call him, a senior statesman, only in the context of the game that we have going on. But he's a man who has played a lot of first-class cricket and knows his game inside and out. Led this attack with aplomb today, past umpire Sean George now. And Ngujima, that's going to be close. Sean George not interested again. He puts his hands behind his back very quickly as Tariq's soft signal is yet again completely dead, stone dead.
I'm not saying anything, folks. I'm not going to disagree with umpire Sean George. There's a reason why he's an international umpire, and I'm sitting here on the sidelines.
Yeah, I must admit that was very adjacent to me. The only thing to me that perhaps could have saved him there was an inside edge. That did look very adjacent. Difficult to know, perhaps, but yeah, big appeal from the Gbets Rocks, and Huddersfield looking particularly aggrieved that was not given out LBW.
Yeah, Hardus isn't the only one that looks aggrieved. I just had to look up to the management of the Gbets Rocks after that, and immediately it seemed as though the coach JP Dominic got up out of his seat and looked to see whether that was adjacent or not, and didn't give much away when he walked away from the computer, but the fitness trainer certainly did.
Now one less functional chair in that at 600 units. Just please note we do not endorse violence against chairs either in that case. So outside the off stump, and is no run. End of the over. Another good over from Huddersfield, and certainly have tracked it back after that assault prior to the loss of the Tony de Zorzi wicket. It came at a good time, probably for the Rocks. In fact, any wicket would be at a good time for the Gbets Rocks. It's been a tough day in the field for them. 89 overs gone, 11 overs left to get bonus points for the 6-gun grill Western Province. And the 15 overs left in the day. One senses we're going to go on probably until about 5:45, maybe 5:50. It's now 5:55 in the evening here, just 4 minutes to 5 in the evening here. South African Standard Time, very nicely played by Verena. Looks like he's got all the time in the world to play Ashok Klitter out to Manak out on the boundary. Imran Manak, who's patrolling the boundary for Kyle Verena, unsurprisingly. Kept the field slightly wider spread for Kyle Verena. And now for the new batter, Aviwa Ngajima, they're bringing the man from extra cover into slip. That is Yanaman Malan, the captain. Kluter into us again. Ngajima just away from the body, no real foot movement. Not getting those feet moving yet. You would have seen a lot of him, Tariq.
Yeah, Viwe in the early doors of his innings, he's very watchful. You would even, you'd even see him as though he's a bit scrappy.
Yeah.
Just in the early phases of his innings. But once he settles, then he starts flowing. Once the feet starts moving, gets his body and his head nicely in line with the ball, then you'll start seeing him play his strokes. But early doors, he'll.
Oh, well, that was really nicely played. Well fielded as well by Van Sale, coming around from mid-off. Just the tumble stop, and they prevents any thought of a run. Hit that one with quite a bit of force back past Kluter, and certainly been a really good batter to have in the middle order. In number 6 position, very important in any team. From a batting point of view, in 4-day cricket, is the batter that needs to sort of be there to stay with the top order batter. And that's a very good shot down to the man at deep fine leg. Take the single. That's fielded down there by Kwesi Gumede, the young left armer, and take the single. Is going to be Kluter. He's got 2 balls left in his 15th over. The attack been shared really across the bowlers, but Phil Yun having done the most work of all of the fast bowlers today. It's a young and quite inexperienced fast bowling attack for the Gbets Rocks. Verena, who seems to have I don't know how many, he seems to have a second more than Ngajima at the moment to play a shot.
100%. That just shows you how settled he is. And it's really good signs for Kyle Verena.
And one hopes for his sake and for the Proteas' sake that he can take this form through the remainder of the matches. In fact, only one more match in the 4-day series before we go into 1-day cricket in December. And that will be next week here at 6-gun Grill Newlands. And that match, we have the schedule here, highlighted those in orange. ITEC Knights that are next for 6-gun Grill Western Province here at Newlands next week, 24th to the 27th of November. We will be with you for that match as well, broadcast on the YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa, and will be on the servers of Pitch Vision, coming out to you with the cameras, I say, of Pitch Vision and scoring from Pitch Vision. We just thanks to our partners at Pitch Vision and to Cricket South Africa for making this broadcast possible, and to Western Province Cricket Association and their sponsors, 6-gun Grill, for making this commentary possible. We hope you're enjoying it. Please, if you have any comments to make, and we hope they're positive, we encourage, please, any comments you want to make, any suggestions, something that perhaps you're enjoying, as this is just played off the leading edge from Aviwa Ngajima. Please do so on at WP_Blitz and on our Twitter feed at WP_Blitz. And I'm going to take a short break. You're going to have David is going to be joining Tariq for the next half an hour or so, and then I'll be back just to take you through to the end with David. Thank you very much, and over to you, David.
So it is Haldus Viljoen from the Wynbergen once again. Neatly played by Aviwe Mgijima, just getting himself nicely in line with it and fending that one off. Rookie, you've seen Aviwe many a year.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see him back. He had a terrible injury last season. I think we were both there that day. It was terrible to see. He was very emotional that day, and it's just fantastic. His work ethic is second to none. And, most people didn't see the behind the scenes effort that he put in, the training that nobody sees. The disappointment when he sees his teammates playing and he's not able to play, and just to see him back and batting again for 600 Western Province is amazing. He's one of the good guys of the game, and he deserves to be in the mix all the time.
Now, speaking of Aviwe, we know he's got a very good relationship with a man that has recently been brought back into the Western Province cricket fold, all the way from the United States. Dane Pitt has come back, as the spin consultant. We know they are really good friends. And were you there for that moment when Dane walked back into Six Gun Grill Newlands? And
it was a weird one because that's well bowled there from Haldus Viljoen. It was a weird one to see Dane Pitt, who we've known as one of the colourful characters and a leader and just a top-class homeboy, a hometown boy, and then him coming back with his wife and now his child. To see him grow up like that has been amazing. He's obviously done some nice things in the US, and seeing the growth there, I think he's part of an exciting journey there at the Morrisville Raptors, if I'm not mistaken. But to see him come back now as a spin bowling consultant, it's obviously a different role for him, and it's something that he'll get adjusted to as well. But to see him with Aviwe, they're obviously good friends. Aviwe was one of the groomsmen at his wedding. But I think also, Dane Pitt as a knowledgeable spin bowler, I think people underestimate how good he actually was as a spin bowler, and knowing his game so well. As Haldus Viljoen comes around the wicket, and Aviwe Mgijima slashes at that one and backward point, and that's a boundary.
Good work from Aviwe Mgijima, getting himself in a good, strong position and identifying that the ball is wide and short from Haldus Viljoen, so dispatching the bad ball. It's pretty much been the way that the Six Gun Grill Western Province batters have been going about their thing, or at least going about their business throughout the innings, is putting the bad ball away, rotating the strike, and it moves the score to 381 for 4 after 90.5 overs. Mgijima on 11 not out, and Calverain on 110.
I think as well, Dane Pitt coming into spin bowling consultant will help Aviwe's game as well. Aviwe has added the all-rounder tag to his a proper all-round, if I can, with respect to him. Over the last couple of seasons, his spin bowling has become a big asset to the team, and you saw, like, and he just takes a quick single here. You saw that when he wasn't in the T20 challenge, we were missing that little bit of a link, that little stability. The middle order was a bit raw, when it came to the T20 challenge from a youngster point of view. And Aviwe Mgijima, if you can contribute with both bat and ball, is a massive asset. He just balances the side so nicely, especially if Wayne Parnell, for example, is not in the mix like at the moment. As the umpire just gets his jersey. Is it that cold outside to you? I've got a jersey on here, but it doesn't look too bad outside. A little bit of a breeze.
I was about to mention that, just having a look at the trees at the railway stand, it seems as though that trees is moving quite a bit, and the oaks, the tips of those trees are moving quite a bit. So the wind has certainly picked up, and as the temperature, the thermometer starts dropping a bit, the umpires are perhaps just feeling the chill now after baking in the sun pretty much all day.
Yeah, that's fair enough for them. I don't think light will be an issue. I think we'll get through to 6 o'clock. There's still 13 overs left in the day, so that should take us bang on 6 o'clock. I think the Rocks have done really well to get through their overs today. They've had a couple of spinners in the mix. But obviously, I mean, I look at Haldus Viljoen, 22 overs, 2 for 76. He's put in a serious shift for his side today.
being the most experienced of the bowlers, he not only put in the shift, but he certainly led this bowling attack really well, picking up 2 for 76 from those 22 overs. And you look at the other seamers around him, and it's pretty much inexperienced.
Yeah. I said earlier, I think they're lacking an experienced seamer. But to be fair, there wasn't many options in their lineup. Nenke is injured at the moment, so he wasn't available. And yeah, and that's been a big problem for them, and they've been a little bit exposed today as Aishel Kluti continues coming in. I mean, he's got a bright future, but ideally you don't want your two youngsters. They bowled 30 overs between the two of them today, gone for 116 and only taken the 1 wicket. So that's, you need your frontline seamers to do the business. And the batting bonus points are just kind of racking up. I mean, the run rate at 4.2. They'll be looking to get to that 100 over mark. Remember, the bonus points is only until the 100 over mark for both sides. At the moment, the Rocks have only picked up the one bowling point. You only get your first bowling point at 3 wickets and second at 5, 7, and 9. So they've only picked up one bowling point, and they'll be looking for at least, if they can get another 3 wickets here, they'll pick up 3 bowling points. But that's a big but. Western Province will be looking to cash in here. There's 13 overs left, and if you look at 4 runs and over, that's 42 runs. They'll look to get over the 400 run mark by the time the end of day. And Kyle Verreynne cuts away here, but Imran Manak is on the boundary, and it just goes for a single.
Something tells me that Kyle's just buying his time at the moment, allowing Viwe to get settled in, get used to the deck, kind of see off the new ball. Could it still be new? 11 into the 12th over with it. We'll give it up until 15 overs to call it new, Brookie.
Well, it was almost did some damage on the gravel on the Oaks grass embankment and went down to the bathroom area, the public toilets there. But this is really good. I mean, what it allows, it buys time in the game as well. If these two batsmen are still there by the end of the day, you've got the likes of George Linder and even Dane Patterson and Buren Hendricks can wield the willow a bit, and there's no pressure on them. They can just pile on the runs kind of early doors tomorrow morning, maybe bat until lunchtime, or if that, bat the Rocks out of the game. If you're in that position and you've bought yourself time with the run rate, then you've got to go to town on that.
It's been really feature of the Six Gun Girl Western Province is that their batters have certainly made hay while the sun was shining. As the end of the 92nd over, it's Six Gun Girl Western Province, 384 for 4, going at a healthy rate of 4.2. 13 overs then left in the day, and another 8. So we conclude the bonus points, the batting bonus points, that is, for Six Gun Girl Western Province.
Let's look back at that innings from Tony De Zorzi. How good was that innings for you, T?
Look, it was just well paced. He knew when to accelerate. He knew when to go back and just pick off the singles. Pretty much what we saw from him is what I guess the general public has been wanting from him when he came through from the under-19s up into the first class and the then franchise system. There was all this promise of Tony De Zorzi being the next Proteas opener, and he didn't quite step it up. But an innings like today will most certainly be the catalyst that could push him on and give him that belief. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the self-belief. In fact, I think he does. It's something that's he's just got to be consistent with. And if he can do this on a regular occasion, then sky's the limit for the young man.
National honours are just a matter of time. In my opinion, I feel that he's ready, and there's opportunities at that national team. You look at the likes of Aiden Markram has been excluded from the tour to Australia, and the reality is that you've got to deliver. You've got to score big hundreds. If you're in that top 6, your job is to score. Your currency is runs and hundreds. And 50s at international cricket also, not really good enough. You need to be scoring big hundreds in that top six. How it is for you, and he's put in a proper shift today. And Calvarone just walks across his stumps, very confident for a man, and 111 not out. And he just plays that to the mid-wicket boundary for a single.
What I really like about Kyle's innings is that he's aware of the match situation.
Very much so.
It was a good partnership between himself and Tony DeZorzi. They were going, dare we say, guns blazing, putting any and all bad balls away. Wicket falls, and Kyle understands the situation, steps back a little bit, plays the singles around with Aviwe, get Aviwe to settle. And I'm pretty sure that as the overs tick away and the close of the day draws closer, that they will add a few more boundaries to what they already have.
Yeah, I think Calvarone is one of those cricketers that you don't realize how good he is until you actually play with him or watch him play, because the stats don't necessarily tell the full story. His knowledge of the game and how he reads the game, as you say, and how he reads the match situation is what makes him special. And that brings some players like a Devald Brevis has got the X factor in hitting the ball out the ground and stuff, but sometimes that X factor doesn't necessarily have to mean all of that kind of fireworks. It can mean just understanding what your role is in that particular time, knowing what you need to do, and taking the responsibility and not shying away from it. And that's something I think which Kyle is, and that I think the captaincy, I was saying to James earlier on, the captaincy is perfect for Kyle Verreynne, because he needs that. He loves that responsibility. He does it in his batting, and he does it now with his leadership.
Well, it's definitely brought some fruit for Verreynne with his 87 last week, and this time making sure that he gets to the triple figures. And it's always nice to watch Kyle get to a big milestone, because that smile comes out, and it's something that you can't take away from him anytime soon.
Yeah, he'll tell you about it as well. He'll talk about it, and he'll say, never in doubt. But he is one of the good guys around the team. His energy levels, he's got a very dry personality, but he's a very funny guy if you get to know him. And he's one of those guys that just kind of give his all for his team, but he also expects a lot as well. He expects his team to be disciplined and to be to deliver. But he doesn't. It's not just words with him. He delivers as a cricketer himself. He practices what he preaches. As Aishel Klutty continues from the Kelvin Grove end, 93 overs done for the day. Kyle Verreynne just knocks that to the cover boundary.
There's a time in Verreyne's innings where he was going at more than a run a ball, and since the fall of the fourth wicket, that of Tony DeZorzi for 163, Kyle has just taken his foot off the accelerator a little bit to solidify things with Aviwe and Ngujima. The partnership takes over to 19 as Klutty once again from the Kelvin Grove in. Ngujima goes for the drive, but well fielded.
Just needs to be
Janneman Malan.
Just needs to be a little bit careful there, because Janneman is at short cover there, and it's looking like he's playing a bit on the up. Just needs to watch it, and not necessarily, if he's going to go through with a shot. Look to clear Janneman Malan at short cover, rather than just prodded it and let it carry to Janneman.
It's a good thing when former teammates play against each other. They know. And so Aviwe Ngujima is probably going to have to find a different way to get the ball through the covers or past the four fielders on the offside.
Cricket is a funny game. One day you're playing with a teammate and you're telling them how, what to do and stuff, but the next game you're using it against them because you know exactly where their weak spots are. But that's what we love about the game. And in the change room after the game, you have a cold one and you just talk about the game.
Full and wide from Ngujima goes through, and Fortuin unable to get his glove onto it, so it'll go through for a bye and potential overthrows, not to be though.
But sloppy there from Fortuin late in the day, but you still got to have your wits about you, because you don't want to be letting those singles go for a bye. That's the stuff your bowlers are putting in the hard yards, 18 overs in, and you don't want to be conceding byes for your captain. The score's already at 387, and that just shows that the morale is down. They took 2 quick wickets in Valley and Smith, and but Verona came in and just steadied the ship with Dazorzi and just taken this innings away from the Rocks.
Time driving the ball. There's Vereen, can't get past the fielder at mid-off. Looks like it's Stian van Zyl. Gets the single, does Carl Verena, takes his score to 113 of 126, or at least 114 of 127 balls. And continuing to pick up these batting bonus points are 6-gun girl Western Province.
Yeah, and I think, why not? They're playing positive play. When you're in that position, you've got to go for it. They're not playing risky cricket. They're not, they're playing the ball on merit. But the bowling hasn't been that strong. Besides for Huddersfield today, they've given away way too many boundary deliveries. They haven't, and sometimes when there's been pressure on, they've one over. They haven't followed that up, backed it up with another over from the other end. So they've never been able to build consistent pressure, despite the 2 quick wickets. That was really the only time that they really had put any pressure on Western Province. But at the moment, the body language is very slow, walking to their positions. And here we got Kwesi Gumede coming on here from the Wynberg, and let's see what his field is going to look like here. He's got a man on the square leg boundary, a man going down to the fine leg boundary. He's got a slip in place. He's got a gully point. He's got an extra cover and a short cover, and he's got a mid off and a mid on.
So the change in bowling for the Gbets Rocks, perhaps Viljoen, after his 23 overs, has been given a bit of a break. And, the left arm seamer, Kwesi Gumede, opting to go around the wicket to Carl Vereen from the Wynberg end. It's an end, Brookie, that early on in the day, Gumede was struggling to find some rhythm with. This one drifts onto the pads, gets the edge of Vereen's bat, goes through the cover region, and Carl Vereen will pick up a single to the man in deep cover.
Just that difficult length there. I thought that was a nice delivery from Gumede. Difficult length. If he can get a bit of swing coming from around the wicket here, I think he might be a little bit in business. Opportunity to pick up a late wicket here. Obviously they'll be looking for the big one of Carl Vereen, but they'll take any wicket right now, to be fair. But that obviously just brings in George Linder. I think George would like to come in with the score already over the 400 mark, where he can play freely. When you reach 400 for 4, you want to go and score 500, 550 to kill the game off from any chance of them winning, the opposition winning the game. So George will only want to come in at that final 450 mark, ideally, where you can just play freely, and just at the rate that he goes, they can put on the runs very quickly. And then you buy yourself your time for your bowlers to bowl the side out. They've gone with the 4 seamers this week. Teppo Mareki, Andre Berger, Dane Patterson, Bjorn Hendricks, and then you've got your 2 spinners in Aviu Ngajima and George Linder. So there's many bowling options there. Can rotate the bowlers as well. Aviu Ngajima looking for 2 here. Clyde Fontaine does well, makes up for that a little bit of sloppy fielding in the previous over. He restricts that to 1. Is it a leg by? Umpire, what's the call there, Mr. Umpire? Umpire gives it as a run.
Probably a slight little inside edge of the Mgijima bat onto the pad as the ball gently trickled into a big gap on the leg side, with the 2 fielders back at fine leg and deep square. So 390 for 4 it is for 6-gun girl Western Province, after at least on the halfway mark of the 95th over. Carl Vereen, captain, still there, 115 not out. It's been a good innings from the 6-gun girl Western Province captain, Kwesi Gumede. Serves this one up on a platter for Carl Verheyen. Nice little half volley. Punishes it. And didn't even bother to run.
That's exactly what you wanted, 20 past 5. 94.4 overs in and you're on 119. You cannot bowl there to Carl Verheyen when he's in this kind of form. He's looking at his bat like something was wrong. Maybe he's just admiring his bat and just saying, yeah, we got this.
Since that 6 that he hit off Ardis Viljoen, he's been looking at the bat every single time. So perhaps he's singing sweet songs on the bat. It's brought him 119 runs thus far, and he's probably speaking to it. So listen, let's get us some more here.
And he's obviously in this innings, he's passed 4,000 first class runs as well in his career, which is incredible. 61 games so far. At an average of probably over 50 now. After this knock, so it's been an impressive first class career for this young man.
And long may it continue. Long may it continue. And this form that he's got at the moment, if he can take that with him on the plane all the way to Australia and show the Australian public exactly what it is that he's made of, things will bode really, really well for the Proteas on that 3-match tour down under. Kumele once again from the Wynberg end. A little bit short as Verheyen tucks this one down to deep fine leg. Gentle trot over for the single. And that brings an end to the 95th over. It is 395 for 4. Carl Verheyen moves on to 120. He's there with Aviu Ngijima, who's on 14. The partnership trickles itself over to 28.
Just looking around the country, give you an update here on the Dapperbet Warriors versus the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. The Warriors were bowled out for 166 early in the day in just 49.2 overs. The Dolphins currently 88 for 4. So this match is moving on quite quickly. Just to give you some scores from the Dolphins, Marcus Ackerman is unbeaten, 41 currently at the moment. Sauro Evia 11 out. Rulifson opened the innings there, scored 9. Sepang 4. Kaya Zondo 15. So 2 of our test players there, Sauro Evia and Kaya Zondo, not really doing much with the bat in this innings. Jason Smith is currently there. That match is moving along pretty quickly as Aviu Ngijima, Carl Verheyen takes the single here. We'll find out the score of the Titans night game.
Well, this is good stuff from Kyle Verheyen, just ensuring that he gets a single off the first ball of the over. And that says to Aviu Ngijima, over to you. There's Kluti once again, this time from the Calvin Grove end. It's full, and Ngijima flicks this one nicely past short, or at least past Ardis Viljoen at sort of a short mid-on. Eventually chased down by Stian van Zyl. Doesn't make its way to the boundary, but it is 3 runs to Aviu Ngijima. So
there's nothing about like a little bit of healthy competition. Carl Verheyen scoring 100 today. Heinrich Klaassen, the other wicket-keeper in the test squad, is currently 87 not out. For the momentum multiplied Titans, they sit on 328 for 7 after 71.5 overs. Dean Elgar with a big 100. That's good news for South Africa. 137 he scored. As we said, Klaassen 87 not out. The only real significant other scorer for them so far. They're in a strong position. They're playing the iTech Knights.
And that's good for Dean Elgar as well, considering the ripper of a ball he got last week from Buren Hendricks to come back the very next game. The next chance he gets to bat, he goes big and gets a big 100.
Yeah, very much so. The captain, it's important. That's why these 3 4-day games leading up to the Test series are massively important for the players, and for the players like Tony de Zorzi, just to keep things interesting. You never know what happens in cricket. Injuries happen, and you need to be scoring runs at the right time. And Carl Verheyen, that goes down to fine leg, and Kwesi Gomedi is not going to stop that, and that goes for 4 runs. Aishal Kluti just straying down the leg side. That's the 400 up for Western Province. 378 minutes, 575 balls, 53 fours, and 5 sixes. Can you believe it? 5 sixes in a 4-day game, and the run rate is 4.2, 403 for 4 from 95.4 overs. Carl Verena, 125 not out. Aviu Mgijima, 70 not out. The partnership has moved to 36. Another good, solid partnership so far.
Yeah, and again, a partnership where not many, if any, chances have been given to the opposition. It's been really well paced from the two of them. Aviu Ngijima allowed to get himself settled, and now as the day progresses, as the tiredness really creeps into the bowlers, the batters will start to take advantage, because they will probably invariably become more loose balls, more scoring shots.
Yeah, I also don't think that, from a Western Province point of view, 403 is an excellent score. But you do need to now make sure that you get that 515, that you back the side. Oh, Carl Verona just flings one over, and I think that's gone for 6. Over third man for, is it a 6? Mr. Holstock, thank you very much. It is 6. That is an incredible shot there from Carl Verona. Aishal Kluti, that was an expensive over there from him. And Carl Verona looking in sublime form.
So that brings an end to the 96th over. It is 6 Gangrel, Western Province, 409 for 4, taking 13 runs off that previous over. Carl Rain moves himself on to 131, just 19 short of another milestone for the 6 Gangrel, Western Province captain, and the partnership up to 42.
Yeah, this has been really positive from the two. They've kept the run rate going. In fact, I think they've increased the run rate, which is excellent. You don't necessarily want the new batsman coming in now when you've got 33 minutes left of play, effectively 8 overs left of play. You want to keep George Linder fresh for tomorrow. You can unleash him in the morning. Maybe you've got 430, 440 on the board already. And that would be the perfect end for what has been an excellent day from Western Province. If you coach Saleh Knakadin right now, you're sipping on that afternoon tea. You're a very happy man right now, eh, T?
That's in everything that he's been sipping on or eating for the entire day thus far. Must have been a little bit sweeter than normal. I'm sure he's ecstatic with this batting performance on day 1 of the CSA 4-day series. It's an important game as well, considering that the first game last week for 6 Gangrel Western Province was rained out in Pretoria against the Momentum Multiply Titans, and as well as for the Gbets Rocks as well. They're coming off a defeat, and it was a defeat that one, or depending which lens you're looking through, could say came completely against the run of play, because for the first 3 days it was pretty much all the Gbets Rocks against the Daffabet Warriors last week.
Yeah, I think they would have given them a massive blow. They wouldn't expect to have lost that game like they lost, especially after bowling the Warriors out for very few, under 200 in the first innings. So the Warriors did really well to come back, obviously led by Jordan Herman, as Aviu Mgijima just plays that one onto the leg side. Are they going to go for 2? No need to risk the second run there.
Well, once again, just good match awareness from these two experienced campaigners now. It feels strange to call Kyle an experienced campaigner, considering
he's got an old soul, old Kyle Verona. He's an old soul, but he is an experienced campaigner, and with that comes certain responsibility. And I think he thrives on that responsibility. He doesn't shy away from that. I think that's what makes him an extremely valuable cricketer. In all formats, people pigeonhole him and say that he's a red ball cricketer or 50 over, but I've seen him play white ball cricket, T20 cricket, and he's an extremely underrated cricketer. I chirped the Joburg Super Kings coach Stephen Fleming when they had after the auction. I said to him, "You've got an absolute steal in 2 players that he bought, and one of them was Carl Verona, and the other one was Malusi Sebotov." Picked up for 175,000 in the auction, both extremely underrated cricketers in T20 cricket, and just gives you, Carl Verona gives you some solidity. As a coach, he's one of those guys that okay, he's in the mix, he's there. I can bank on somebody, and I think in any form of the cricket, Hashim Amla proved it to us. If you're a brilliant cricketer, you can be a brilliant cricketer in any format of the game. Yes, you've got to adapt your game, and Carl does adapt his game. But I don't like pigeonholing guys. We saw last season Peter Milan was the leading run scorer in the T20 competition, and people pigeonholed him as a red ball cricketer his entire career.
This one left by Varane outside the off stump. Kwesi Gumede coming back over the wicket to the right-hander. 4 balls gone then in the 97th over. 6-gun goal, Western Province 410 for 4, and around 7.2 overs to go in the game, at least in the day's play. Just a reminder, it is the opening day of the second round of matches in the 4-day series. And it's the start that 6-gun girl Western Province would have wanted in this Western Cape Derby. Gumede goes past the Varane edge. There's a bit of swing on offer, a bit of nip on that delivery from Kwesi Gumede. And you can see Carl just having a look to make sure that he saw exactly what happened. And to beat a man that's there on 131 not out rookie takes something.
Yeah, he did a little bit of movement there, be a bit encouraged there. Kwesi Gumede coming in here from the Weinberg end.
This time a bit straighter, and Varane able to just tuck this one to square leg, picks up the single, and that'll bring an end to the 97th over. 411 for 4. Varane takes his score to 132. So just a reminder, there's 3 overs to go for the conclusion of the batting bonus points for Western Province, and then the calculators and the abacus will come out to figure out exactly how many bonus points that they picked up. So David Brooke has made his way out of here, and welcome back, James.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Great to be back with you. Thanks for the break there. Thanks to David for break, and I come back in, and Sean van Berg comes back on from the Kelvin Grove end, and playing with Ashil Kluter was it that was bowling from that end, and he'll be bowling presumably the last. We have 7 overs left in the day's play, and we should get hopefully all of those in with Sean van Berg. I think he gets through his overs in about 15 seconds. Very quick through his overs, and he's in now to Varane. Varane plays that one on the bounce to the man at backward point. And so there's been a period of consolidation. That's Khafildian over there. From these two, Tariq. They needed that. I guess, see off the new ball very well played by Verena down to who's this down here in front of Gumede? It is the left arm fast bowler, and he takes the single. 133. What an innings this has been by Carl Verena.
We've been saying that when Carl does get to the 50s, you want to see him kick on, get to the triple figures, and now that he has, now you change your mind again. You want him to go even further, and it's just one of those things where Pruki mentioned it. He's one of the good guys, and you just want to see them, excel and thrive in this situation. So let's hope that Carl can kick on. but probably first of all, just make it through the day and then worry about kicking on tomorrow.
Exactly. It's all about setting targets, isn't it? I mean, one thing I thought was very interesting, having a chat with the guys last year at when we were uh, when playing the Titans game, and we had Wayne Parnell and Andre Berger, Tsepo Mareki come up and chat to us. And one thing that Wayne was chatting about, which I thought was really interesting, was just about, just setting those actually small targets that don't get ahead of yourself too much. And so no doubt the target will be, I mean, 6 overs left till the end of the day's play. You want to see 4 wickets down at the end of the day. You don't want to do anything that's going to compromise that. You pretty much banked those bonus points now. Anything you get here is an extra. I mean, batting at 4.2 and over after 98 overs, you're going to maximize that. It's better than I think Six Gun Grill Western Province team would have expected at the beginning of the day, even though they did win the toss.
This is good advert for the game and a good advert for the 4-day series, that we can see these sort of big scores and players getting themselves big hundreds. And James, as it stands, I think Western Province currently over 5 batting bonus points.
Yeah, 5.24 at the moment. So you said done the math now quickly, but
and that's to go with the 4.56 that they got last week.
Incredible. I mean, they've done really well. I mean, 5.24 is excluding the one for getting to 150, so 6.24, and they'll be wanting to go for the win here, most definitely, one would feel. And so
they've got the opportunity here to basically bat Gbets out of the game, put up a massive first innings total, and then tell the bowlers, right, you've got 20 wickets to take.
Well, you look at absolutely, you look at the bowling lineup for the Six Gun Grill Western Province, and you think, okay, well, I think there's still something in this pitch for the quick bowlers. Not only have you got 4 quicks that can really do some damage. You got Hendricks, Berger, Mareki, and you've also and Dane Patterson. You've also got George Linder and Carl Simmons in your team. So not only do you have that, I think you've got probably double the pace attack that Gbets Rocks have got. You've also got 2 left arm spinners that can give you that break that you need, that they need. Maybe hold up an end, slow it down. If the batters do start getting away, you've got the bowlers that can do that. You've got genuine strike bowlers in there, and you've got bowlers that can maintain the lines and lengths. So seeing that coming through, and they can bowl because they've got a 6-man attack as Gomeda in. That's a beautiful shot through the offside. It's not going to be stopped as that one races to the boundary on the railway stand side. Yet another glorious shot from the Six Gun Grill Western Province captain Carl Verena, and he moves to 137 with that 41644. You've got bowlers. You can then bowl bowlers in shorter spells, give them the ball and just say, go and make something happen for me. Where you definitely don't have that from a Gbets Rocks point of view. One feels for them, for the team. It's but I think if you look at, as we look to Gomeda away from us now, it's much better delivery.
That one, but further back in length, not too full as the previous delivery, and just allowed Carl to get his hands beautifully through it. Carl Verheyen on this occasion, deciding that just to get the bat in the way, and takes the partnership between Gijima and Verheyen up to 49, and
Yeah,
James, you were here when the partnership started. It was very slow at the beginning,
it was, yeah.
allowing Jima to get in, like the odd single here and there. And then once he was settled, again, which has been the way that Six Gun Grill Western Province have paced their innings thus far.
And good shot again, but Falun behind that one. But I mean, Tariq, you were talking about it earlier, and you said you've seen a lot of Aviva Ngujima over the time he's been here at in the Western Province, and he has done exactly what you said. You know, he built he sort of gained in confidence. He's hit a few. You know, now he's been able to put away some of the bad balls, build himself up. He wants to be there at the close, so he can start to build his innings again tomorrow, and really has looked the part that he is as the middle order batter for the Six Gun Grill Western Province, as the last over for the bonus points will be bowled now by Sean von Berg, and the Gbets Rocks will be hoping they can pick up another wicket in this last over, because the bonus point for them at this stage, they're only getting one bonus point for the it works on 3 wickets, 5 wickets, 7 wickets, and 9 wickets, for a maximum of 4 bowling bonus points in 100 overs. And they have only got one bowling bonus point, which they will be very disappointed with. Last week, having got full quota of 4 bowling bonus points, despite the fact that they lost, means that they've put themselves in a fair position after a loss on the log. And then racking up the score they did. That's really well played by Aviwa Ngujima, and that is the 50 partnership. And Tariq, you've seen most of that and commented on. You just take us through those numbers.
No, really good partnership here between Varane and Ngujima. 53 runs coming off 90 deliveries. 6 fours and 1 6. That 6 coming off the bat of Carl Varane. A very delicate little uppercut.
It was, wasn't it? It was a bit surprising to saw that one from a bit further away in the President's Suite, which is next to us, and it was just quite something, actually. Just literally, I mean, took the pace of the ball and it flew into the advertising hoardings down here in front of us. So 3 balls left for the bonus points, and Aviva and Ngujima not want to give anything away here. 420 for the loss of 4. This partnership, 53 now, you say, Tariq. Another good partnership. I mean, building onto that. 2 big partnerships. A good 45 between Valley and Dazorzi, and then this one now into the 50s already, after we had a 137 to begin with and a 184 between Verena and Dazorzi. Dazorzi out for 163. Great innings from him. Eddie Moore 71. Yassine Valley 21. Daniel Smith the only person to lose out, and getting that first baller from Sean von Berg, the only success for von Berg today. Last ball of the 100 overs, the bonus point overs, is going to be von Berg to Ngujima. And that was going to go through to mid-on, and good fielding there from is that Falun there at mid-on, and that is the end of the bonus point period. 421 for 4 after 100 overs are the Six Gun Grill Western Province, and that is going to be 421. So bonus point wise, let's just do a quick calculation for you. I'm sure we'll sorry, let me just 421, and we take away the 150, and that 271 runs times the 0.02, 5.42 plus the 1 for getting to the 150. I mean 6.42 bonus points for the runs in the first 100 overs of the innings for Six Gun Grill Western Province. They will be very happy with that.
I think that is ideal for the home outfit, ensuring that they maximize the first 100 overs.
My
It's
goodness. Oh,
nearly a brilliant take
wow, it
from
nearly was.
Clyde Fontaine, although Mujima is rubbing
Yeah.
his glute,
Yes.
indicating that one came nowhere near the glove or the bat. Perhaps it was just trying to
Yeah.
dupe the umpire, Sean George, who's seen it all.
He has
He's seen it all.
indeed. He has indeed seen it all. And whilst those are some of the most difficult decisions well, I certainly found as an umpire, they were some of the most difficult decisions to actually be able to determine, particularly at the speed that these guys bowl. Yeah, I think so, but he didn't have to make an adjudication on that because Clyde Fontaine, unfortunately for him, as he landed that ball, dropped out of his hand. This one played very nicely out into the offside, down to Fomla Hanabe, who is in from that cover boundary in front of the railway stand. He spent a lot of time out there. We have 3 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play. We will get those in before the scheduled close of 6 o'clock. It has been an outstanding batting day for the home team here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, 422 for 4. And at the close, it will be, they will want to be on 4 wickets down. And Gbets wants to have something to say about that. Steaming in from the Weinberg end, he knows he has only got a maximum of these 3 deliveries and then possibly another 2 overs. There's no 1 over he'll have after this. 101, 102. Yeah, 1 over that he'll have after this. Put in that bit of effort, bend that back a bit more, into the ice bath. Will it be after that?
Yeah, 100%. I think the full bowling battery, including Stian van Zyl, will get into the ice bath, or at least some sort of ice cold water.
Yeah.
It's been a hard toil for the Gbets Rocks.
It has
bowlers.
indeed. Very nice shot again off the front foot by Carl Verena. 137 not out. The partnership here is 55. That 137 coming off only 150 deliveries. We got to his 100 off 99 deliveries. Tariq described that for you a bit earlier, and it was indeed. I mean, he raced from 86 to 84. It was, and he raced from 84 to 100 in 3 deliveries. Literally 2 6s and a 4 that he hit to go. And those just took him quickly to that 100, and he has been in imperious form today. I can't really remember him putting a foot wrong. Same can't be said of Stian van Zyl out of picture here, trying to do his best impersonation of Cristiano Ronaldo. Not in an interview, but just on the field. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just good. Still good to see that the Gbets Rocks fielders are still having a bit of fun. They're still enjoying being out there.
Oh, indeed.
Despite being 101,
Wow.
1 ball short of 101 overs out in the field. And it's been a hot day as well. It hasn't been a bit of cloud for them to get some coolness in.
No.
So I think a proper toil out there for them.
Gumede into Verena, and that one they played into the ground. The man in the covers. There is no run. 101 overs gone. 3 overs left in the day's player. 422 for 4 wickets. We're going to take you through some of the highlights of the day in the last, in between the ball in the last 3 overs, so we can wrap up quickly for you at the end of the day's play. And so just to give you an idea of what happened first thing this morning, in front of the watchful eye of match referee Murray Brown, it was the 6 Gun Grill Cobras, listen to me, Western Province captain Carl Verena, who tossed the coin to the air, and unfortunately for Yanaman Milan, he called incorrectly, so it was the toss won by 6 Gun Grill Western Province as Van Berg's in, and Kojima squeezes him out into the offside, and Gumede does the fielding, and toss won by Western Province. They decided to bat first. It was a good decision for them. See Von Bergen again. First wicket, put on 137 that saw off the new ball on a pitch that looked sporty early on, a bit of grass on it. Nice to see a little grass covering on the pitch, and the fast bowlers are quite an inexperienced attack on the Gbets rocks. Played out to the cover boundary. There is a man there in front of the Oaks, and that is Manak. Is it out there? That might not be Manak. It's Clutter, sorry, tall man as well. Are there? Manak is in the covers at extra cover. And got to 137 before they lost the first wicket, which ended up being the last ball before the luncheon interval. Carverena, short from Von Berg. You cannot bowl there to Carverena. He launches it into the railway stand for yet another maximum. Takes him to 143 not out. He has taken full toll of the loose deliveries from the Gbets rocks today. Another one.
James, I stand to be corrected, and I'm happy for you to correct me if I am wrong, but I think that every six that 600 Old Western Province have this innings has come off the bat of Calverain, or has Eddie Moore or Yasin Vali perhaps hit one? I definitely know that Tony Dezorzi
didn't hit one. Eddie Moore got one. 1-6. So Moore hit one of the boundaries. Eddie Moore hit a straight six earlier in the innings, straight down the ground. He was batting at the Weinberg side, but every other maximum come off the bat of the captain, and they have been impressive ones as well. 102 overs gone, 429 for 4. Carverena 143, Mgijima 25 not out. So first wicket at 137. Eddie Moore playing a great innings of 71, partnership of 137, as I said, bowled for Yun off the inside edge. Last ball before lunch. After lunch, it was Yasin Vali that continued with Tony Dezorzi. Vali out, caught by Von Berg off the bowling of Gumedi for 21 off an outside edge. Caught at first slip, chasing a wider delivery. And then the very next over, Daniel Smith, off his first ball, caught by Jan Mambalan and slipped off the bowling of Sean von Berg. One just turning away from the left-hander and taking the edge. And he was gone without troubling the scorers from a runs point of view. And that was 183 then for the loss of 3. The next wicket to fall, the score more than doubled, gone to 367 for the loss of 4. A great innings by Tony Dezorzi, 163 he scored, and really making his mark on the game. He looked incredibly good from the first ball, Tariq. You were saying he built a big innings. His captain came to the crease with him. They consolidated. Could have been disastrous period for them, and they consolidated. And Mgijima is furious, and he should be furious with himself. He's played that one, a little bit wider one from Gumedi, who pushed it through outside the off stump, no foot movement, and he held his head looking towards the heavens and has to make his way back to the pavilion.
Mgijima caught behind by Clyde Fortuyn off the bowling of Kwesi Gumedi, goes for 25 of 64 balls, manage 3 fours, and you just see the moment that Mgijima threw his hands at that one, he is bitterly disappointed, not only with the shot, but the fact that he has departed when he's so close to the end of the day's play.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, there's 1 over, and there were 1 over and 5 balls left for him to bat out, and that one was wide, didn't get across to it, and just threw the bat at the ball, got the edge. Fortuyn said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that one," and Gumede also will be happy to get a second wicket, having really gone for plenty of runs today. And as he gets another one off a wider delivery, and it will be George Linder who comes out now to join his captain, and he's head and shoulders above his captain, in terms of stature,
Head,
height-wise.
shoulders, and chest.
I think so. Yeah, George Linder is the real deal when it comes to physical stature, most definitely. Incredibly fit young man, as is his captain with him, and certainly a feature of the Western Province team in terms of the fitness levels. Gbets Rocks as well, showing incredible athleticism in the field today. 4:29 for 5 as George Linder comes out, and he'll face 4 deliveries from. He may well not face 4 deliveries. He can get a single, get off strike, but he's got 4 balls to face from Gumede. He will want to make sure he can see out the evening's play and still be there when they open up tomorrow morning. 102 overs and 2 balls gone. That last partnership from Verena and Mgijima worth 62 runs, so another good plus 50-run partnership. They would have wanted it to be more, though.
Yeah, interesting period now. This final 10 balls of the day. New batsman in, and we know George Linder likes to play his shots. So,
Yes, yeah.
What is his mindset now? What is the instruction given to him? Is it a case of see out the day, come back tomorrow, and then play your normal game?
Yeah, it's an interesting, wasn't it? If you're in 2 minds, sometimes that's dangerous, But that one he doesn't have to make any decision on, and he does. He makes the decision to leave it, which is the right decision. Wasn't there to hit. Just it doesn't have to be hit now. The next few deliveries don't even play at it. One would think would be the instruction. Just make sure you're there tomorrow, George, would have been what the dressing room said to him. I'm sure that's what his captain said to him as he walked out. They would want to build on this again tomorrow to put this game, as you say, completely beyond the Rocks. Total one feels of 500 plus would be sufficient to do that. Good delivery from Gumede to the new batter. It has been interesting, though. I mean, literally, with the wickets that have fallen after Daniel Smith's dismissal, if you look at the wicket of Dazorzi and now the wicket of Ngajima, just absolutely no celebration at all, really, from the Gbets Rocks. It's like, yep, that's another wicket.
Yeah, listen, when you've been that long in the field,
yeah,
the energy levels are a bit down. So when you do get the wicket, not much celebration is going to go on because you want to try and conserve energy to get through the rest of the day.
Absolutely. And again, just missing out on that bonus point, didn't they? I mean, they got the wicket 2 overs and 2 balls too late for them to get the extra point, and that would have hurt them and may come back to really hurt them later on in the competition. One just hopes that they can get back some of that experience. Fariska Adams can perhaps come back in. I'm not sure how serious the injury is there. You just feel that they need a little bit more experience, a bit to be able to contain the batters. I'm sure conceding that 370 in the 4th innings last week didn't help them from a confidence point of view.
Yeah, considering where they were after 2 plus, say, call it 3 days of action in that game, pretty much on top. Probably seeing the finish line, seeing the win, only for Jordan Herman to play a wonderful knock to get the Dapperbed Warriors over the line on that occasion.
So into the last over of the day, it will be the last over. Time-wise, we will only get 1 over, and it's almost perfectly managed by the Gbets Rocks. That wicket perhaps bringing about just a later closure for us. Last over of the day, and it will be last over whatever happens in this over. It's going to be Sean von Berg to Kyle Verena, and just defensively play. So just to keep going with the final wrap-up of the day. Dazorzi 163, Moore 71, Valley 21, Verena's 143 not out, Smith without scoring, Wijima just gone in that last over for 25, 429 for 5 in the 104th over. Bowling figures will give you now, and the man bowling at the moment is Van Berg. They opened with Viljoen and Klutter. Viljoen 2 for 77 in 23. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me today. Klutter 0 for 74 in 19. off into the ground, and